back to, and let me know, I guess you wouldn't know because you won't see this on YouTube until it starts playing, but let me know who else is paying attention, or well, if you're watching this on other channels, if it starts picking up on YouTube. But where I was is the ultimate point is that, around the East Palestine story, and I think I kind of did lose my point, I lied, but that ultimately the bottom line being that it's obvious that these people should have gone to jail. That was the general point, that instead we're focusing on the other larger, the possibilities. And around Lahaina or East Palestine, for example, there were crimes that were committed that were undeniable. And again, back to Lahaina, like even just the lack of, like there's a genuine crime, like malfeasance is an actual thing. It's government malfeasance is the best word to describe it. But the point being is that that's a government failing to do what it's expected of them to do. And like a legal sense, right? And so they have an obligation to do this, and they didn't, or they failed to, and there's accountability there, even if it was a mistake. The problem is that this never happens. People should have been held accountable for the lack of water, the turning off of the water, the lack of deployment, the way that they directed people, or East Palestine, for example, the way that we can now prove, as we'll get into today, prove that they misdirected deliberately the local fire department, lied to them, withheld information, did things that they knew were to the detriment of the location and the benefit of their own liability, and nobody did anything about it because everybody, and still okay to do so, but we're looking for other stories. But the problem, the not okay to do so in my mind, is ignoring and not focusing on the actual criminality that we could have put people in jail for. And so my point in saying all this is we're going to talk about Georgia today, as well as another story from Ohio that I think is an obvious, I mean, like literally without question, in my opinion, I'll give you the science to back it up, a huge dioxin problem, or a risk of dioxin issue, even with what was released, even with the fact that it can dissipate the idea, or in this case, I'm thinking of Ohio at the same time, but the burning of the factory we're going to get to, there's no question with that large of a fire, with what was burning, that this was a massive dioxin release. There's no question. Now, vinyl chloride was East Palestine. We're literally talking about chlorine specifically, which is the main component that is like the foundational reason for the dioxin creation, along with the burning of other material. And so the problem is that if we know that, why is that not being discussed? Why are they being told to shelter in place when the obvious issue should have been to immediately get the F out of there as fast as possible because of this risk, on top of the risk that were already there? Now, I'm not even going to get into how they should have dealt with it. My only concern is to make sure the residents of these locations are aware of what I see in the data, come to your own conclusions about it, and maybe take a little bit of extra precaution based on how it went down with East Palestine, now that we sort of generally know that it went 5 states across the country. Even though we were saying that day 1, 2, and 3, and they were calling you crazy for saying that, and allowed people to stay within a 1-mile radius, and now they're going to get cancer, which is not an opinion, guys. The reality, not every single person, but it's already happening. So anyway, obviously these stories bother me because of the lack of accountability, but we're going to start with that discussion, and we're going to get into, it connects with a few different things. But the overlap there, we'll talk about a few different overlapping stories that have to do with that accountability. And I think dioxins are really the issue for me around that. But we're going to talk about another kind of partisan point that I wanted to get into that I think is very interesting around the conversation of, I guess, I could just call it two-party illusion conversation that I think is relevant to the larger conversation. And then we're going to talk about from there forward the foreign policy dynamic around Iran, Israel, Lebanon, Gaza, which is still happening. And the way that, the one I kind of plucked out for the title today is the idea, undeniably, by the way, even corporate media, shockingly enough, highlighting this in some cases in the kind of dark corners of the mainstream field that nobody sees. My point is they write articles in the back corner, bottom page, which you can see if you know where it's out, but they're not really promoting it. It's a classic tactic of the corporate media to say, we talked about it, but it wasn't really highlighted. The idea that they knew what they were doing. Faking diplomacy, just like with Soleimani, by the way, Donald Trump, assassination under the guise of diplomacy, which is not just a massive war crime, but just, makes it that much worse because you're using it as a guise, as opposed to just committing a crime. As the thing I always say, you're pretending to be diplomatic while then using that lie, which is a crime in and of itself, to then carry out another war crime. But they use the guise of diplomacy to assassinate Nasrallah. Blank on the first name all of a sudden. Give me the full name in the chat. But overall, the point being that this has happened more than once now, knowing that they're using this, even with the assassination, the bombing of civilian buildings, but also the overlap with Iran, Lebanon, every other thing they're doing. They're playing people around for example, the guise of the ceasefire to act like this might be happening. And then people take action in accordance with that. And then they use that to take advantage of the situation. The pier, for example. We all see how that went down. This long, very expensive process that led to the use of that guise of a pier to murder civilians that they otherwise claimed they were going to be using to help them, to feed them. I mean, it's actually really grotesque. And it's the general point I was saying a second ago. Somebody who murders people is a horrible person, right? That's just detestable. You're a murderer. You're disgusting. You deserve to rot in a jail cell. People that then murder, but then pretend to be good, there's a whole other layer of just disgusting. But even more than that, people that murder or rape or pillage and then pretend to be the good guy and then ask for you to praise them for it. That I'm actually doing right by the world. So you tell me I'm a good person. And then we go on carrying out raping and murdering. That's what we're dealing with. It's in my mind, the epitome of evil, the worst of the worst. Just tell me how I'm wrong. Now, you can decide who that is, but we have to acknowledge there's a special level to that. Now, there's a lot to get into around Lebanon and Israel and what's going on. I'm going to give you the updates today on where it currently is at, the back and forth of it all. And I mean, it's seemingly increasing quite a bit. So, as I said, a lot to get into today. So sit down, engage with this, write down things, discuss, take out clips, make sure we discuss these things with people around you that you want to have, engaging. But somebody that you want to, like, my point, what I was in my mind just right now was about the idea of making sure you find people that are willing to have conversations about things, even if you disagree. That's more unique than it should be today. And then reach out to those people, whether it's my show or somebody else's or other multiple shows, and create some kind of a routine where you discuss these things. And it can, whatever channel, whatever content, but make a point to do so, where you discuss the content, you debate the content, you bring up other opinions and perspectives, and make it a common thing. Challenge your own ideas. The fact that this is so rare in the mainstream alternative media or non-existent is everything you need to see. My point in saying that is because these things are challenging ideas, and even I get conflicted about where I see it. And so having somebody else to discuss these things with and bounce ideas off of and debate or disagree, it's very important to a informed electorate, if you will, or an informed individual, depending on what we're talking about. But I want to start today with just a quick shout out to Carrie Wedler, because I just absolutely love what she does. It's fantastic. We are very similar minded, which is probably why I think, the idea of that just government is the problem. And I wholeheartedly agree with that, which is kind of the root for a lot of my mindset around, why people that know this show know that we'll talk about different things. And like right now, I'm much more concerned about where the Trump, Thiel, Vance, kind of manipulation is going. But those that know what I feel in my background and my opinion know that they're all the same thing to me. Kamala, Trump, it's your government. Or for that matter, whether we're talking about Iran and their government or Russia or China, they're all government to me. And I'm equally capable of calling out what part of these or what side or what nation I see or the governments within that are the problem of the moment. But that never should be taken as then the other side is good. That binary thinking is a trap. In my opinion, they're all part of the problem. If I could remove all of them right now, I would. My point, though, is that we have to recognize and be honest with ourselves about who is the actual problem in these dynamics. And I think it's obvious right now that the U.S. government and Israel are leading this world in a very, very dangerous direction. And you could argue amongst yourselves on where you think that the U.S. or Israel is, which one's the meek follower, the one that's unable to stop the other. But really, at the end of the day, they're both doing it. I mean, the reason I say that is because from my side of it, I think it's clear that the U.S. government is just being manipulated. I mean, everywhere, whether Trump or Biden, by the way, or whoever else is stuck in that position. And I think this is self-evident. But the point is, recognize that they are leading us in this dangerous direction. And I'm going to make this clear to you, my opinion, but I'm going to make it clear with the facts around what's going on around Iran and how this is being played out. Whether you think good or bad or whatever you perceive it as, what they're doing right now is, in fact, very clearly trying to pull this back from the precipice. And every act they do that may lead in a way to truly de-escalate is taken advantage of. But they're weak, and we're going to go harder because that's what the U.S. and Israel are. It's what they do. They are the living embodiment of what they've always claimed the Soviet Union was, and all the history, the bad guys that are all power and strength and villainy and attack. That's what they are. And it's obvious based on the way they conduct their foreign policy. Okay, I'll leave it there. Now, to start off, I want to talk about a couple of kind of random points that I think are important around I guess the election for the most part, or the debate, and just a couple things I didn't know where else to fit in that I wanted to talk about before we get into Georgia. Kim Iverson says this: based on my conversation with normies, not on Twitter, this post-debate assessment is completely accurate. Now, frankly, if you want my as always, my opinion, I can find very few things on the planet that I care less about than a vice presidential debate. Let's be really honest. This game they play where, look, but Kamala is vice president now, so shouldn't everything be what you want? Like, not even they think that. That's a really stupid take playing on the ignorance of most people. A vice president is damn well ineffectual in that position, as we all generally know. There's power to it. Yes, they can influence things, but it's kind of like this accepted understanding that it's a symbolic job in most ways. And that's kind of an overcharacterization because, yes, there are things they can do, especially when you want to argue right now that Biden is just not there. But even then, it doesn't just hand the power to Kamala Harris. It's not the way it really works. But anyway, the point is that this debate, and usually in a vice presidential debate, is very meaningless when it comes to the overall dynamic. And what she's simply saying is, and again, that's my opinion. I'm sure people disagree, especially right now, because politics means everything. It's really not. But she's saying if you don't agree with the idea that she says, unless you're hyperpartisan, both Vance and Walz came out even and improved their images. That's what she thinks. I didn't even watch it. I don't frankly care about it. But it says if you don't agree with this, it's possibly a sign that you're partisan and no longer operating from a level-minded place. That's what I want to come at this from. That I think everybody trapped in this, and I'm increasingly seeing Kim hold a similar position about just the fact that people in the two-party illusion are the same thing. I mean, different flavors of the same manipulation, the same, hollow arguments, the same, because it's the same kind of manipulation, in my opinion. Of course, I could be wrong. But the fact is that ultimately these two people kind of went at the same, like ultimately, frankly, I don't even waste time on getting into the breaking down of it. The point is that she's arguing that they ultimately came out of it the same, and that she's arguing that if you don't feel that way, it's probably because you see it from a partisan angle, which is the same thing with the Trump and Biden discussion, or rather, Kamala at this point, where ultimately it's that, well, they both have their shortcomings. They both have their ridiculousness. They both, again, I think they're ultimately the same thing. But she says the same people who could clearly see average voters didn't or don't care about Trump's wild tweets can't seem to grasp the average voter doesn't care about Walz misspeaking. She says, I'm seriously so fed up with partisan MAGA. I would say it from either side of this, but I agree. There's a focus, just like there was on COVID to the left, on the right now, from the establishment, from whatever you want to call the deep state. Just when I had hope, she says, for them, they proved their brain rot is real on both sides. And that's my point. That's what's interesting is that she's arguing that all this stuff doesn't matter. And that's what I'm getting at, is that at the end of the day, people have made their minds up. Anybody out there that still pretends like these are the choices we actually have and that you just have to because that's our solemn duty, even though technically I would agree with that if in a real dynamic, even though I wouldn't choose that if my point is I don't think the idea of government and the voting process is even important in the reality of the way the world should be. But if we're stuck in that, then yes, I would agree that voting is paramount. Now, if you watch the show, you know what I'm saying. And I'm not going to get into my belief of the idea of government being wrong and, the idea of, I'm going to be playing our interview with Larkin Rose very soon, which you guys will get the point there, which if you haven't already, I'm making it clear in most cases. But that I think what we're dealing with is the fact that there's a very small percentage of people that are being shown as what we all think and do. And ultimately, everybody and people in that dynamic don't care. They don't care what Donald Trump says. They don't care what Walz does. They don't care what Vance does. It's kind of crazy because it's all just about winning. It's all about your side being the one that gets the attention and everyone else is getting sick and tired of it. I mean, that's genuinely what I feel. And I think if you really look into this, you will see the same thing, that people, even if they're voting, and if they convince you that Trump is the one, if you actually take a minute to sit down and go through what they think, they're not comfortable. They don't like that Trump supports the injection. They don't like that he's blindly supporting Israel. And on the other side, the same thing. They don't like that Kamala is blindly okay with this genocide. They don't like that she went after people for petty crimes and put them in prison. It's the same kind of dynamic, but they're being forced to pick. But there are more than two choices. Now, it's also funny. Didn't we just go through this with Vance, where the people on the partisan side were going, why can't they all just call him weird? Like they just follow along and they all say the same thing. Well, guess what? Weird how it flipped the coin. Now we got the right saying, look at this weirdo Walz. Yeah, they're both weird. They're both weirdos. They're both insider political oligarch, elitists who have no idea what your life is like and probably never could even grasp what the average person's life is like. But just watch weirdo Walz I mean, how much you want to bet it's going to start trending? I've already seen all over the internet people now, well, such a weirdo. It's just so funny to me. So you guys, I mean, if you want to do it as some kind of an ironic response, which is how they always frame it, the partisan people are the same. Prove me wrong. You're just doing the same thing in reverse and acting like you're the one being snarky about it. And it's the same damn thing. You're both doing the same thing. It's so infuriating to watch all of it continue to go round and round. Now, on the point of the storm, now I just want to make sure I pointed it out that ultimately, I mean, I'm in Tennessee. It did hit us. I mean, I was even have some power stuff that got a little hairy for a minute, just not super crazy like it did over there, but it touched in Tennessee or at least where I was. But what's interesting is that I tend to have a pretty hard and fast rule. Weather is not news. Now, the byproducts of that, yeah, if people are suffering, if there's, I mean, but even then, let's realize if your story is these people have a hard time right now and their lives have been destroyed, yeah, that's newsworthy, but for one time. And I'm not trying to diminish the suffering, but let's realize what's the newsworthiness of going, look at the chaos, look at what happened. Well, there's not newsworthiness there. There's entertainment there, which is pretty disgusting when you think about it. And a lot of people love to just get in, oh my God, and look at their lives been destroyed, and these people died. And it was, yeah, no, right there alone, I don't find to be newsworthy. That's why I rarely covered this stuff. Weather is not the news, but the lack of government accountability would be news. If you think that they manipulated it in somehow, yeah, I'm with you there. Those things I think are interesting. But if we can prove those things, yes, I'm all about it. So all I'm saying is that I find it frustrating how everybody loves to flock to these massive terror, weather stories in the case of just because it's there. Now, like Dane Wigington, for example, and others have looked into this, and they do think that there's manipulation. I think that's important. And we talked about it on a recent show. But the reason I wanted to touch on it is because overall, the most of the coverage right now just seems to be kind of like, I don't know what you call it. Is it not fear porn, but like something like, disaster porn. Like you're just like you're just enjoying watching all the chaos and everyone's covering this. And that, guys, that's mainstream media. That's what they do. So just keep that in mind. I'm not trying to diminish people's work that I just want to give you the news. But for me, if I was going to cover this, it would be like, here's the devastation. Here's what happened, right? Here's what people are arguing. There seems to be some anomalies here, and I'd leave it alone unless there was something new coming around. But we're on this like weak coverage for a lot of people of just this ongoing storm. And I think that's problematic. But as this person writes, I don't want to hear another damn word about any other country until this looks like the way it did Wednesday. Now that I'm 100% in line with, which is why I wanted to make the point that the one of the main things that stands out to me, aside from the legitimate concern, if you have evidence to back it up, which I think there's some, just like we covered during Harvey, that there was some kind of manipulation there, then that's worthy of coverage. But or the other part would be that if you think that they're not helping these people, alone, right there alone, that would be a story. And I agree with that. I think that's happening. On top of that, if you're then recognizing billions, actually trillions of dollars flying out to wars that almost nobody in this country truly wants to support. Now, I'm not saying you support what they're trying to do. Most people in this country, left or right, do not support more money going to these countries. That's actually the reality. Here we are, where they're not getting very little help, as it were. They're even claiming they don't have right resources or FEMA's not it's crazy to me. All your tax dollars dumping into these, they just give it to foreign countries because guess what, guys? They're not there for you. Maybe that never was, but at the very least right now, the money going to Israel, the trillions overall, is coming from your pocket because they don't act for you. They're clearly acting in the interest of a foreign country you pick, not for you. So please let that sink in, especially from North Carolina or Tennessee, where I argue most of them are probably leaning towards Trump, even though he would do the same thing. And I know you love to think otherwise because he says things differently, or he loves to show up and go, yes, but at the end of the day, it's about the money that is not going to help you. It's going to a foreign country, and he would be doing just as much, if not more. And I think you know that somewhere. Now let's talk about first Ohio. Now, this one is already seemingly dissipated. It seems like a smaller story, but I want to include it just because it's interesting, and I want to make a couple points around it. One, just because of the larger problem that we all pointed at during East Palestine, and nothing ever changed. The dynamic of the actual problem, not just the incident, but the fact of the whole process, the lack of safety, the reduced the regulations that was during Trump's administration. Like the bottom line is that they're shipping very dangerous chemicals right across your backyard, all through this country, every day. Now, yes, I get that there is some level of a necessity there. Well, they would tell you that. My personal opinion is no, there's not. We don't need these chemicals as much as they would love to tell you we do. I'm sure that there might be commerce problems. Businesses could go under. Yeah, good. Let it happen. I care more about people surviving not dying from cancer when they're 45. That's what I care about. So my point is, whether you talk about foreign policy or anything else, there's always going to be consequences from pulling out of the catastrophe your government's put you in by design. And they do it on purpose. We can't just pull out of this country. There'd be chaos. Well, you know what? We shouldn't be there in the first place. We shouldn't be we shouldn't be using these horrifyingly dangerous chemicals that give your children cancer and endocrine disrupting chemicals. I mean, this is in your children's toys. It's in the air you're breathing. It is everywhere. Glyphosate, or whatever else you want to talk about. We already know this. My point is that these stories are important because it's still going on. And nothing actually changed. They just gave you a bunch. In fact, Norfolk Southern, as far as I can tell, came out ahead after what happened there. That makes me sick. And I'll cover it at the end. But so this is raw news alerts from the 24th, telling you there was an emergency where hazmat crews were called out in Whitewater, Ohio. By the way, there's probably been like 4 or 5 other examples that were worthy of notation from Ohio since then. I mean, like big leaks and crashes, train crash, happens all the time. It's shockingly common, which shouldn't be the case. But it says numerous emergency and hazmat crews were currently on the scene after an immediate evacuation order was issued following a train car leak of a chemical called styrene. So we're told anyway. One thing we should learn from East Palestine is they will lie about everything if no one's paying attention. They being whatever authority figure you're dealing with. You take your pick. The point being is that this didn't get as much attention to these Palestinians. For all we know, there's 7 other chemicals that leaked out or burned, or who knows. And I'm not saying I know that. All I'm saying is that we need to learn these things about how these things operate, whether it's the company involved, the town government, or the federal government that ultimately don't want this attention of the problem. Right? They make money off these things too. There's contracts involved. But the bottom line is that these things are never covered properly. East Palestine should have proven that to us, or every other disaster before it, where we find out, oh, so you didn't tell us all the chemicals. Oh, so you didn't need to burn it. So you knew that it was actually treated vinyl chloride and it wasn't going to explode, most likely, according to urine experts, and you didn't tell that to the fire department. 100% accurate. I've been saying that for, since 3 weeks after the thing resolved. Nobody cares. We should. But this is a colorless, flammable liquid with a sweet odor, it says, and highly volatile. But it does dissipate quickly, as I understand it. And so this is what you're looking at, where it was like a leaking point. Now, the actual problem with this was that this thing was just sitting there. This company was allowed to let its chemical, trains full of dangerous chemicals sitting in this town because they were, whatever reason they gave, who knows if it's accurate, they didn't have the load, they had to wait and they'll come back later, whatever it was. So the town got stuck with this stuff, which I guess you could argue wouldn't always blow up or explode or leak, but it did. Right? And so the point is this kind of dissipated. So this is as of the 24th. And it's simply saying that officials, the evacuation still was in place on the 24th. Roads were closed, and just warning about the issue. Now we're going to just jump ahead to and the one I think I wanted to show you was, where's this one from? Okay. Was from the actual point on the Wikipedia page. And it just seems like this is my point about what all the things they're pumping through your towns. Where is it? Under hazard, it was highlighted. Here it is. Now, it's regarded as a known carcinogen, of course. And it says especially eye contact, but it's largely metabolized into what's called styrene oxide when it enters your body. Resulting, the point was that styrene oxide, which is what it largely turns into when you breathe it in your mouth, whatever else, is considered toxic and mutagenic. Of course it is. Mutagenic means that it's a physical or chemical agent that permanently changes genetic material, usually DNA. I just find that to be so ridiculous with everything else we've dealt with. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, you could jump to all sorts of conclusions, which we should, but recognize these are hypothetical conclusions, hypothetical thoughts, right? Not that we should just go, that makes sense, and that's the story. I'm only saying that because it's always okay to ask questions, as long as we're clear that we're only considering possibilities. And one thought that jumps to my mind is the idea of a lot of other things that were happening around the injection, where you've got all these overwhelming problems that, I know a lot of people have been pulled away from that story. But eventually, more and more, there's going to be more long-term database studies that come out that show you, go, my God, look at the explosion of DNA, genetic manipulation, all these different things. So these kind of things happening, which there's a lot of them, could easily be used to just simply muddy the waters. Not just one thought. Either way, it could just have happened randomly. My point in large part is that this is something that seems to happen regularly. And these are very dangerous for you. And your governments don't seem to ever care to do anything to change that. Now, all I'm simply saying is that just off the East Palestine conversation, What is the main thing they were talking about? The changing of the policies of these companies that allow them to go well past the safety measures, which is why that happened in East Palestine, where the train had a wheel with a problem, but they looked at the regulations and they were allowed to go past that, and it was starting on fire. We all heard this story. As far as I can tell, nothing has actually changed. A lot of big talk around these things, some kind of feigned conversation in Congress, and then it all just went away because nobody cared. I don't think they ever cared to change it. That's the real point. The lack of concern for your safety when it comes down to their profit. This one is from October 1st, from yesterday. Same story. Residents impacted by styrene leak get some questions answered. So this is the ultimate point I want to make from this first. It's a smaller event in the larger scheme of things, but the way that they responded with this show you that they don't even have to pretend to care. Now it says, you're seeing that even though the standard is 100 parts per million, according to the experts, the same people involved with the companies, the same ones that tried to cover it up at East Palestine, the same ones that lied to you about the way it went down, whether it's CDC, EPA, or how about fluoride in your water, glyphosate, I mean, everything. We just went through multiple stories showing you that the EPA and the CDC in particular are straight up paper tigers. They do not care. From a top level down. There's individuals that probably think they're trying to do right by you, but at the end of the day, and that's why during COVID-19 we saw people resign left and right from these groups because their illusion was shattered. Oh, so we're not doing the job I thought I was. I resign. Nobody cares. The point is, so these people are the ones setting these numbers and telling you what it looks like. So just question it. They got caught lying all over the place during the last stories. 100 parts per million. They says over the 5 sampling events. Which, again, going back to the sampling we told you from East Palestine, what they do, they took surface-level samples from the wrong type of areas. They got called out by every independent expert. You're taking samples that guarantee you're going to get the lowest number. Is that about safety? No. So all I'm saying is we shouldn't take these things at face value. And it says 5 sampling events on September 24th and 25th. The highest levels we saw were 280 parts per billion. Okay, so a lot lower than what would normally be stated as what would be a risk, but it's still present. Okay, so then my point is just on itself, in and of itself, there's a risk because it's present. Even if it's the level, like the point is they give you, like with fluoride, they give you an arbitrary level, and we now know that level has been dangerous your entire life. So keep that in mind. And then on top of that, even though if it's below that level, it still has an effect on your body. So then the question is, does it continue to accumulate and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not worried on this story because it seems to have dissipated. My larger point is about how this was not engaged with. And it was one of the actual concentration. People are arguing that they're already having effects on this. Now, there's always the consideration of psychosomatic. I think that's a huge problem that we don't ever acknowledge until we want to see something else. Like with COVID-19, obviously, 3 different peer-reviewed studies showed you that the long COVID was at least in part, large part, psychosomatic. 3 peer-reviewed studies, and yet people still dismiss that. My point in saying that is that we have to always consider that, even if it's not in line with what we think is happening. Then it goes on to say, Casterman added that no dangerous levels of styrene were ever detected. But some symptoms that residents shared were tasting metal, vomiting, and aches. Now, I don't know how in the world, and realize these are not people that are like breathing the smoke, the fumes. These are people in their homes within the radius of this train track. And they're vomiting? Guys, there's no way to me that you could argue that there wasn't a level that was dangerous if it got to the point where it made you vomit. No way. Or tasting metal. Now, you look into the material safety data sheets on these things, those are not good signs. These are showing you that it's a level that would cause vomiting. So right there makes me just question, even though it's already, now the point is this story's on decline, it's dissipated, they've stopped it. So the risk is over, I would argue, but nonetheless, what happened could rise to the point of lasting effects. It could, based on what I'm seeing here, but I can't tell because these stories, it's hard. Both sides have their reasons for potential doubt. Right? They could be saying this because they want attention. They could be saying this because they thought they did, or they could be actually feeling it. I'm leaning towards that, just in a general sense, but who knows? And it says, adding that there's not much research on, this is the point that was crazy. They should all seek medical attention if they experience those symptoms, which again, doesn't seem to say it's diminished, but adding that there is not much research on human exposure to this chemical. So we don't have much research on human exposure, but you're good though. Those are the kind of things that make us uncomfortable. How would you know, though, if you're okay, if you haven't, see my point? It seems self-serving. One of the most common questions from the community members were in regards to why the car filled with dangerous chemicals was simply parked right near their community for a week. Many were calling for new regulations or procedures to inform residents and the community when chemicals are parked near their homes. Yeah, Shouldn't that make sense? You've got an entire thing full, tanker car full of dangerous chemicals right next to your children are playing, schools, parks, water. Yes. How in the world that's ever been allowed is beyond me. The point is that this is, because here's the point, is that's being left there. Now there's nobody technically responsible. Now they're still going to be forced, I would argue, to take accountability for it. But there's no action. They're not moving it. There's no drivers. It just happens. So there's a level of lack of accountability there. Nobody should be stuck behind, having to go to school or live behind some dangerous chemical when we know that they clearly aren't taking the regulations seriously or even have enough to keep you safe. I mean, this is not my opinion. During East Palestine, this stuff started coming out left and right about the fact that this happens all the time and we don't talk about it. Central Railroad of Indiana said the INEOS, the company that owned the actual tanker car, did not have the capacity for the cars and asked the railroad to hold them. Oh, so you mean you did this knowing you didn't have the capacity? So you just took advantage of them and said, we're going to leave it there until we have to come back for it because we didn't have the capacity for the cars that so they're maximizing their profit at the expense of everybody else. Now, you could say they didn't know that it would explode or leak, but at the same time, they're taking advantage. Now, you could also ask whether that might have been on purpose. Maybe there's an insurance dynamic going on here. I don't know. These are real questions that you should always be asking. It says, but they told residents that will not happen anymore, leading from applause from the crowd. Okay. Hollow argument until we see that it's actually stopping. But it says INEOS was invited to the meeting. They emailed them several times. This is the ruler speaking of the government there, and they responded. He texted them, and they responded. And then they didn't show up. End of story. Yeah, that's just like Norfolk. I mean, I think at the end of the day, they were forced in because there's a massive, legal dynamic going on. But they just don't even have to show up. People are getting sick and your chemicals are around there and you left it there. You don't even show up. Yeah. I don't think anything's going to happen either. It doesn't matter. It says one resident asked when criminal charges or a lawsuit would be filed against this company, holding them responsible for the leak. No official at the meeting had an answer, leaving many upset. There it is. Here's a number, by the way, if you want to reach out. Doesn't that alone? Even though clearly this seems to be a lesser story, that should bother us, guys. That's crazy. That's a lack of accountability. Now, Georgia, I think, is a little bit more concerning. So if you are in, Conyers, Georgia, I argue that you should do some due diligence. And I'm blanking on his name all of a sudden. Shoot, I have it in here. The guy that was testing in East Palestine. I'll have to grab that and get it back to you. The point is that this guy was going around and testing all this. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Scott C. Smith. I had an interview with him right here. So he's one of many. There were independent testers all over the place, but I would reach out to Scott. He's the kind of person that shows up at places like this to make sure, like he did here, and we'll get to that in a second. So it's interesting. The point is, make sure you find somebody to test this stuff, test the water in the area. So here's what we're looking at, guys. This is a massive work. Look at that burn. The colors, everything about this is problematic. So it says currently a shelter-in-place order and evacuations are underway as numerous hazmat crews and other emergency services respond to a significant fire at the BioLab. That's the name of the company, not necessarily a biological laboratory, which I find very strange. It says BioLab chemical plant in Conyers, Georgia. The plant, which is part of the swimming pool and spa water care division of KIK Consumer Products, is sending a massive plume of thick black and brown toxic smoke over the town that can be seen for miles away. Now, it's smoking and burning up until today. Now, it seems to be on the diminishing side of this based on what they're saying today, but that's up for the people of that location to tell you, because I don't trust any of these government side of it, the company side of it, because they are all acting for their own interests. That's what we should understand by now. Right out of the gate, what's the most concerning is this is one of the largest chemicals present. They're at least acknowledging, but while seemingly keeping it under their shirt, what's actually there, which I find very terrifying, is chlorine. Now, let me show you why chlorine is the most problematic element in this conversation around dioxins. Now, remember, vinyl chloride was the issue, the primary issue at East Palestine. And the reason that was the dioxin overlap is because of the chlorine element of vinyl chloride. So this is what's really concerning to me. Now, this has been burning up until today. multiple days. And that's a long term. So think about that. This is the kind of thing you're seeing for days. All that smoke, all that toxic material, all the black. Now, just like with East Palestine, the point is the black. Now, so East Palestine side of it, the idea was that it was an uncontrolled, they still to this day, the childish, mindlessly stupid corporate media and mainstream alternative, by the way, some of which are the ones like Nick Sorter out there pretending to cover the story, still call it a controlled burn, even though they're supposed to be challenging the story, right? No, it wasn't a controlled burn. It was an uncontrolled burn by definition because you can see the black smoke. Controlled implies oxygen flow. So if you see black smoke, that means there is not an oxygen control, which means that it's all particles. The particulates are flying in the air, which is the guaranteed way to make the dioxins go as far as they're possibly able to go. Now, the point is that you see the black. That means this is all that material and all the toxic stuff. That's the problem. And this went on for days. Look at that. For days. Right up until right now, as I understand it. And we'll show you this clip here. This one is somebody from today saying the biolab fire isn't out. Now, this was this morning. It's still spewing gas into the atmosphere. My son has thrown up today from exposure. He is safely elsewhere now. It's been several days. This is a disaster. Why hasn't it been put out? Why is it still leaking? The problem on top of that is it seems that nobody's really talking about this when it comes to the mainstream sphere. Now, this was put out yesterday saying emergency situation updates. Biolab incident alert. It says during certain times due to weather and inversion in the evening, air quality readings may dip to concerning levels. Okay, so here's the problem. As far as I can tell, they're not testing for dioxins, just like East Palestine. They're testing for chlorine. And it doesn't. No, it says, I'll read it in a second, other certain things, but it leaves it open. So I don't know whether they're testing for that or not. And the question is, if they are, why aren't they telling you that? And if they're not, then it's East Palestine all over again, where they're going, well, the levels aren't that bad, but you're testing for something that's not the primary issue. Dioxins are the most dangerous chemical on the planet, specifically TCCP? Make sure I'm saying, I haven't talked about it in a minute. It is TCDD. Was that right? Trying to remember on top of my head. Anyway, the point is that the highest level of dioxin chemical is the most dangerous chemical on the planet. It was even used for chemical weapons used by the U.S. government to try to assassinate a foreign leader by their own admission, by the way. So coming to today, the point being is that you can still see that it is smoking across the highway. So here's where we're going to come to in this article. Vancouver is awesome. It says chemical smoke spewing from a Georgia factory is projected to spread toward Atlanta as winds shift. This is from today. Now it says chemicals continued spewing from the beleaguered chlorine facility. Now, next, we're going to get right into it next, the point about why I think that's the most dangerous, but I want to give you all the information. It says Rockdale County emergency officials recommended that residents shelter in place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. each night. How does that make any sense whatsoever? Are we to believe that the chemicals in the atmosphere are somehow less dangerous at a certain time? I guess you could make an argument that the temperature change or the humidity might somehow affect. I don't see why that makes sense. We're talking about a concentration of dioxins, which is or chlorine. The point is that it seems arbitrary. Randomly, you have 7 to 7, and then you're good, apparently. But that doesn't make any sense. Air quality readings may reach concerning levels during those times for people in the path of the chemical plume. So they'll let people shelter in place right near this stuff. I just don't get how that makes sense whatsoever with anything we understand, even if it was just chlorine. Now it says, but concerns and complaints are not limited to the Connors area. People in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs have reported a strong chemical smell and a haze for miles around. So right there is no way. Now remember, the main point we talked about with East Palestine that we've now had broadly reported is that it went across the right side of the country. They said, I think 4 states across, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Now, since I'll come back to it, but the point is that we talked about this during our focus during East Palestine. This is a study from the U.S. government, long-range air transport of dioxin from North American sources to ecologically vulnerable receptors in the Nunavut, Arctic Canada. This report from the year 2000 Guess what this found? It found that women, Inuit women, which people sometimes inaccurately call Eskimos, but Inuit in this location, in Arctic Canada, where there is not, I think it was 200 miles. Well, I don't want to try to search for it all right now. We went over this many times in the past. I'm 90% sure it was 200 miles. The point is that in this location, in any direction, there were no sources of dioxins anywhere. What they traced it back to, as it says right here, from North American sources, was that in the United States, from all of our horrible production, the chemicals and plastics, whatever, all the dioxins are being produced, and they were drifting along the air currents all the way to Arctic Canada. And then in their breast milk, dioxins were coming through to their children. So imagine for a second, if they're able to travel that far to a dangerous level in the breast milk of Inuit women from their family members, for their children, with not a single source in 200 miles, what do you think it's doing to the people that live next to where that's coming from? What do you think it's doing to the people in the state over? This is one location. I mean, this is the problem that nobody wants to talk about. It's the same like glyphosate. I guarantee at some point in the future where there's no turning back, well, too late now. But as even CNN covered this back in the 90s, saying that what the dioxins they were finding in fast food was 200 times the safe level. And then we just stopped talking about it. That's why. Either it's because they realize that there's no turning back from this, and they'll just get it, and somebody will be held accountable for this terrible. I mean, I don't even know what to call this kind of disaster. The most dangerous chemical on the planet is so overwhelmingly saturated this country and the world because of what they're doing, and we just go, oops, or rather just go, never mind, we're not going to look at it. That's what I was saying back then, but still seems like nobody wants to talk about that very clear problem. But that's the point. So when you see a chemical smell and haze for miles around, there's a problem there. So actually, let me do this first, since this does make sense for you to understand what we're talking about. We'll come back to this. Burning chloride and dioxins. This is just the Brave search. Based on provided search results, it's clear that burning chlorine containing materials, not let alone chlorine alone, such as polyvinyl chloride, or for example, vinyl chloride, can produce dioxins. Very simple. Here's even the Google search. Same thing. Yes, burning chlorine can produce dioxins, a group of highly toxic industrial pollutants. But here's the main point for me. This is a study from 2001. Chlorine, combustion, and dioxins. Scientific study. Does the chlorine content of materials that are burned affect dioxin formation? Since every molecule of dioxin contains 2 or more atoms of chlorine, chlorine is an absolute necessity for dioxin formation. Therefore, when no chlorine is present, no dioxins are formed. So, by the clear inverse principle here, the reality is the more it's present, the worse the problem becomes. It says, can dioxin formation be reduced by restricting the chlorine content of materials that are burned? Quick answer, yes. Let's just come to the conclusion so you see what it says. A positive chlorine-dioxin relationship has been documented in studies of laboratory and pilot-scale combustion systems, small-scale combustion systems, and full-scale combustion systems, including some studies involving numerous waste incinerators. So the reason it's looked into is not because of the risk of burning chemicals in a plant, or rather like this kind of way, but the idea of incinerating waste, like burning plastics, and which happens all around the world. Which is part of the reason they don't want you knowing this is a problem, because then what do? Right? These things are either floating in country-sized waste islands in the water, which is a real thing, plastics and just like a floating plastic island out there, which is a very real story, or they're burning them or shifting them to China, and they're producing massive dioxin problems that don't dissipate. In some cases, they never go away. You start to get why they don't want you knowing this is a problem, because they can't do anything about it as far as I understand it. But they could stop doing it, but can't do that. They'd stop making money. Can't do that. They don't care about you. The bottom line is that they're worried about the incinerators, but there are 1,000 other ways what they're doing, or their accidents, or whatever actually happened, are causing massive deployments of this or releasing of this, and they don't care. Given the many extraneous factors affecting the study of full-scale waste incinerators, these numerous studies constitute a compelling body of evidence that dioxin formation in waste incinerators, or wherever they're being burned or created, decreases when chlorine input is reduced. So exactly the point. So more chlorine would mean an increase of the problem. The worst kind. Seems pretty simple to me. So, smelling chemicals in a haze for miles around, chlorine being the main point, as you'll see in here, then that seems to suggest a very obvious problem. It's about 25 miles southeast of downtown Atlanta. They're smelling this. They're seeing haze in the air. Winds are expected to begin shifting from the east to the west on Wednesday, which is, I'm in Tennessee. This is concerning to me. Pushing smoke toward Atlanta, and the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency said. Quote, smoke is predicted to settle towards the ground as it moves toward Atlanta. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. And the settling particles are there for, the idea of the dioxins that we're talking about, just like in regard to the shipment of this stuff from East Palestine, they're not even able to get rid of it with the incinerators, which is back to that same point. That's why I'll include that since I bring it up. This was one of the biggest concerns for me. The idea that this was, and even Scott C. Smith made a point that this is a ongoing conspiracy almost. The Clean Harbors Waste Disposal Ohio scandal. Clean Harbors seems to be their go-to, and they just give them things that are not even capable of dealing with. Not even just dioxins, mind you, but PFAS was a problem here as well. And I called them. You can listen to the phone calls. They did not have a way to do this. Most of these places are burying it in the ground. So the bottom line is, even if they were to incinerate it, the shockingly high temperatures that many of them can't even do to maybe get rid of it, they still have leftovers. So now what we're talking about is that this case, if you're just going to it's going to settle to the ground, wherever that settles, there's a problem with dioxins. And again, this is not my opinion. Again, the only anomaly, or rather unknown, is whether the level of dioxin issue from here, which it seems like a no-brainer, when it's chlorine being the central problem here. But based on East Palestine, we already know this now. It went multiple states. And yes, there are far-reaching examples of people getting sick while this was happening. That means it's lasting. Dioxins do not go away. Now, it says smoke is predicted to settle. And it says there is a high likelihood that people across metro Atlanta will wake up on Thursday morning seeing haze and smelling chlorine. On Thursday, that's tomorrow. Overnight monitoring around the facility detected some exceedances above the action level for chlorine. So seemingly testing for chlorine. Well, if chlorine is what's being burned, why would we be testing for chlorine? Obviously, that's going to be the lesser of what's going on, right? The byproducts. It's a no-brainer. To me, this has all the hallmarks of, yet again, trying to just sidestep the point, make you think they're doing what they're supposed to, when in reality they're testing, as Scott C. Smith himself pointed out, the generalized category, as opposed to what they actually should be looking for, and they damn well know it. So I'm concerned. I genuinely am about where this is going. Include that for you. You make sure you brush up on this story for East Palestine. It is crazy that this didn't go anywhere. I actually want to save that. Now, this is a smaller article, Moms for Clean Air Force, just simply highlighting this from back on East Palestine, April 2023. And they're just highlighting the same point, which is there's a link in here. You can look it up for yourself. And I've basically already covered it. Dioxins are a group of highly toxic industrial pollutants. They are mostly produced during processes that involve petrochemicals, like the manufacturing of pesticides and plastics. They're also produced when paper gets bleached with chlorine for everyday items like toilet paper and tampons. Now, using the study peer review that we just talked about, the point is they're highlighting that the chlorine aspect seems to be the central problem. But it says, but dioxins can also be created when chlorine is burned, like during waste incineration involving plastics, or if a chlorine plant goes up in flames. During burning, plastic is just never going to amount to any good. Now, here's, by the way, a very horrible thought. I forget exactly who it was, but the point being made was that historically these companies like Norfolk Southern have learned how to minimize their own liability, but at the same time doing so maximizes the fallout of the people. They do so without you seeing this, spreading the problem around to minimize their liability, but maximizing the problem on the ground. That's usually the inverse relation. So the point that you could maximize your own liability, and reduce how many people suffer. But of course, these companies aren't going to do that. They never, ever do. So the problem here, whereas going, the dioxins can also be created when chlorine is burned. I just lost the point I was making. So anyway, the point is that dioxins are created, the chlorine factory itself being the problem, and that's burning. Yeah, I was going to make a point there. But no, so obviously that should be a larger problem. If we're talking about this being something that is a problem, if chlorine in paper is being burned, if you have a major factory with all the other byproducts along with just chlorine itself, this is going to be a massive, massive dioxin release. I don't see how there's any way around that. There's something important I was going to say right there and I forgot, but it says dioxins make the news when there are contamination incidents, including East Palestine. Many of the train cars contain vinyl chloride, which burned in uncontrolled conditions for days, creating dioxins and, of course, releasing the, oh, that's what it was. I'm glad I remembered. So one of the concerns, the dark thought, is that as in the idea of them spreading the problem, isn't it possible, seeing how, reasonably, so if we know that East Palestine's problem went all over the East Coast, you contaminate the area with yet another massive dioxin release, well, how are you ever going to prove that it went back to Norfolk Southern? Just a thought. I mean, you don't think that's possible? You haven't been paying attention. Not saying that's the case, though. It says creating dioxins, of course, releasing them into the community surrounding the disaster site. The first of the World Trade Center burned the first fires at the World Trade Center burned insulation, plastics, polyvinyl chloride, and electric cables burned, which also released dioxins. Of course, we never talk about that. Never, ever seem to want to talk about the actual problem, the real problem around the other problems. Now, this one is from Daily Mail. It's like still highlighted here. So it says the malfunction caused a small fire that was apparently contained to the roof before reigniting hours later. Okay, so obviously incompetence, malfeasance, whatever you want to call it. The idea is that this was a fire, and if they actually cared enough to make sure that this wouldn't become a devastating health problem for the residents, they wouldn't. I just don't think that would have happened. But who knows what actually went down? Maybe they couldn't have been helped. But either way, I think that's a little bit concerning that this could have been stopped, and they were even there to stop it. It still didn't happen. That's suspicious at the very least. Officials stated that anyone in this radius needs to leave the area immediately. So think about that. So leave immediately, but at the same time, there were shelter-in-place orders put out right from the beginning. Seems to be a bit conflicting, if you want my honest opinion. It says a shelter-in-place order has been put in effect for residents in the north half of the county and homeland, according to the local government. To me, that seems dangerous. Like, if you really want to talk about, the problem is they never want to have to order the evacuation because, one, that's more problematic. There's more cost involved. But that's my point. It shouldn't ever be about your benefit or loss. It should be about doing what's right for the people. And that never is the first concern of your government. And I hope we can see that by now. The residents in the area are encouraged to remain indoors and keep windows closed to minimize exposure to any potential hazards. It says witnesses in the area described the sky filling with black smoke and ash falling in their yards, just like East Palestine. That is problematic. If I were you right now and you're there, I would be taking samples and I'd be saving that for later and getting the F out of town. That's my opinion. You guys do come to your own conclusions, do your own due diligence. Lastly, it says this is the second fire within the past decade at that facility. That's the same point from before. These things can just happen. But with this being a recurring problem, when this kind of dangerous reality is like the most dangerous thing, I just don't know how we allow this to be the case. So as individuals out there, we need to start reflecting on whether we even need these things. Why are we even producing these things that are dangerous? Yeah, I guarantee you're going to get pushback on that idea. Well, for pools or whatever. Or I'm sure there's other that I don't know about necessary things for chlorine, whatever you may decide. I genuinely think that we don't need any of these things. Call me whatever you want. I think we can get away from using any of these unnatural things and go back to things that actually work better, that are better for the planet. But of course, it's all up to you and your choice. But I think the idea of these corporations and the government overlap are where this becomes a very serious problem. It says the lab experienced thermal decomposition event that led to a fire in September of 2020. Who knows if it just happened all over again. Now, this is the last update. This one is from yesterday, simply saying that the chemical cloud moving around Atlanta's suburbs prompts a new shelter-in-place alert. BioLab's website says that it is the swimming pool and spa water care division of Lawrenceville, Georgia-based KIK Consumer Products. Residents around the area expressed frustration that company officials in their public statements didn't specify what products were being burned. How is that even possible with what we just went through? Because they know they can get away with it. Because the government is not going to hold them accountable. We should know this by now. And you think that Trump is any different? Whoever is the president, Trump he is all about big business. He would do the same thing. They would lean into what works for businessmen, for the business operations, for the lack. We got to make sure the trains get right back up and running. That's what they do. Bottom line is, it's left or right, it's the same point. Always goes the same direction. Atlanta's fire department said it was testing for the presence of chemicals, including chlorine, hydrogen sulfide, and carbon monoxide. Oh, wouldn't that be interesting to tell the people there? Here are some other things you might want to be on the watch out for. No, because they don't want you informed. They don't want this happening right here. They're always looking out for their own interest, even while you're in danger. The EPA has been monitoring for chlorine and related compounds. Well, thanks for keeping us in the know, EPA. They're watching out for their own butt. That's what they're doing. Or compromised, which I think is probably more the case. Residents north of Interstate 20 were ordered to evacuate on Sunday, while others were told to shelter in place. But residents of Atlanta's densely populated eastern suburbs and the counties therein are also reported seeing a haze or strong smell of chlorine. Now, at that point right there, don't you think you should have been like, just for safety, we should probably at least advise you to go somewhere else when you see a haze of dangerous chemical smoke lingering for days? Yeah, just maybe. Nobody would disagree with that. But they're not doing that. Quote, what's especially egregious is that the defendants have been here before, having exposed this community in a similar fashion over the past 20 years. How much you want to bet it happens again? Now, this one is from today. Biolab was still smoldering this morning as a large mile-long plume was still visible. So it's still putting off toxic chemicals as crews worked at the plant and that caught fire days earlier, but the sun lifted above the horizon. So did the shelter-in-place order. So apparently they're claiming they have lifted that order. Despite conflicting back and forth orders, those living nearby have been advised to stay inside every evening, though early morning until Friday. So we take away the shelter-in-place order, but we kind of same time say maybe you should stay inside until Friday? That's 2 days from now. Does that sound like conflicting information? Because it kind of is. It just makes me sick. These people it's like, I bet you they sit down and they go, look, if we give them conflicting orders, then we can act like either one. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to always assume that people are that sinister. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a reason. But at the end of the day, it's at least incompetence. How can you give them conflicting orders to begin with? How can you let anybody stay when you don't know what's going on? How can you not tell them what's actually being released? How can you not acknowledge that dioxins are a no-brainer with any chlorinated product being burned? Because they don't want you to know. And I'm just so sick and tired of how obvious this corruption is. And everybody on other sides will tell you, it's okay, just pick the other side this time. And we'll all keep moving down the same corruption train, whatever you want to call it, no pun intended. The bottom line is, we've been here before. I'll include these articles for you to read or watch, the show. Investigation found East Palestine, quote, controlled burn was unnecessary. That was found in a court of law. Norfolk was admitted that they misinformed the local volunteer fire chief. They told him they basically left out the fact that this man's own experts, Alan Shaw, his own experts told him that it was treated vinyl chloride, which nobody seems to still know, and it was one likely to explode. Don't you think that mattered? And then he went on to not tell the chief that, and they made him think it was his decision, which ultimately arguably is, but they kind of pressured him, as even he later said he was railroaded, no pun intended, to make the decision to blow it up, which exacerbated the problem for half the country. But it got the train back up and running. And they buried dangerous things under the ground to get the train out of the way, then had to dig it back up. Guys, they in every possible way made this the worst possible disaster it could have been. Every possible way. And nothing happened to this person. In fact, from what I can tell, they seem to have gained from the whole situation. Even though they lied. They omitted information that was paramount. Probably because they wanted that to happen. Who knows why? You can decide for yourself. As well as the fact that Scott C. Smith was testing. How long was this afterward? So this was, what was the exact day? I forget exactly what day it was. Anyway, months after the fact, well after the situation. This is July 2023. At that point in time, still up to 14,000, not a typo, 14,000% more dioxins in East Palestine homes in their filters compared to the control. This guy is a very respected expert of the world. And this is Scott C. Smith, somebody who's been hired, been at major disasters countless times. Every disaster you could think of, he's probably been there. He talked about World Trade. He's been around. He knows what he's doing. He's a highly regarded expert. And his point is, he's testing their filters in their homes, comparing it to an area of control, and it's 14,000 times the dioxins. We ask why they're getting sick in their homes and have nosebleeds, and guarantee with that long-term exposure that they're going to have some level of cancer. But you know what? So is half the country anyway. Maybe that's why. Last time I checked, 1 in every 2 people in this country get cancer at some point in their life. Why do you think that is, guys? You're staring at it. One part. So, moving on. I want to talk about something else I think is interesting to get into a partisan part of the conversation. You might have seen this story. Breaking news, Trump promotes the purge. Now, of course, I saw this and I go, okay, well, that's crazy, right? Look at it. And I'm thinking, okay, it seems ridiculous. But you know what's actually most incredible to me is that I thought, well, it's probably possible that they would actually talk about that because that seems where this stuff is actually going. But because I'm actually nonpartisan and I'm actually objective, I took the time to look into it. And guess what? Just like the stupid narrative about good people and all that, and this is actually pretty incredible. The way that they tried to take him out of context in this, it's actually pretty shocking to me, even for them. And what that continues to show me, and what it makes me feel, and maybe it's because I already sense it, but it seems to be in every way driving people to Donald Trump. I mean, because look, guys, there are going to be people on the left, just like there are people on the right, that will pretend it's the case, even if they know it's not, because Trump's the bad guy. Those people are children. They are very small-minded people who can't see past their own desires, and they will happily lie to you for their truth. Those are small people. I don't think that's even remotely the majority. But the same thing is the point is there are people that will pretend and, whatever else. But I think most people, Democrats included, liberals included, would see these kind of things and then go, well, that's crazy. And at least watch the clip and go, well, that's very stupid. He very clearly didn't say that. And then go, well, okay, so that's crazy. So my perceived side is this in dishonor. You see my point? Honest people, even within the paradigm, are going to be driven away from this kind of absurdity. And on top of that, Kamala Harris is just ridiculous. That's, again, from a nonpartisan, I think all of them are bad, that she is just like this cartoonish figure. Trump just is more worrisome for me, quite frankly. Not in the sense that one's worse than the other. What I mean is that ultimately, I think they're the same thing. But right now, the agenda being built around them and way people are believing that's like some kind of gospel level they're going to be safe, that does worry me. But the point is that this is absurd. And the title from Forbes, The Purge Trends as Trump Suggests one really violent day could end thefts. Now, if you read it like that, you're going, that does kind of sound like that, right? And if you read it, it's like they go out of their way to try to leave it open so you just kind of read between the lines. And I'm actually still, it blows my mind how silly this is. So here is one of these ridiculous people that I think even objective, nonpartisan people can see is, again, in my point, she's just as ridiculous as like even what Elon Musk does today is just as dumb as what this guy's doing right here, quite frankly. They're just partisan players. But this Brian Krasenstein, again, there's a whole story around this guy where I think this was one of the ones that were some other account, like some kind of fan base account, they just shifted into their media account. Like, there's so many grifters out there, it's crazy. And it's all these people in the mainstream alternative, and it's both sides of it. And this is what they're doing. He goes, did Trump just effing suggest the purge? I'm willing to bet you this is probably where it even started. What's the date on this? Yeah, look, this is the 30th. So these so-called journalist platforms look to some moron on Twitter, run with a story. It's embarrassing. But it says, Trump implies that his idea for stopping crime to allow one really violent day. That's not what he actually implied. So let's actually watch the clip, like an objective person would do. Now, look, I'm willing to bet there are people in this audience who would be okay pretending that's what he said because you think he's that bad. Now, even if I agree with that he is that bad, we have to be better than the corporate media, than the mainstream alternative media. We just need to be better than we were yesterday, better than ourselves. Every single day, we need to strive to be better than we were yesterday. That's how we succeed in life. And so here, when we see this, make sure, even if you don't want it to be true, that you care enough to look into it and tell people, he's bad, but that's not true. That's what we all need to be doing. And that's like a kryptonite to where this all goes. We'll watch this clip and then we'll talk about it.
Because the liberal left won't let them do it. The liberal left wants to destroy them, and they want to destroy our country. If you had one day, like one real rough, nasty day with the drugstores as an example, but they have to be taught. Now, if you had one really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge, Congressman Kelly, put him in charge for one day. Mike, would you say, he's right here, it's a chain of events that's so bad. One rough hour, and I mean real rough, the word will get out, and it will end immediately. End immediately.
Okay. You get what he's actually saying, and you get why they chose to try to mislead you about this. So what he's saying, I think, is very clear if you listen to what he's talking about, and don't watch the if you watch the full context, it's even more obvious. That's why Brian and the rest clipped this in a way to make it seem like that. He's clearly talking about the whatever you think of the dynamic, which I think is worthy of investigation around the California, for example, just letting people rob stores. I don't think it's as simple as saying they're all just letting them rob. I do think that's what's happening, but there's more to that story, and not even what you might think. I don't want to get into it. I think it's ridiculous. The fact that it's allowed to happen, whatever the dynamic, is crazy to me. If I was a store owner, I don't care what you're discussing. I'm not letting you steal from my store. I'm not gonna let that happen. But working in stores growing up, whether retail when I was like 16, I remember one of the things they tell you, you do not. Someone tries to take something, you don't do anything because you don't want to. There's like a liability problem there. Anyway, the point is that is a problem that we all kind of think is ridiculous. And the reason I frame it that way is there is a partisan level of kind of over-framing it, making it look crazier than it is. It's the partisanship. Both sides are crazy and ridiculous and stupid. But the point is that what he's talking about is that fact that people are just robbing stores and there's just all these videos showing them just leave and nobody cares. Well, he's saying, okay, my guy here, just put him in charge. Let him enforce the law, right? So that would be a brutal hour where they're just grabbing theft in the street. So there'd be like these mobs and they have to engage with them. It'd be brutal. People would be fighting back. And then the word would get out that they're enforcing the law and it would stop. Whether that's the case or not, how in the world you're stupid enough to frame that as him talking about a purge? A hour of no law where we get it out of our systems? That's actually what one reporter said on Twitter. It's not what he said. And it infuriates me that we even have to talk about stuff like this, but people fall for it. People on the left who might otherwise be, good intentioned might think that's the case. Like I said, it actually wouldn't, if I would have seen it, it wouldn't have been as shocking as you might think. I'd have been like, that's crazy, but it seems more like it's where it's going, right? Because that's how they frame either side. So I just want to make sure that we actually take the time to look at this stuff because there are a lot of people out there trying to mislead you from both sides, guys. And that's an important point right here to play. Now, this is just a clip coming from Derek's upcoming interview with David Icke, which I think he's going to be releasing this weekend. I think he's traveling right now. But he had a great discussion with him. And one of the main things he gets into is the idea of the mainstream alternative media, which is exactly what we're talking about there. We're living in this massive psychological operation that doesn't seem to end right now because people are playing these roles and getting you driven further into these cartoonish sides. In fact, what they keep telling you these sides are. Right now, Elon seems to be turning in the people that are following on the right into what they said they'd become on Twitter. Now, I think most of them are starting to see through it, but there are the occasional people out there that are just kind of being Pied Pipered right into what they said they would be. It's the same thing, the same trap we saw during the January 6th conversation or, different alternatives on either side, where you can see that they're being led to be what they claimed you were. And thank God you didn't take the bait, not entirely. But my point is it's the same thing that's happening right here. And I believe that, like with the SAVE Act and digital IDs, every side is having their little issues, the establishment part of it, that are trying to convince you to take the same steps for different reasons. Like the story, like the stories we just went over, those things are designed to get you to think either. Look, I could go off about what I think because that's just my opinion, but you can see clearly that it wasn't true, and it's being promoted by very influential people online. Why? Who knows? But they are having huge followings. And that changes people's minds. And I think that's a dangerous thing to acknowledge or to understand. And I'm just hoping more people can see through that and recognize this is not an accident. They're not just one individual out there. Some of them may be acting of their own accord. I am absolutely convinced there is a coordinated effort, which, by the way, is the reason that we started the Independent Media Alliance, to make sure that we can bolster ourselves against this rising problem of others out there trying to deceive you in very, very influential and highly resourced ways. Which obviously we don't have that stuff, right? We don't have just endless funds coming from oligarchs and elitists pretending like you're independent. So great clip. Make sure you keep an eye out for this upcoming full discussion.
The alternative media was unfolding. And of course, when I started out, there was no alternative media. It didn't exist, but I watched it form and I was delighted that it was happening and more people were seeing it and communicating it. But what I saw was a barricade suddenly being built around it. So as it unfolded, people started to grasp that we live in one-party states. That although you have two parties, sometimes three parties who can form a government, if you go into the next stage of the shadows, they're controlled by the same hand. that was kind of a gimme. And what I've seen since this MAM hijack happened is a regression into left-right politics. Now, what has that center core of the mainstream alternative media become? It's become quite simply what they used to talk about in the days of Reagan and that whole period, the Christian right. It's become the Christian right. What is alternative about the Christian right? And the Christian right has got its hero in Trump, and it's got all these Silicon Valley venture capitalist insiders manipulating it through funding and whatever. To hold that line, to hold that barricade, because I read a quote which was really, really excellent. It talked about the fact that, and you will have experienced this as I have, where you don't awaken, you have a series of awakenings. Yeah. So when you first awaken, you go, the world's not run by the people that we think it's run. It's not run by presidents or prime ministers. Okay, but if you stop there, that's as far as it goes. Yeah. You have another awakening and another awakening, and how you see the world and the scale of what's going on gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so what they're doing is holding that line. They're holding that line, not least with the Christian right, masquerading, that's what it is, as the alternative media. And, I look at some of the people involved. One of the things I've learned, Derek, over the years is while this manipulative force, let's call it that, is bloody stupid, because you don't want to do what it's doing unless you're an idiot, right? But, you can have cleverness without having wisdom, right? So what we're looking at is a force that is clever but not wise, right? It's stupid. But one of the great assets it has, one of the great gifts it has, is the ability to manipulate human perception, thus human behavior, and to predict accurately that if you provide stimulus A, you're going to get reaction B. Right. So let's look at Tucker Carlson. The black and white way of looking at what happened to him is he was going too far on Fox with a, what was it, 6 million a night or something like that, that he was getting. And so they sacked him, they fired him. By which time Musk has bought X, Twitter X, and he had a natural transition to X, not with 6 million a night on Fox, but with sometimes hundreds of millions. Now, the idea that this cult, with its expertise in predicting public reaction to stimulus, didn't know that was going to happen is ridiculous. I can't tell you how ridiculous it is. It was obvious that when he was sacked by Fox, he was going to become an alternative superstar. And look at what Tucker Carlson does. He focuses on right-wing politics and Christianity. He's the Christian right. Yeah. And he's part of this barricade. And then you get people like Russell Brand, who used to be a left-wing woker, then became a kind of New Age guru, then conspiratorial podcaster, kind of in a flash. Where did that come from? Then he becomes a right-wing political icon. Then he's baptized to become a Christian in the Thames. And in no time, another flash, he's a Christian icon on his knees doing prayers with Tucker Carlson. And you see this constant theme of the Christian right masquerading as the alternative. And outside of that barricade, and the point is about that within the barricade is they get the algorithmic support, they get the promotion, they get the funding, etc., etc. But outside that barricade, when you look at people like yourself, myself, Whitney Webb, and such like, there are really genuine alternative activists, researchers, who don't get the algorithmic support that they get, who don't get the funding they get, who don't get the promotion they get. And that for me is not an accident. It's not happened organically. It's happened because it's holding that line and stopping this expansion of the awakening to greater and greater levels, and holding people in the myopia.
Exactly. So look, keep an eye out for that, because he does go deep into it. He gives, big shout out to the Independent Media Alliance, which they're essentially, we reached out to them in the beginning and the Ikes in general, and they're going to be overlapping and working with us on other, panels and so on. And just, because the mainstream alternative media dynamic is a large kind of reason for why this is happening. So important to think about that. And what he really is highlighting, whether you disagree or not, consider the dynamic, including applied to us as well. Consider what he's talking about and apply the logic, and recognize that there's very clear strings to these things that you can see. I've made these points many times over the years. Now, getting into some other two-party stuff I thought was interesting. Speaking of Elon Musk and his reference in this recent clip, this is just interesting to me. So Amjad Masad points this out. Greg Price says, yesterday, Biden answers no when he was asked if he'd deploy more troops to the Middle East. Today, and this was on the 30th, Pentagon announces more troops being deployed. Okay, and he goes, somebody's running the country. It definitely isn't Biden. Now, let's be clear. First of all, this is a clear partisan, 1, 2, 3. Could it just be that they changed their minds? Yeah. Could it be that he was wrong? Yes. Now, look, I'm in line with the idea that Biden, I don't think is even or Trump, by the way, or anybody in that position is actually making these larger decisions we think they are. That's my opinion. Of course, he would only see it applied to Biden, not to Trump, because that's partisanship for you. But the point is that it's funny just to go, he said this is what happened, therefore he lied. And it's just very blind, partisan, black and white kind of play to that. But let's not forget what Wilkerson said, right? This is what you would do if you actually cared about objectivity and due diligence, that he seems to suggest that Pentagon came out earlier and said, look, we're not going to support anything on Lebanon or Iran if you go start this yourself. So doesn't that seem to be the opposite? Where so Biden comes out and says that, but then the Pentagon does deploy support? It seems like it doesn't make sense. So there seems to be more going on here than just Biden's not in the know. But that's also the case, by the way, because Biden seems to be confused at all the time. But let's just be clear, I'm not suggesting the opposite of that. The point is that this is a self-serving partisan perception. But that's all to say. The point is that Biden's not in control. That's kind of the overarching point for the next case, where Amjad makes a point saying, like Jeffrey Sachs recently said, quote, after the Kennedy assassination, there has been no president. There have only been factotums of the system. And by the way, that's where I did have this before. I forgot to grab my Corey Hughes interview that's specifically about the idea of did Israel assassinate JFK, his work and his research. Well, in my opinion, one of the foremost researchers on the topics, he 100% believes that. I agree. I think the evidence is undeniable. That being said, after Israel assassinates JFK, weird how we haven't had a president since, according to Jeffrey Sachs. Only factotums of the system. Very interesting and related to think of it the larger conversation we're going to get into why that's important. But here's the point on this. So that would imply that ever since then, we haven't actually been voting. We haven't actually had any kind of political dynamic. It's been a theater show, right? Or at the very least that we have votes and whatever, but it doesn't fully translate to the outcome. Hey, something like I've been saying, right? Well, Elon Musk goes, what the heck's going on? So, of course, you read into it however you want. It's kind of a meaningless response, but at the very least, it suggests that there might be something to be considered here, right? That's why he does that. Raising it up, using your reach more than anybody seeming in the world, it would seem, and you're going, look at this, what's this? Okay, so all that is saying is that there's something to be considered there, right? So that would mean he's at least giving some level of credence to the idea that we're not voting the president in. That we haven't had a president since Israel or whatever he thinks happened on JFK, right? Okay, well, so think about what that might mean. Right now, well, let's just take it on the heels of this next point. Doge designer says this election isn't about just America. It's about the future of civilization itself. A Kamala Harris win could be disastrous for civilization. Jeez, tell me how you really feel, huh? Well, this is kind of like most important election of our lifetime to another level. I mean, come on. I'm like any other discussion. I could be like, yeah, sure. We could obviously see how one or the other could lead you to an exacerbation of the building World War III dynamic, obviously. But we think we are all highlighting, both of them are blindly supporting Israel, which is the real problem here in the dynamic of what you're pointing to. So if you're going to pretend like, the point is obviously they're both driving in the same direction. But for sake of conversation, the point is that all they're doing is saying this is the most important election of our lifetimes in a little different way. Why? Because we're tired of hearing that same stupid argument every 2 years. Now, if we don't do it now, we're all going to die, which is kind of always the sentiment. But now they're just coming right out and saying it. The end of civilization if you just vote for the wrong person in an election that's over here, we're being told doesn't matter. So what's funny to me is he says, this is my strong belief. Okay, so if you're at least considering this, which again, he's not saying he agrees with it, but he at least raised it up. So we haven't had a president since Kennedy was assassinated, which means the system doesn't work because it's been broken or at least co-opted, right? But then let's vote in that system because if we don't, we're all going to die. I think there's a little bit of inconsistency there, don't you think? I think the funny point is I don't think he actually even cares about any of this. He's a political figure, just like all the rest of them, driving you to a logical outcome that they want you in. And I mean, come on, anyway, you get the point. To me, this is the logical reality. That we have been whatever the reasoning, we can prove that one side or the other, he cheated, Russia influenced it, or, that we haven't had a president, the vote doesn't translate. 1,000 different ways we all agree that we're being cheated and lied to, but it only matters when the other side isn't responsible. That's partisanship rotting your brain. I think most people can see through this right now in general. So when we're over here going, if we don't vote in this direction, we're all going to be our entire civilization, which I guess would mean what? That if you vote Kamala, she's going to end up bringing us to World War III? How does that possibly even make more sense? Out of the two of them, Trump is more obviously supporting of these people in the context of like war and like what she's doing is just blind passive support for Israel. But Trump is very strength, peace through strength, right? Escalation to de-escalation, exactly what Israel's putting forward. Now, to hear me clearly, I'm not saying one is more problematic than the other. What I'm saying is if you look at the personas they're putting forward, obviously Trump would be more of the I'm going to strike first and ask a question later, which is what he did his entire administration. So the idea is that if we don't vote for him, it's the end of civilization. Like, are they saying because communism will destroy the world? Like, it just doesn't hold water. What they're trying to put forward is a lazy argument. We're all going to die if you don't choose what I think is most politically advantageous for my current circumstances. So I think that's kind of sad. And as Tiberius says, the United States is disastrous for humanity, no matter which puppet fronts the oligarchy. And it doesn't mean the people, mind you. It means the government that has brought us here. And I frankly agree with that. That's the point, is it's a uniparty, not a unity party. You could pretend that this is just slightly changing the game. We're patriots. No, it's still the two-party illusion. The unity party. Well, that's the same damn thing with a different name. Stop falling for it. Now, another point about this I think is interesting to note, which we already did, by the way. This is only just getting more interesting. So again, this is the guy that's saving free speech, apparently, while censoring people all over the place, because that certainly makes sense, and partnering with GARM in July about pretending to fight them, or being a part of every single thing involved with the Great Reset, or but let's all true, because he's the good version of AI, right? The good technocrat billionaire, because it all lines up. But here's what Daily Mail put out. Diddy accused of abusing 9-year-old boy and spiking drinks with horse tranquilizer as 120 victims come forward with shocking claims. Just another release valve of the whole Epstein network that the government, including all these people, everybody. Elon Musk or Trump or the rest of them, these are all people on the inside. If you think for 1 second they didn't know this, you're lying to yourself. And the bottom line is, like Epstein, it came out that, yeah, everybody kind of quietly, tacitly accepted, didn't do anything about it. Just like now. So why we're being shown another example, we need to recognize it only means that the system wants you to think something's happening. It's all in place. These things have been there going back a long way. So when he speaks up and says, how many people in music entertainment knew about this? Well, maybe we should realize that you did, bud, seeing as how he was a very close friend of yours, as you said yourself. That's what's so concerning to me here. He says, I don't know if you know this, but Puffin is an investor in Twitter, which he is, by the way. He says, he's a good friend of mine. We text a lot. Well, that's pretty weird. Now, knowing he's been spiking children's drinks of course, you might not know. I'm not going to assume he did. But what I want you to think about, as usual, is the objectivity here. Let's just say this was Biden or anybody who's not on the right. Do you think they'd be like, oh, well, he just didn't know? Or even an investor in a company they own. Wouldn't you then start peeling through the company and saying this company's problem? Yeah, they would. Not now, no, not now, because, well, Elon's on our side, so we're not going to look at that. You damn well know what I'm talking about. And that's left and right. It's the partisanship. Blinding themselves to the realities of the things that are on their side because it's inconvenient. So as Liz Crokin points out, Elon, you admitted Diddy's a friend of yours and also a Twitter investor who helped you acquire Twitter. Is this why my account, sex trafficking survivors and others exposing elite pedophiles, is censored on Twitter? That's interesting. And there's a lot of that, by the way. Epstein survivors, for example, being censored and suppressed on this platform. Guys, all this ties back to Israel. If you think that's not the case, you need to pay closer attention. As also CIA, United States, but realize this guy is completely, from the Netanyahu, whatever you want to call it, inviting him both ways. He's going to see him. Then he brings his personal invitee to the, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, his 54 standing ovations in Congress while he spout nothing but lies about rape and murder and genocide. They are completely in, whatever you want to think about what that shows you. The point is that they are suppressing this stuff. So when he puts this out, that's a little bit weird to me. Trying to be like, who knew? Yeah, I think we know who knew. Now, keeping that in mind, as this goes forward, recognize that there is an overlap to this stuff. And how many things that tie Elon Musk to all the problems the right call out before they start recognizing that he is one. That's up for you to decide. But Jacqueline Sweet also points something else out that I find interesting. Elon's pro-Trump America PAC has a new website for voter registration. After the first one raised questions of illegal voter data collection under the guise of registering voters. So there's a problem where, people were signing up and the PAC was, guess what? Collecting data through the register to vote link on the website only for people in that state to not be able to vote. Oh, so kind of sounds like a data mining operation under the guise of a voting dynamic. That's interesting. But then, of course, it changed, updated because people saw that. Now, the new version, it's saying the button to pledge to vote directs to the new site created on 9/16, but before 9/29, and with more vague language. We provide you with the information you need, voting confidence, blah, blah, blah. Now it's saying the new influencers are pushing the new site specifically targeted to PA. And it says the site has publicly accessible page that shows you the IP information that it's collecting from you, which isn't something you generally see. Why does it need all this personal information? Your IP address, latitude, longitude, postal code? Very interesting. I'll let you decide for yourself. You guys, I think that's weird. And my point is, seeing as how we already know, which is every day being proven and nobody's seen it. I still want to know, like why Censored Man, for example, he made a big deal about this, and I think he's probably seen it again and haven't called it out. Why? Authentics is still being used by Twitter. That's a problem. And I'm not even suggesting anything. I'm just hoping if you haven't seen, put it in front of him. I think it's possible he has this has been floating around, but for all I know, what we talk about is suppressed in front of everybody else. It's probably the case. The point is that he was really calling this out. And it's the reason that Twitter, Elon Musk personally addressed it and said, we're going to use Stripe, but he never did. They're using it in other ways, but Authentics, the Israeli intelligence group from Unit 8200, overlapping intelligence entities that they use for a huge portion of their intelligence for the government, is being used for Twitter to confirm who you are. Because that all lines up, right? And of course, they're taking your biometric data, as it says right in the terms of service, even though Twitter doesn't need that. With what Israel's doing in the world, doesn't that seem a bit weird to you right now? And they're still using it because it hasn't been taken away. And the point on top of that is that, well, just in realizing if they're scooping up your data for some reason, I think that should be very concerning to people. Now, on top of that, Elon Musk came out and just changed something on the 30th that I thought was interesting, which really makes the point about how this platform actually operates. He says, due to immediate and excessive use of the bold font, Twitter will be removing that view from the main timeline. Okay. You will have to click on the post to see it. My eyes are bleeding. Okay. So this guy can just be like, done, I'm changing something because I don't like it. Well, yeah, it's his prerogative, right? He can do what he wants. But I think you have to recognize that happens every day. I don't like what he's saying. I don't like what's happening here. Let's shift it this way because I think this or I like that. This is Elon's sandbox, which should be problematic for anybody that actually likes objectivity and free speech and all the things we pretend this is supposed to represent. But it says, Liz Crokin says, oh, thank you, holy God, free speech emperor, Elon Musk. Let's all clap like seals about you fixing the bold font issue. Now, what about you fixing the censor blocks on Epstein survivors? Is that not more important than the bold font issue? Good point. But but clapping like seals. Of course, catcher, thank you. Yay, Elon, you did it. Hooray. Which you'll see an endless procession of all the same people going, good job. You did it. You saved us from bold font. And of course, the point, though, is that I still see bold font in the stream. I just saw it today. I saw bold font on one of these things we're going to talk about next, which is an endless procession of U.S. politicians who are all saying, I support Israel while they commit genocide in multiple countries. Weirdly enough, I saw bold font today. Maybe there is something that pushes through the new rule. I'll let you read into that for yourself. But either way, the bottom line is that this seems interesting to me, coming off the things that we're seeing. As Propaganda & Co. says, what happened to the voting for decisions about Twitter? Which is what he said would happen, right? He said, just kidding. Don't really care about this. The point is that this was all a flow. We're going to Twitter files and proven free speech, and then we censor and work with World Economic Forum, Yacarino, and partner with GARM. But every time it happens, it's like, well, he knows, and he's on our side, so let's ignore all the red flags. I mean, think about everything that's happened. And just because he says the things you want to hear while doing the opposite, we all do, not we all, but the people trapped in the partisan paradigm, the team sport politics, which I don't think is the majority. But it's kind of sad how obvious it is, and people just keep falling for it. And he, guys, represents this, in my opinion, anyway. Here's another video put out by your military, or the military of this country, showing you what they're doing. We already played that one a while back, which is super creepy, coming from the Army, talking about psychological operations while kind of pretending like they don't do that. Here's another video, just floating the idea that what they do is, I mean, what this represents to me is what they play. What if this was done by any bad guy in their mind, exactly the same way, it would be called terrorism. That's what they're doing. So I think he represents a part of this larger agenda in the psychological operation field. Casey Wright shared this. This is from the Army Special Warfare Center for School, and just dropped this about irregular warfare. Recognize this is what we're in. What Elon's doing on Twitter, the manipulations around how they want you to feel, that's all irregular warfare. And it's waged against you because you are the focus of this government's warfare. Military in general. Gotta love that. So what's interesting, by the way, is what we've talked about before. The idea that, so what they're really saying here is that this is, normal warfare. And somebody in the chat makes the point that there's no normal in our war should be something we don't see as normal. But the idea that irregular or normal would be just, even going back to the old, British, where you just line up and fire at each other, which the idea in that time frame was about some sense of honor, right? Where you're just, it's, you're instead of trying to sneak around, and that's the idea, that's the way they perceived the kind of revolutionary idea was that they weren't fighting the way honorable people did, right? And the idea is, but you can argue that that's just not strategic, right? You should just stand there and get shot, especially when you don't have the same power, right? But this is state-to-state warfare. But so today, it's the same idea where you argue warfare would be just militaries going at each other, but irregular warfare is around the scenes, right? Dressing up as something else, pretending to be false flags, psychological operations. So that's exactly what they're highlighting, which you could argue is just part of war today. But the real question should be asked is if there wasn't that, like, okay, for terrorism, for example, in the Middle East, as I hope we're learning this today, at least the way that we see terrorism, that originated with Zionism. Not to say that there wasn't people carrying out violent acts, but the idea of the suicide vest, that was a Zionist tactic that has been used and arguably has continued to be used by Zionists to make it look like, I mean, this is something to understand academically. Not to say that other people, Arabs included, haven't done the same. But the point is to realize where it began. And so the question becomes, is that the same thing we're dealing with here? If these weren't the people, if this wasn't being done, it would exist in some way, but would the state level action to what we're seeing in the world today, would the other states be doing it as well if they weren't doing it so prolifically around the world? I would probably argue yes. That's my opinion about how governments, any government left to the power and influence of this government here would end up in the same way. Maybe I'm a pessimist, but I think that's what government will ultimately become, which is why I think it's the problem. But we should still ask the question, right? So this is the point about, this academic telling you about Israel being the foundation or Zionism of terrorism. Is it possible that we're seeing the same thing? We're watching the U.S. and Israel, the British of the governments of the world, using these tactics around the world and forcing everybody else to respond in kind. Maybe that's wrong, but it's worth considering.
I mean, certainly the Zionists have used it and brought it, in fact, to the area. Terrorism, as we know it today, the planting of bombs in marketplaces and so on and so forth, was, in fact, introduced into the Middle East by the Zionists in the 1920s. But the net result of Zionist terrorism and violence in the first third of the 20th century has brought forth, to my mind, the anomaly, the horrific and unacceptable status in the Middle East today of the State of Israel, which is, in fact, an armed garrison state, which now exports more arms and distributes violence all around the world, vastly disproportionate to its size. I mean, in that respect, I think it's a horrible cycle of violence. But in it all, I think the Palestinian is the victim. There's no question about that.
It's important to know. It really is. The reality of that. Now, let's get into there's a couple of points around like the irregular warfare mindset that I wanted to make. Now, this one was specifically about something I've already mentioned. I mean, it's actually something that I kind of jokingly make fun of all the time. As Decentered News points out, during the VP debate, if you wasted your time on that, the moderator prefaced her first question about Israel and Iran by saying that President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year, which is crazy in and of itself, to try to prevent a regional war. Okay. How does she know that? Right? So is that what Biden said? Right. Okay. So, but do you know this? And this is what ultimately Sam Husseini has highlighted as called media mind reading. Obviously, the point is he's deployed these people. That's what a news reporter would do. Not that for this reason, you don't know what his mindset is. They lie all the time. So to report facts, that's what you would do. But when you insert what you say their intention is, and then of course you slant that one way or the other based on who you like and don't like, right? His design is to prevent war. Iran doing the same thing is to escalate, right? Their intention is to cause chaos and spread terror. Well, you're just adding your own interpretation of a same act on either side. That's what we talk about every day. Right now, you see that no more prominent than in the mainstream alternative media right now. Screaming about these things with everybody. They want this and Kamala wants that and Trump's going to do this. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You're simply parroting what the other side of the paradigm, like what the game is within the lie. Trump's a fascist. She's a communist. No, you're all being played. But I find this a very important point in all this. It says it's a chronic problem in the media. The beliefs, motivations, and intentions of certain preferred sources, usually the U.S. government, are described as matter-of-factly by the press, as though reporters had the ability to read their minds. That's what Sam wrote in 2004. Very important to think about. We see this every single day. And we're going to show you some of these presentations in a minute coming from Matt Miller and the rest. But on a couple points on foreign policy. We just talked about this. Global Eye News reports on the 30th, an assassination attempt on Ibrahim Traoré, president of Burkina Faso, has failed. We just tweeted this out, I think 2 days before this, Regime Change Watch. Now, as we were just saying, hashtag Regime Change Watch, because this is happening. Right now, it's building. I think there's Mali, I mean, there's at least 5 or 6 countries in Africa that I think are on the precipice of some kind of regime change effort from the U.S. government and Israel in particular. And there's reasons for that. Most of these countries have pulled their ambassadors from Israel. They're speaking up about what's going on there, and they're pulling back from the U.S. dollar. Every one of these are deal breakers for the U.S. imperialism. Now, on top of that, this is from Sprinter. The intelligence services of NATO countries and Ukraine, he's reporting anyway, or rather the Russian intelligence forces are reporting, so take it with a grain of salt. But I should point out that every other time they've made this claim in the past, it's come to pass. As an objective reporter, I can tell you that because I'm not going to lie to you based on partisanship or the U.S. government versus Russia. The fact is they've said this in the case about Syria, and it happened. They said this about Ukraine, and it happened. And I'm talking about not that the event happened and I just chose to believe what they said. The facts proved that this, in 1,000 cases, Syria is the best example because they did tell you they're going to carry out a false flag attack. And then eventually, even somebody like Robert Fisk from The Independent went there on the ground and said, yep, that's what happened. And they still lie about it. That doesn't mean that they could be lying now. That's just being objective, but realizing that they have a track record of telling you this is coming, and it does. And the point is, they're telling you that the NATO countries and Ukraine are preparing a provocation to use chemical weapons in Syria. And you know why this makes sense more than ever? Because Israel is shockingly desperate for anything to take the attention away from what they're doing. And realize Syria is one part of what they're doing. So on top, so it actually folds into the larger agenda. Syria is part of the Greater Israel Project. They've been going after Syria for a long time, both for that, Assad's support for Hezbollah, which, by the way, is a group that I think, frankly, most people in the world can understand why they support them at this point, because it's a resistance group toward the illegal occupation and authoritarianism and imperialism of these people. That does not translate to good guy. It just simply means you understand why they do have the mass support that they provably do in these areas, and most of the world, mind you. Calling it terrorism is just a clumsy thing that the U.S. government does against anybody they want to dehumanize and want you to think is bad guy. You know how many people they've called terrorists around the world? People that have later turned out to be the exact opposite, or people that they say are their allies who are the real of the world, or in fact become that. Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden, who were allies of the U.S. until they suddenly weren't. Right? It's just crazy how obvious this history is. But the point, the goal, he says, is to launch a campaign to discredit Damascus and Moscow in the UN and the OPCW, of course, which I don't know why they even have any standing in the world anymore. In order to achieve this, it is proposed to involve the non-governmental organization, the White Helmets, yet again, as Vanessa Beeley's covered for the longest time. It's what they do. They're not really the civil organization they pretend to be. They stole the name from a group that actually existed, and it's a U.S. group put on by a UK entity. We've covered all of this. They are simply a propaganda entity from the, I guess, from a NATO perspective, but really you can see the U.S., UK influence on this. I mean, their names are written in English in the back of their shirts. It's just so stupid. Using the White Helmets yet again, says whose activists will be engaged in video recording the consequences of the incident, as usual, carrying it out, then filming it like they've done already many times. The plan of the operation envisages that the militants will drop a mine container containing chlorine from an unmanned vehicle during an attack. Chlorine, interesting overlap, on top of the fact that they've already done this in the past. The conversation, there's just so much propaganda around this discussion. Hopefully you're all very versed on the lies around Syria. I mean, it even says on positions in the de-escalation zone of Idlib, right? Idlib. I mean, these Brett McGurk himself told you it was a hotbed we haven't seen in decades of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, the area which they're working through, which is where the groups they're working with are positioned. And yet we just pretend we can't connect those dots. They are working with the obvious. So if we want to pretend that Iran is the state sponsor of terrorism, the only reason they make that claim is because they work with the groups they call terrorists. If you objectively stand back of anybody in the world that doesn't blindly take sides and look at what we know are the best examples of terrorism on the planet, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, moderate rebels, all the people that they're actually funding, they haven't been fighting them as much as they pretend they are, and they're literally, in countless examples, working alongside them. Locations in Yemen that I talk about all the time, embedded within the Saudi Arabian controlled territory, or Israel giving them treatment in Golan Heights, or the fact they've shipped them back and forth helicopter-wise to multiple locations they use them, or moving their families around, or just the simple provable reality that they were a proxy element created by Israel and the United States. That's not up for debate. But yeah, let's forget all of that and pretend like they're fighting terrorism because U.S. government says. So when you realize Russia, all of that being said, Russia could still lie about this. So consider that they might be building something, and it would make a lot of sense with where this goes, but remain objective, question everything, and we'll see how this goes forward. Glenn Greenwald makes the larger point about China, which I thought was interesting. Right? So right now, there's a lot shifting in the world. In no way do I see China as some kind of a better replacement or even any different than the U.S. government, quite frankly. They're shockingly alarming to me in a lot of ways that the U.S. is butting towards. And in other ways are different in a lesser degree than what the U.S. is. But they're both, in my opinion, the same kind of thing. But nonetheless, again, truly being objective and standing back, the U.S. government's been carrying out wars of aggression and occupation and theft and terrible things for its entire existence for the most part. It's not up for debate. So is the UK. China, on the other hand, has been not carrying out wars like we can see here. That does not mean good versus bad. There are plenty of things we can get into around what China does. I mean, just with its own population, with the idea of the social credit and technocracy, that direction, that very worries me. But overall, what he's pointing out is that he's at least claiming, even if you don't agree with this, and I'm not even saying I do, but you can see how the people in the world might start coming to this point. Ask yourself as an American, why this should matter to you. The way that frame sounded weird, but realize why this should matter to you, whether or not you agree with it. This person says, in regard to what Secretary of Defense Lloyd's speaking, he said, I spoke twice with Israeli Prime Minister Gallant yesterday about the events in Lebanon. I expressed my full support for the right to defend itself. Like, God, it makes me, you almost want to throw up in your mouth when you hear that. And they keep doubling down. Defending yourself against what exactly? The occupation of Lebanon? There's no hostages in this dynamic. What are they actually doing? Just murdering civilian buildings, and you just go defense. Like, you guys have lost the plot. You've lost everything, in fact, but that's where we are. But he's saying is determined to prevent Iran and Iranian-backed partners from proxies from exploiting the situation. So based on the flimsy allegation that Iran's backing the group that everyone in Lebanon supports, is somehow the justification to just blow everybody up to prevent what you claim might happen? I mean, how does anybody give these people any credence? It blows my mind. And it says, I made it clear the United States remains postured to protect the U.S., blah, blah, blah. Glenn says the U.S. spent 3 years sanctimoniously preaching the sanctity of sovereignty, while illegally occupying multiple countries. We should laugh about that. And evils of invasions. He says, often from those who invaded Iraq. Now the U.S. defends Israel's invasion of Lebanon? Realize, while still pretending Russia did everything wrong, which it's crazy to me how objectively hypocritical these people are. He says, in case you wonder why most of the world sees the U.S. with zero credibility and migrates to China. This person says, China, and technically Glenn didn't even say feels that it has more credibility, but people are doing that, right? That's the point to make. And he says, China has more credibility than the U.S., Daniel asks. And he says, probably has something to do with the fact that China hasn't fought a war since 1979. Now, of course, from, let's say, Republican perspective, it'd be the secret, underneath war. And maybe you're right. But even that does not it pales in comparison to the overt war of aggression we call the war on terrorism, that is simply a war of terror to the people around the world, and including Americans, or the COVID-19 war on you, or any number of things that they've supported with Israel's genocides around the world. But China, because the secret narrative we think is happening, which maybe it is, but doesn't even compare. You see how that doesn't make much sense? And again, to try to pretend that means I think China good is not the reality. The fact that I always have to say that is just battling against the partisan misrepresentation. But it says, while the U.S. has invaded, bombed, occupied, and imposed coups in countless countries in that time. I didn't even mention the coups, but removing yourself from Western propaganda is helpful to see how the world perceives the U.S. So that's the point. Not that I think that this is, but simply how the world perceives this. So out there, if you're suddenly on the side that you think that the U.S. and Trump represent this glowing democracy beacon for the world, ask yourself if it makes a difference if the rest of the world has that perception. Even if you think you're right, even if they are wrong, it should matter that there's a reason that they see it that way. And if you can't acknowledge that the U.S. government has been marching around the world and destabilizing, destroying, raping, and pillaging, then you just aren't being honest with yourself. We could change it. We should. I want to. I don't think Trump or Kamala represent anything in that regard, but it's important to think about how this is shifting. And if the only argument is that you think it's some surreptitious plan by the other countries to steal, and maybe there's a part of it there, but that is stopping, you're refusing to acknowledge the problems that are ours, or specifically the governments that take our name, But as always, you can't actually solve a problem until you acknowledge you have one. To just blame Russia and China, even though they are playing a part in the way these things may go, is choosing to hide from the problem, which is your government. In other cases, ignorance, the root of all, the stem of evil, points out a clip from, I think this was ultimately the Duran, but it says European corporations have bought more land in Western Ukraine, Mick Wallace speaking, than the Russians have taken. Right? So all those people screaming about Russia's going to march around the world, these European corporations, and I would argue US as well, have taken, just to be clear about his point, European corporations have bought more land during the ongoing war that the US and everybody else is maintaining than Russia has taken. And yet what all they could talk about is Russia's going to take everything. No, you're taking everything. You're using this to steal from Ukrainians while acting like they're the bad guy. It's just so shocking how obvious it is. That in this dynamic, what they're doing, they are the representation. They are exploiting the people of Ukraine while putting them in a position to suffer. Now, even if you think Russia is in its own way is taking advantage, you have to objectively argue that what that side's doing is worse objectively. Because you're making this happen, then you're stealing from them while it's happening and keeping it going while you're stealing from them. And objectively, Russia has not done what they all scream is happening. Maybe it will tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised. But there's no indication they're going to do that. You know who is showing you the indication of continuing to take other places over? Israel, the United States. Pretty much everybody the U.S. leans into. Funny how that works. Now, Wyatt Reed, another foreign policy point, says the State Department says it's absolutely false that anything to do with a recent regime change in Bangladesh. Over and over and over, they're doing this. But leaked docs show that they were explicitly apprised of an effort to, quote, destabilize Bangladesh politics by a CIA cutout. Here's a Gray Zone article highlighting, yet again, another U.S. regime change that we just ignore. It's constant, guys, and more now than ever because I think Israel's driving this to an extreme level, desperately trying to move pieces around the board in hopes they can somehow dig out of this hole they created. But this disgusting human being sitting here acting like he's screaming for peace and freedom as they literally steal from everybody. Everybody. You, their neighbors, their allies, everybody. Well, I wonder why, when they're working with an ally like Israel, seems to run downhill. Lastly, this is pretty hilarious, mind you. Shared this. Vagabond and Lexus, we've seen them before, these pranksters. I think they're Ukrainian, right? Or Russian, I forget. But the bottom line is they do these where they call politicians. I don't know how they keep doing this. They literally got Mike Pompeo. Very interesting to hear his claims while knowing his previously held position of power. He claims all sorts of weird things about Ukraine. Who knows if he can take it at face value? But here's what's funny. I said it's incredible to me how easy it is to fool these clowns. Maybe why Israel had such success infiltrating U.S. politics, despite being shockingly incompetent when it comes to propaganda. They make decisions, these people, like Mike Pompeo. Not in the moment, but still in some cases, though. They make decisions that can change your life. And yet they're falling for phishing scams and pranks. Let's not forget the argument from, what's his name? Clinton and, what's the weirdo guy's name? Podesta. That's apparently how that happened. Some phishing is a literal phishing scam, like your grandparents would fall for. These guys are high level influence. I mean, it's just mind blowing. It shows you that these people aren't actually as smart or influential as they. It's like the idea of fiat money. It has value because we give it value. And the funny thing here is that this guy literally gets. I don't waste too much time on it, but you watch it. It's hilarious, and it's just embarrassing. Are they not doing their due diligence? You're going to just jump on a call and talk to some random people? Like, it just blows my mind. I think this will come back to this. This is a point about where they're stand with us or against them. It's already popping up in the Lebanon conversation. We'll come back to it. But let's start with some points on Gaza. So thinking is some foreign policy. Because we have to realize this is still happening. And it's sad because even now this has lost attention because people are focusing on the current thing. The reality is, as they're continuing to murder people in Lebanon, they're also continuing to murder, rape, starve, and pillage in Gaza. Still happening. Mohammed Shihada points out, with all eyes on the Iranian missiles, which we'll get into, Israeli soldiers executed and maimed at point blank dozens of Gazan children and civilians who simply tried to go back to their homes in northern Gaza. Right, so that's what we were telling you. They've now taken it. It's gone. It created that halfway measure. Now children trying to go back to their homes being shot. They don't care whether they're terrorists or not. They see them all as terrorists. That's the point. That's how they view this. They've said it themselves. This is, as of yesterday, still happening. The Cradle reports Israeli strikes in Gaza, mind you, homes, tents, schools, killing children in Gaza, dozens. Imagine doing that simultaneously, carrying out a massive war and aggression on a Lebanese civilian location, as we'll get into, while they're bombing military targets, even according to Israel, including having, as far as I could tell, at least before I started, 0 actual casualties. They're bombing children, schools, homes, tents in Gaza. And in fact, bombed them again after they got embarrassed by what happened, because that's who they are. Can't take it out on Iran, so we're going to just kill a bunch of children in Gaza. That'll teach them. Why do you think they resist? Because you don't care. Speaking to people that don't. There's a lot of people out there who see these things and look the other way. The governments is who I'm really talking about, who just don't care. So what do you think they're going to do? You expect them to just sit back and hope the law saves them? I mean, come on. Like, genuinely think about what it takes to be in that position. They're going to fight back. And then when they fight back, even through the law, even through legal channel, they still get called terrorists. It's been going on for 75 years. 76. Rami Abdul from Euromed Human Rights Group says the seventh massacre committed by Israel in Gaza as retaliation for the Iranian strikes. So since Iran responded, which was what, yesterday? 7 massacres. Moments ago, Israel bombed Muscat school, killing dozens of civilians, and targeted a home next to the Al-Amal orphanage. They're not even covering this stuff because, again, we're looking over here. They're just executing people. In broad daylight bombing schools, they're not even giving you a narrative anymore because they know they're not going to be held accountable. Now, let's prove them wrong. Let's make that the case that they're going to be held accountable. Screw what your government thinks, their influence. We can make that happen. Because what we're watching is one of the most grotesque things, if not the worst thing I've ever had to cover. It's not even just the graphic nature of it. It's the ongoing day after day. Now we've shifted into a new location. A year nonstop of just murdering innocent people. And now we're just going, let's just kick it into Lebanon because the U.S. government is so cowardly and meek and feckless that they go, well, we'll get away with it. Seems to be what's happening. Hopefully, left or right, you see that enough to care. 7th massacre in Gaza. Not even getting into Lebanon yet. Here's a really disgusting graphic that came from the United Nations. Children killed in conflicts. Now, we've seen different levels of this, the bombing locations, Dresden in the UK compared to, like, it's just every possible metric. Israel is shown to be so far above any location, combined locations, in amount of children killed, bombs used, per capita location size, I mean, everything. And yet they still have the nerve to come out and say precision and most moral. And what was the other one about the more targeted than any military in history, or whatever these really stupid claims are. And as I've always said, they could just come out and say, no, we're not targeting them. As opposed to just going out and saying more targeted than, or more precise than any, or whatever the point would be. Instead of saying we're just not bombing civilians, they come out and say more targeted than ever in history of any planet in the existence of every universe in the world, sort of like Trump does. Why did that take it that far? Because they're children. Because I think they're actually insecure. At the end of the day, you could just play it safe. No, you got to make it. We didn't kill any children at all, as opposed to just going, we didn't kill as many as you said. You see, we're not starving them. We have more food there than they've ever had in their lifetimes. That's what Elon Levy has said more than once. Paraphrasing. Well, here's a clip, a graphic that's showing you that 12,300, and that number is way, way higher than that. When you understand how many are buried, how many have died that we don't know about, how many are lost, how many have been kidnapped by Israel. All of those are real things, according to even the UN. October 2023 to February 2024. 12,300. The world, 2019 all the way to 2022 combined. Children killed in all conflicts from all that time frame, 12,193. So Israel has killed more children in a small focus of their warfare in this tiny period of time compared to other wars that go on for years, compared to every other war since 2019. But yeah, most targeted, most moral. I mean, it genuinely gives me a physical response to see people make these claims. The ones out there acting like the most moral. And then when you see this plastic human being responding in ways that really make it same thing. There's a perfect pause. I mean, guys, these people are terrifying to me, not because I'm scared of them, but because they exist. The fact that we have to live in a world of people that are this cruel, sociopathic, psychopathic, sinister, the kind of person that would not, like I said, not just be capable of doing this, but capable of hiding it. And on top of that, capable of saying it's a good thing. That children starve today, it's good. It's fighting for freedom. So go back to sleep and pretend you're voting for somebody tomorrow. These are monsters, guys. The monsters of our time. And what they're going to do here should make you laugh and cry at the same time. So we've been talking about the ceasefire, the hostages, the idea of aid, right? And this is about the ceasefire, overlaps with the aid point. Matt Miller, I don't know whether he just lost his footing and made a mistake. He genuinely makes an argument that we never wanted to deal with Hamas. Actually, I'll just read what I said here. I said it's perfectly clear. They wanted a ceasefire, but not with Hamas, he says. You know, despite saying that countless times on the record. That's really dumb in and of itself. But it's also at the same time Hamas's fault that the ceasefire they didn't want with Hamas never happened. You know why? Because Hamas won't come to the table. Despite doing so countless times, which is the obvious reality. I mean, makes sense, right? So it's their fault we don't have a ceasefire because they wouldn't come to the table, but we never wanted it with them, and if they did, we wouldn't accept it. I mean, it's embarrassing that anybody pretends like this even lines up. Even the people in the room balk at what he says. What he's exposing here is that this was designed to fail, which brings you into the point of how we know that they use this fake process to assassinate Nasrallah, to trick people into positions of insecure or of thinking that they're not at risk, only to use diplomacy to wage war, because that's what terrorists do.
A diplomatic resolution.
Well, was that the case with Rafah, for instance? Not just in Rafah, but
We've never wanted. Hold on. We've never wanted to see a diplomatic resolution with Hamas.
Well, okay. Well, what about the ceasefire?
We wanted to.
Okay, so the reason he looks so confused is because everybody everywhere knows that's involving Hamas. Okay, so Qatar and everybody else involved have only been dealing with Israel and Hamas. That's it. We all know that. I mean, think about how dumb it is for him to say that right now, seeing as how you've had Blinken and Matt Miller more than once say it's up to Hamas, right? I mean, for crying out loud, I could probably find one of those right now. Let's see. I mean, it's just so stupid. Like, hey, check this out. Just randomly searched. According to various sources, including official statements and interviews, U.S. Secretary Blinken has repeatedly emphasized that the responsibility for agreeing to a ceasefire lies with Hamas. Okay, so you never wanted to deal with Hamas, but you've been waiting for them to accept a deal you never wanted with them and weren't going to. Like, his point is not to say that we didn't want to, but we grudgingly had to. He's saying that that's never been the case. You know why? Because Netanyahu is saying that now. Remember, their whole point is there's no diplomatic resolution where Hamas is still around at the end of it. And yet they still pretend like we're going to get into an agreement with Hamas at the table. That's been happening for months. For 6 months? Over and over and over. Since the very first week, Hamas was offering a full exchange. They denied it. It's just so embarrassing. And look, here's plenty of articles. Blinken says Israel accepted, urges Hamas to do the same. I just don't know why normal people that want to pretend that these people, whether left or right, what they're doing exposes everything. How can he possibly pretend at a time now when everybody, including Israelis, want this to be resolved, that they never wanted this despite him saying that countless times? That's just embarrassing.
With Hamas.
Well, okay. Well, what about the ceasefire?
We wanted to see a ceasefire, but we have always been committed. We have always been committed to the destruction of Hamas. And I wish.
So they come to the table so you can have a conversation about a ceasefire. But you have only one party at the table who's capable of doing that if Hamas wasn't ever on the table. I mean, do I even need to explain this anymore? Like, I feel like some people can't grasp how dumb this is. He is explicitly proving to you that they never wanted this. You can't have a ceasefire with one side involved. There was nobody else there. Hamas was the representative for the Palestinian side. And let's just even say you think that was Israel comes and goes, no, we can't deal with them. Okay, then why did it continue to be Hamas for 7 months, 8 months? Because they wanted it to look like something was happening. And then Netanyahu at the end would go, well, we're not going to do it because Hamas. And they would go, well, it's up to Hamas. But he just said he was never going to allow Hamas. You can't be in a position where Hamas is left at the end. And then they would do it again. Go back to the table. Hamas was there. They have a conversation. And they go, well, it's up to Hamas. And then goes, well, I'm not going to deal with Hamas. And they go, well, there you go. And they act like we're the ones being stupid about this. It is painful. And the crazy thing is there are people out there that know that and just don't care.
To the destruction of Hamas. And I wish that Hamas would come to the table and work with us on a ceasefire.
Despite doing so, 100 times. As even they have talked about. You would not have had the progress if they weren't coming to the table. What they were doing was agreeing, and then Israel would add new problems, and we already agreed. And they would go, they're not coming to the table. But why would they need to come to the table, Matt, if you never were going to deal with them? Kind of seems like an illogical conclusion, or rather a inconsistent point.
As you heard me saying earlier, Hamas has been absent for weeks. Won't even respond to the mediators putting forward ideas asking whether they would agree to a ceasefire or not.
How does that even make sense? How could they agree to a ceasefire if you never were going to make an agreement with them? It's contradictory in and of itself. I know I'm over harping. You probably already get it. But it's in a way, it's almost entertaining to see how dumb this is. And I'm hoping that I think there are some people that have yet to really wrap their mind around what's going on and how what he's saying does not line up with the end game. And that shows you that they're so desperate. They can't even hide this. There's any number of other ways you could have tried to cobble this together.
Look, you can talk about Israel and the culpability that Israel has and the tough decisions that Israel needs to make. And it's absolutely true that Israel needs to make tough decisions to get to a ceasefire. But the way out of this conflict is a ceasefire. And it is Hamas that is missing in action right now that won't come.
Yeah, so he adds by saying it's Hamas that needs to come to the table to agree to a ceasefire that we'll never allow because Hamas isn't going to be a part of it. Someone needs to make, that needs to be done in some way. I can't even do it justice. It's just the funniest, stupidest thing. And you know what's sad about it is that we're dealing with human lives here. While they're playing this little tap dancey clown show, people are being murdered. They know that because they're giving them weapons and the money to do it. So it's really disgusting. It really, truly is unnerving that we can be in this position where they're playing this game while they know what they're doing. That's my point, guys. These are villains. Villains. Now, what normally happens in this game, because it's so obvious, is that people get called out for blatant misrepresentations and they just block you. But I wanted to highlight that I've got a pretty great track record so far. I think almost all of them blocked me so far. Eli David, I can't, Hen Mazig and all these ridiculous Zionist propagandists. Well, I just got another one from, what's her name? Fleur Hassan, this absurd person who was lying with Aaron Mate. And I simply pointed out, in case you've missed it, this ignorant woman who's smugly dismissing easily verifiable facts about Israel's genocide. Don't forget, she's the one that very embarrassingly got caught by LBC lying about hospitals in Gaza. And then when she got confronted about it, she goes, well, no, they used to be, but not anymore because they removed them. And he goes, no, they're there. And I just talked to him. He goes, well, I don't know. Let's talk about something else. Just knowingly trying to lie to lean into Israeli narratives, because that's what they do. It's pretty sad. But so when I called her out for it, she blocked me. Because what do you do, right? You know you're lying. You know that we can see you're lying, and we know there's no argument against it because it's so flimsy. So you just block in hopes that you can reach somebody else. Same point here, which I think is interesting because even according to Twitter rules, this is a representative of the government. Now, I don't know if it applies. I think it applies to only their official account, but I don't think she has an official account. But she is a spokesperson for Israel. I simply pointed out that she's wrong. She lied. She actually said the Gaza famine hoax, as Elon Levy did. In every other context, Twitter and YouTube would be like, you can't challenge. If we came out and said the Holocaust hoax, which I don't agree with, but I'm saying if I said that, you damn well know you get censored. But you're not allowed to say, or you're allowed to say that the entire famine, which every institution in the world that has any standing in that field has said is a famine, you're allowed to say it doesn't exist, that it's a hoax, that children aren't starving to death as I'm speaking. Yeah, these are monsters because they know it's happening, because they're making it happen. And then they go, you're lying. They wonder, the children are fine. And I simply pointed out, well, According to the IPC, imminent. Famine is imminent for half the population. And this person said, this is her, by the way, there's absolutely no famine in Gaza. What there is Hamas stealing and blah, 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 the same old tired narratives. She even references that Elon Levy lie about cutting off hands, which was already proven to be a lie by the same Zaka liars from the very beginning. And I said, well, except for the pesky little fact that literally everyone in the conversation has called out Israel for what it's doing, and Israel has been caught lying by its own media about every aspect of this genocide, even killing its own people. And I gave the article that has been used, even Blinken has been reprimanded for it. Israel deliberately blocking aid, and she blocks me because that's what cowards do. Now, look, I've blocked plenty of people in my time for reasons that are because they're just obvious. But bottom line is, I'm not going, you're stupid and I hate you. And I'm simply pointing out a fact. And you block that fact because you have no response, right? I'm sure there are people out there that think I did it to them. And the point is, I only block people when I've made the mind up these people are here in order to distract the conversation, or they're absolutely constantly trolling and chilling, whatever else. My point is, I will always engage, as you guys see all the time, with people that are just simply trying to battle on the points. And it's sad that these people just, because it shows you they know what they're doing. But that also should reflect on the fact that she knows she's standing here telling you that this isn't true while what they're doing is starving children as she speaks. That should be her legacy for the rest of her life. And here's the article. Israel deliberately blocked humanitarian aid. 2 government bodies concluded. Here is a point about this coming from The Atlantic, where Netanyahu told Blinken Israel denied humanitarian aid because they wanted to inflict punishment. That's coming from The Atlantic. You know why? Because it's easy to prove. Not only do they deliberately want to conflict, because they've said it openly. No water, no fuel. They're all animals. It's obvious, and we all know it. Everybody. The point is, now it's coming out. Even Blinken later certified that Israel had not arbitrarily denied humanitarian aid. The point is, or hold on, did I misread that? Oh, so he's simply trying to argue that they didn't do that. But the facts are obvious. That's why he's saying testable. So we have ProPublica. We've got Atlantic covering this. It's not because they said so. The evidence is already there, as we've been covering for a long time. Max Blumenthal covered that Tony Blinken was even written up this week for lying to Congress about blocking aid. And yet here she is trying to say it's fake. You're lying. We're not blocking aid. They're stealing it. No, you're blocking it. In fact, we have hundreds of videos of settlers blocking it, burning food, destroying the food in general, of you guys deliberately stopping things that are going in. We have the WCK. We've got UNRWA. We've got World Food Program. Every single one of them say you've shot at them, you've attacked them, you've murdered their people, you've stolen from them, you've returned back aid that was just bandages and crutches. Over and over and over. You guys all know this. The sad thing is they're still going to lie about it. So here's Matt Miller continuing to lie about this very point.
Specific follow-up on that. You talked about these different parts of the State Department making different recommendations. In the ProPublica story, and I guess we know about this from the NSM, but if you were going to look to parts of the U.S. government to tell you on the specific question of whether a country is blocking the delivery of humanitarian aid, wouldn't you look to USAID and PRM in this building? Aren't they exactly the two parts of the government that you would ask that question?
So I would look to them. I would also look to our experts in the region, our experts in the bureaus that cover the region, as well as other U.S. government agencies. And that's what we did. And without speaking to the recommendation of any individual component, any individual bureau or agency, because it wouldn't be appropriate for me to do that, the Secretary got conflicting recommendations and had to resolve those.
Doesn't it suggest, and isn't the Secretary's decision based on recommendations? He's taken the expert recommendation on that specific humanitarian question and considered it looking at the political and strategic other influences and made a decision. But the actual technical advice from the two agencies involved in that specifically was that they are blocking it.
So this is not a comment about the question, but it is a comment about some of the criticism that the Secretary has received. One of the things that I have found over the years in government is when there are conflicting reports, the side that had the opinion that you agreed with was the expert side, and the other side was a bunch of political hacks.
Yeah, except literally one side is experts in the field of what you're discussing. The other side are literally politicians. So that's a stupid thing to say. All you're trying to do is water it down as if, well, we both make that claim. No, we don't. One side are the experts in the group. The other side are politicians who have an interest in hiding part of that information. And all you did was side with the argument that there was not a problem. I mean, it's objectively obvious to see, especially now that it's come out that they were wrong.
And that is always the way that people interpret these. We look at it as all of these officials who made recommendations had expertise, and the
Oh yeah, but see, he loves to play word games. No. We're talking about expertise in the actual dynamic. Well, USAID, for example, of people that are actually in the context of delivering food and whether versus politicians who, like, for example, to say you're an Iran expert in the U.S. politics is a laughable joke, as Robert talks about all the time, because what they're experts in is the propaganda narratives. Most of them have never even been to Iran. So the game is about these experts having expertise, but it's really about how we're supposed to manipulate the information. It's what they do for a living.
Secretary valued all of their expertise equally and ultimately took their recommendations, but also dived into the underlying facts and dived into not just looking backwards months and months and months, but what the change in the situation and the change in the delivery of humanitarian assistance when we made that assessment.
So he's just trying to muddy the waters. Did they block it or not, bud? That's what matters. What they're saying is, well, we stood back and we looked at their long-term dynamic and whether they tried. That's what he's really getting at, as he says in a second. Whether they really did best effort to make it better. And yeah, I didn't fix it, but they tried. That has nothing to do with anything. They blocked it. We can prove that. And all you did was lean into the idea that maybe they didn't mean to, some kind of abstract nonsense. The point is, he's not accidentally doing that. He's lying. That's what his job is, to obfuscate, for Israel, it seems, but obfuscate.
And found that to be just as important as the events that had happened in the previous months. And the report's language reflected all of that. We were quite transparent about how we had seen the situation change over time.
Wait a second.
Clearly represented by the shock and awe of the people in the room. Clearly represented, but nobody agrees but Matt.
I don't understand how you can say the secretary valued all their expertise equally when he rejected the side that
so you can value someone's expertise and still disagree with. I value very much your reporting, Matt. I disagree with some of the stories that you write. You can value.
Well, first of all, I question that.
You can value someone's expertise and still disagree at times with their recommendations when you have conflicting information. It's just,
wait, so there was conflicting information?
You had conflicting assessments from different bureaus inside the department.
Okay, but assessments were based on facts on the ground, right?
They were based on.
Right?
They were.
What was happening on the ground?
So
right.
It's not just.
Right was the answer, Matt. Correct. But it wasn't, though. You see, one side had facts on the ground, which is what Matt's getting at. The other side had a political perspective. And they spoke to Israel and they said, well, what's going on, Israel? Oh, here's what happened. Well, one side has facts on the ground and can see that aid was blocked and we can prove it. The other side is like, well, let's consider the contextual reality of how Israel's dealing with BS. That's what they're doing. It's very simple. And Matt, it clearly is no BS in this, which is why I like his work in here.
Unless one of these two bureaus just got it wrong and didn't, then they were giving their their assessment was based on the facts.
No,
right?
It is not just the.
He said no, by the way, but I don't think he meant to. But that's funny how it sounded.
Assessment of facts on the ground, but how facts changed over time, which is one of the things we laid out in the report.
There you go. Simple. So the facts on the ground prove they blocked aid. But when we let it go on for another 6 months and we go, well, they did their best effort to try to, it doesn't change the fact that they deliberately blocked the aid, which, by the way, a child can see today because it's been proven 40,000 times over. But because Israel did their best, or at least they told Matt on the phone that, and he didn't care to believe, it doesn't even matter if he believes it or not. They said it, and I'm going to repeat that. The bottom line is Israel did their best to change it, and we're going to stick it out until the end. That's what he ultimately about to say.
That if you looked at the actions by the government of Israel, and as important as actions at time inaction, things that we had recommended they do that they didn't take, we concluded that some of the actions they took and some of the inactions, things that they hadn't done, had led to a slowdown in delivery of humanitarian assistance.
No, Matt. Not a slowdown. A deliberate blocking of aid, which is what the facts showed, and you damn well know that. He's muddying the waters. This is political gobbledygook.
But we had intervened with them, and they had taken a number of meaningful steps in another direction.
Oh, did they? Well, gee, I wonder, the next question, which Matt will ask, is, well, did it change then?
That led us to make the assessment that we did.
To the point where now everything is just fine.
As I said, it is an ongoing assessment, and we.
Oh, okay, so they didn't listen then. So you said do this, they didn't, and it's an ongoing process. So the only ongoing process is you said do something and they didn't do it, so it's ongoing. That's got to be pretty damn embarrassing for this moron. But people see through it today because it's obvious. You can't just lie that clumsily about, well, we're trying to ceasefire with Hamas, but we can't let Hamas be part of the ceasefire, right? Without people going, okay, these people are clowns. They're desperate. They're lost. They're complicit in genocide. And I think the world sees this. Now, the only thing we should be hoping for here is accountability around that and the immediate stopping of murdering of innocent people. But they don't want that. So they're going to keep dragging this out. That's why we're trying to find ways to stop this outside of the U.S. government having a sudden conscience, because it doesn't. But that's pretty sad, isn't it? The obvious nature of what they're doing. The deliberate misrepresentation of knowing and the evidence proving that they blocked this aid. And that's the best you got. These are supposed to be the representations of the rules-based order, right? It is depressing at the end of the day because some people want, we should be relying on one entity to save us all from something, but it's sad to see that the group, people want to believe this is the shining beacon of something. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Don't let that be the alternative, but they are not that. Now, here's what Haaretz wrote. So as these people are gaslighting for the most obvious genocidal entity on the planet today, here's what their own corporate media says in Israel. Hamas surprised Israel with an organized attack. Israel surprised Hamas by expelling the residents of the northern Gaza Strip. But more than it surprised Hamas, Israel surprised itself when it decided to leave hostages behind. It's another of a long string of scathing articles showing you that the Israeli government doesn't give an shit about its people. Just like your government. That's what they're all screaming as they march through the streets, but you're not going to see that because the Western media is corrupt. Now let's talk about why your government doesn't seem to want to care about that. Whether it's Trump or Kamala, mind you. We're going to make a big point about that. Now, this is just on the Trump side of this, and I think it's important because he seems to be the one that people think is going to save the world from the rising problems. And what's funny is, it doesn't even seem that you get that sentiment from the Democrats about Kamala, which is rather just joy and positive change, I guess. It's like a kind of like a lesser version of Obama. But the funny, I don't mean that like in any other sense that, hope and change kind of a dynamic. But what's funny is that they're all actively doing the same things in different levels. And I mean, really, if you come back to the main point of what is clearly the central point in all these problems, they're all blindly acquiescing to that. Now, here is Donald Trump back in 2019, making a case not just about Israel and the government, but Israelis, generally speaking. As the Times of Israel writes, Trump says Israelis should be immune from international criminal court. Friday's statement marks the second time, twice, U.S., and up until this point anyway, the U.S. administration explicitly vows to protect citizens of Israel from prosecution. Think about that. So we're not going to allow this, not Israeli government or military, citizens of Israel to be persecuted, or rather specifically held accountable by the International Criminal Court. But by the way, it's the same thing it did in this country in regard to Iraq war criminals or Afghanistan. But the point was making sure you understand that Trump at that time was doing the same thing, blindly. You can't just broad stroke this. What if they committed a mass atrocity? No, not Israelis, though. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy, no matter how you spin it. Well, I'm going to go through a couple of new clips you might not have seen, but I'll start with the one you have, realizing that this is what they all think, but they don't all say out loud. That seems to be one of Trump's kind of failures overall, is that he tends to say the quiet part out loud because he thinks it gives him a boost, right? He's speaking in front of an Israeli audience and he says the thing you're kind of supposed to say. He does that all the time. Maybe it's by design. You can decide for yourself. But here are a bunch of clips, but I'm not going to play them all. The one I'm going to play is right here. Two of them, well, the point is one of them is about tracking the biometric wall, which is coming. They all want that, Kamala included. The idea of the COVID-19 jab being very good and still saving lives, which we all know isn't true. That's right up until this moment. He still blindly pushes that, it's not that he doesn't hate on it. He blindly still says that it saves lives. And if you get it, you don't get sick. He still says that. Everybody knows that's not true. But the point I want to play is the idea of how Congress, rightfully so, used to be controlled by Congress. That's a quote. Rightfully so. Or Israel used to control Congress. And he's going to make it that way again.
The biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress.
Very clear. It's a very public radio appearance, rightfully so, over Congress. There's no misunderstanding that. Again, there's 4 other clips I have where he's saying some other form of the same thing, which I'll include.
You know, Israel was the most powerful lobby in the country 15 years ago. Today, between TLAV and AOC and all of these people, what they're doing, Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
You'll give it to them.
Yeah, I'm good.
And the other one, he says, today they wouldn't be in politics, right? AOC and TLAV and the rest today, if it was like it was then, they wouldn't be in politics. Okay, so you're admitting openly that Israel controls who's in U.S. politics, or at least that's how he sees it. There's no way to misunderstand that. So these ones were about him saying, shut the internet down with Bill Gates because of ISIS joiners. It's just crazy how people ignore all these red flags. Here he is saying, take the guns away, due process later. Those are for different conversations. But this was about this conversation. So I'll include these other 2 clips as well, both of which in a Trump rally, advanced Trump rally, where they had seemingly more Israeli flags behind them than American flags. And they were introduced by Miriam Adelson and speaking to an audience all about pro-Israel dynamics. And why would you have Israeli flags behind you at a Trump rally for an American presidency? Good question. But both of them you could watch as one I just explained are saying the same things. Here are clips from Trump's recent campaign event. Trump openly states Israel used to control the U.S. Congress, and he says that it will again when he's president. Now, for all the people down there going, that's not what it says, it's explicitly what it says. And he's repeated it over and over again. These are either bots or people that just don't want to hear it because it upsets them. Now, here's Miriam Adelson, Sheldon Adelson's wife, as he's now passed, who was telling you he did all these things for us. He gave us the Golan Heights. He moved Jerusalem, none of which he had the legal authority to do, all of which were criminal acts, according to the international community. Doesn't matter. And I'm going to play clips here that I added to this thread, which are pretty damn concerning. Telling you that, well, I'll let it speak for itself.
Entire world, and you have to take it that it is a wake-up call. Get smart. Instead, even here in America, Jewish citizens have been forced to endure the worst outbreak of anti-Semitism in many generations. And so many people shockingly even deny the attack.
Hold on, I'm going to come back with that one since I'm going to go into anti-Semitism after. I thought I had that one at the end.
As I promised, I recognize Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Jerusalem became the capital. I also recognize...
And the reason that was necessary for the Israeli agenda is because that's not how the Jerusalem dynamic was supposed to be different based on the actual 2-state solution, right? But Trump gave it to him, so too late. It's like there's no legitimacy to anything they're doing. And if you go back, I mean, even Israel used to pretend they wanted that. They never did. That's obviously clear. That's why they funded Hamas, to make sure they were divided according to even Haaretz. But what he did was just hand it to them. Here's Golan Heights. Here's Jerusalem. And none of this was legitimate.
Recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights.
Syrian territory. There's no reason anywhere in the world why that would make sense. But of course, because you don't care about illegal occupation, not in Syria, not in Afghanistan, not in Iraq, not in Palestine, not in Syria for Israel, right? Not Lebanon for Israel. It doesn't matter. We can illegally occupy whoever we want because that's who they are. Don't misunderstand that. That's not an accident. They do not follow the rules and laws they force on everybody else. What he's saying is we gave them land that they took illegally from Syria, according to everybody was standing in the conversation, because he wanted to.
You know, Miriam and Sheldon would come.
Adelson, what I was just talking about.
Come into the White House probably almost more than anybody.
See my point? Quiet part out loud. He's trying to see, speaking to the Israeli American Council, right? Another Zionist influential platform that has little to do with anything other than controlling U.S. politics and using PACs to influence politics. But what's funny is this part is meant to like show them he will do this again, right? That I'll lean to your interests. That's what he's trying to demonstrate, but he does it in a very loud way that makes average people go, well, that's weird. Why are these Israeli oligarchs coming to the White House more than anybody? Shouldn't it be somebody with American interests? You'd think.
More than anybody outside of people that work there. And they were always after, and as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel.
Always for Israel, not for the United States.
As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I'd say, give me a couple of weeks, will you please?
Right. Just constantly getting stuff from Trump, using your tax dollars, right? Using his time that's supposed to be in the interest of Americans for another country. Number one.
But I gave them the Golan Heights and they never even asked for it.
Oh, really? I don't believe that. I think it's pretty clear that they asked for it. He's said that otherwise, by the way. Again, he's trying to beef himself up for the crowd. I gave him it illegally, even though they didn't even ask for it. He's already said before that they asked him for it, that he made this clear in many responses. So Trump's a liar. We should know that by now. They're all liars. They lean into what they want you to think in all cases. But what's crazy about it is both Kamala and Trump are doing this in every way. They are fighting to display themselves as more pandering to Israel than the other. That should be terrifying for Americans that actually care about foreign influence. All of it, from anybody.
For 72 years, they've been trying to do the Golan Heights, right?
Yeah, since their illegal occupation of Palestine, right in the beginning, they've been trying to take Syrian land. Yep, clear.
And even Sheldon didn't have the nerve. But I said, you know what? I said to David Friedman, give me a quick lesson, like 5 minutes or less on the Golan Heights. And
oh, good. So he educated himself, right? Hey, Israeli, tell me what I need to know about the land you want. Now, yes, he is supposed to be. The point is, David Friedman is one of many Zionists that influence the U.S. political dynamic. And the bottom line, as an ambassador himself, is the middle of bridge there. And the bottom line is he is a shockingly open Zionist for Israel's interest at the expense of everything. Friedman, open. Look at his work. Look what he says. The bottom line is that he would give Donald Trump an outline that this is our land. Evil bad guys have it. Syria's bad guy. Syria Arabs want to kill all Jews, so we want it, and that's for our safety. And Trump goes, oh, okay. So this is my point about why Trump, whether or not he is aware he's doing it, it's the same point. They use his hubris. Oh, you're going to surround yourself with the most educated people? Clearly not. You're going to surround yourself with what you're told are the most educated people by the people controlling what you do, which means you're going to be played. Even if you think he's not, I'm of the mind that he's far more involved, but even if not, there it is right there. He gave you a 5-minute lesson on land disputes that are stolen from other countries. Yeah, you need a bit more than 5 minutes to understand the dynamic around Golan Heights that Israel wants to steal because of massive water resources and others, as well as the high ground to be able to bomb down, which they've been doing ever since, bombing into Syria, which in reverse was not happening despite the constant claims to the effect. And he just got told lies and dumped it over, even though he doesn't have the legal ability to do that.
he did, and I said, let's do it. We got it done in about 15 minutes, right?
Think about how disgusting that is. Oligarch billionaires in back rooms signing papers to say, here, take this land illegally. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. That's who these people are. They're making back room deals about everything that affects your life that has nothing to do with you or your interests. Constantly. Here's the next one.
All across our land, you've seen Jewish Americans.
Oh, wait, maybe that was the wrong one. So I'll end with this one. Sorry, I guess this was the right one first time.
The entire world, and you have to take it that it is a wake-up call. Get smart. Instead, even here in America, Jewish citizens have been forced to endure the worst outbreak of anti-Semitism in many generations. And so many people shockingly even deny the attack took place. This is a new thing. I saw it recently where they're interviewing people. They said, well, we don't know if there was an attack. I don't know. It's just so terrible.
I don't even know what he's talking about. Is he trying to act like he's just trying to make a point about denying Holocaust, but trying to clumsily overlapping with October 7th? I mean, there's plenty of discussions about how they might have allowed it, but is anybody anywhere pretending it didn't happen? We know for a fact they've lied about a lot. Fact easily proven to be the vast majority of these anti-Semitic attacks. And that was proven by corporate media in many cases. That was proven in police investigation. Even in Congress, in congressional settings, they were forced to admit these things never happened. But they just keep lying anyway. But see, he is speaking to a certain audience.
And there were people I read.
Or certain financial backers.
Many times during the Holocaust, we had people denying it. They were deniers. They said, we don't believe it ever took place. And
so see right there, he's just cobbling it together. What he said was during, but then said they never took place. Well, that doesn't make sense. How could you say it didn't take place while it was happening? He's just leaning into the narratives. It's what he does.
It's a terrible thing when they say that. I never thought I would see anything like what is happening right now. I never thought you'd ever see a thing like this ever happen. It's beyond belief. 15 years
I don't even think he knows what he's talking about right there.
ago, Israel was the strongest
lobby, if you want to use the word lobby, had the strongest representation of people like this. These are great people, Miriam.
Miriam. So just so it's clear, he's talking about Miriam, and she is not a lobbyist for AIPAC. She is a Israeli oligarch who's acting in the interest of Israel and openly says West Bank annexation is what she wants, and he agreed. It's illegal. In every stretch of the imagination, even according to U.S. law and U.S. political stance, it's illegal. But he took $100 million and said, okay. And so what he's telling you right there is that he's pointing at them who aren't even lobbyists necessarily. They're just people giving him money for the interest of Israel. And he's telling you right there, that's influencing his decision-making process.
But you'd ever see a thing like this, John? 15 years ago, Israel was the strongest lobby, if you want to use the word lobby.
So he's using that as kind of a euphemism for just Israeli government influence over U.S. politics.
Strongest representation of people like this. These are great people, Miriam. But the strongest there was, if you said something about a Jewish person or something about Israel that was bad, you were out of politics.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. You said Israel bombed children. Oh, you're out of politics, man. Can't say anything bad about Israel. I'm sure people will try. That's not what he meant. His words have meaning. You don't know what he meant any more than I know what he meant. We're taking what his words say and we're reading. And the point is, he said that over and over now, many times. Rightfully so. Israel controlled Congress, right? You can't keep pretending that he's not saying exactly what he's talking about. He thinks that they're supposed to control us. Hopefully you're paying attention.
Unless your name was Ted Cruz, he could get through.
The last one is about the anti-Semitism.
Harassed and attacked across our land.
And don't forget what we're talking about, which has, by the way, been proven that the ADL took every single Palestinian protest and called it an anti-Semitic event, which I guarantee some of them exist. Many of them have already been shown to have been outright fabrications, very clearly. That's not my opinion. But the point is that some of them sure exist. But if you label every Palestinian event as anti-Semitic, that's why you saw 400%. That's what they're all pointing to. Every time this conversation comes up, that's what the dark cloud of anti-Semitism, it's all because of that false number coming from the ADL, using anybody wearing a certain flag or saying a certain, none of which is even remotely anti-Semitic. It could be, if you want to be racist about something and say, my point is by saying from the river to the sea does not mean anything other than what those words mean. You could argue that means I want to destroy Israel in that context, but that still wouldn't even be anti-Semitic because you're talking about a country. The only way it becomes that is by them claiming, if you say that, therefore you mean all the Jews. That's what you're doing. You are putting that lens over there. The fact is, that's not even the reality. It's the exact opposite today, and it's growing. But he's going to tell you, because of this allegation that's already been proven to be false, not to say that it doesn't exist in racism, but at the point of the rising cloud, he wants to do something about that. And if you don't recognize that's the same thing Clinton was saying, the same thing the corporate media and CNN were talking about, that we need to stop anti-Semitism, how do you think he's going to do that? First of all, that would be hate speech, ladies and gentlemen, whether you want to call it that or not, to avoid how close you're getting to the left right now, because you're the same thing. It's about stopping hate speech. That's not a crime. We can all say being racist is disgusting. That's up if you want to say that. I agree. You're a gross person, but you have a right to say it under free speech. But apparently Trump and Elon Musk and the rest of them who are partnered with the ADL and are currently censoring those things don't think that. But you can keep lying to yourself. So when he says, I'm going to step in the first day and tackle this problem, what do you think that means? Is he going to strangle your throat? Is he going to come tap you on the wrist? No, they're going to take government action to stop you from saying those things. Especially when it means the Israeli government committed a crime and they call that anti-Semitism. Same difference. And you think Trump's going to somehow make that distinction? He's not. He's already doing it right now when he says all of this anti-Semitism, when we know that's a lie.
Seen Jewish Americans harassed and attacked and terrorized by anti-Semites and Hamas sympathizers.
Oh, Hamas sympathizers? See, this is how lazy this is. You could just call them Palestinian or the point is that the vast majority of them, as you can listen to them say themselves, don't support Hamas. They support the act of resistance, but they do not support, just like I would say, you can argue of an act of resistance that'd be supported by damn near anybody because they're supporting the resistance of the Palestinian state. But Hamas is funded by Israel. So why would I support Hamas? See, that's a consistent stance. Because I don't support the organization because I'm worried that there is still influence from Israel. I think it's a valid point. But I can also argue that it's changed over the years because it has gotten, I think obviously has lost control over it to some degree since 2006. But I guarantee as they still funded them up until October 7th that they have influence there. So I'm arguing very clearly, other than them going wink, wink, see all this means Hamas, that the most of them do not out of principle. But it doesn't even matter. The point is they're not talking about Hamas, but they're talking about people that support Palestine. But it doesn't matter because it's all about getting to the point where tricking Republicans into going after that, which comes around and bites you in the butt, where they then censor you, claiming that what you do, oh, you're wearing a red hat, you anti-Semite. Did we all forget that already? Apparently so.
I can't believe what we've been witnessing over the last year. Actually, I've watched it in great detail. I've watched it, and I've watched it take place. It's hard to believe. Yet, despite presiding over this explosion of anti-Semitism, Kamala Harris has done absolutely nothing. She has not lifted a single finger to protect you or to protect your children or to even protect you with words. I'm here today to tell the Jewish American community that this ugly tide of anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas bigotry and hate will be turned back and crushed starting at noon on January 20th, 2025.
Oh, good. So the moment he's elected, he's going to suppress your speech. Woo! Free speech, boo! Right? That's what you're doing. There's no way around it. But you're going to see that because the people screaming about free speech savior Elon Musk are going to go, oh, but not that though, because that's bad. Or just be quiet about it because you don't want to call out your side. That's cowardice. That's childish. Kamala Harris, huh? Because she's in charge? It's just lazy arguments. Look, I will be the first to tell you that Biden probably can't tie his own shoes. But to pretend, even though you can't definitively prove this, that Kamala is just the one that's responsible for everything is lazy. Because she didn't take action. She's not the president. Now, I will argue that it's certainly possible that that's how this worked out, but they don't know that any more than you do. That they just want to use it because that way we can claim Biden's track record is now Kamala's, even though that's not how it's ever worked with a VP, but it doesn't matter. Because none of these people are honest, not even the ones following them, acting like they're actual followers, trying to get you to follow too. That's the mainstream alternative media and all these partisan screamers. They're in this for a very different reason than you think you're fighting for. Believe that. Now here is what's going on. Here's Josh Hawley, one of the many Zionist manipulators out there screaming in lies in defense of Israel, shouting down somebody from one of these colleges because they wouldn't call long live the Intifada hate speech. Now ask yourself how it makes sense to see a Republican screaming about suppressing hate speech. Why? Because you're all the same thing. I shouldn't even say it like that because that's not going to reach the people that I want it to. They're the same thing. The left and the right of the government, guys, they're just driving you in a position to rationalize the suppression of your speech. And really, it doesn't matter what point you give them. You give them this tomorrow, everything suddenly anti-Semitism because they can then suppress it. That's how this works. You give them an inch, they take 47 miles every time. There's going to be used against you. And Trump's going to roll it in. And whether that becomes some digital ID to stop it and people go along with it, it's going to be the same kind of direction, all leading you in the digital panopticon. I see it building, and I know you do too. It's time to call out these screamers, the partisan people, the mams out there who are constantly lying to you, even though some of you notice it. No, it's not globalism. It's clearly Israel in this case, but we don't want to say that because that's the boo-boo word. We're going to say they're not on your side if they're doing that. Now here, they're trying to convince you that long live the Intifada is some hate speech. Now, even if you think it means terrorism, which it doesn't, it's not hate speech. And this is, guys, the right-wing conversation, trying to convince you that this is not just hate speech, but we need to stop this, that they, as college leaders, are supposed to be stopping them from saying these things. How can we not see how easy that is? Again, if you've forgotten that they called you all anti-Semites because you were you're a right-wing Nazi, right? Red hat means anti-Semites. Look at them saying, we hate Jews. They were all framing you like that. Now suddenly you're doing that to the other side? How are you this easy to manipulate? Now, to be clear, Intifada does not mean anything other than resistance, struggle. Of course, you could use it as a bad word. I could use the word revolution to mean all sorts of terrible things, or it could mean the American Revolution. Right? You can say, long live the revolution. It's the same damn thing. The only reason they call intifada bad is because they want you to think of some evil Muslim terrorist when you think of that word. They are playing on your ignorance. Now, obviously, I could say that and mean terrible things. But to pretend that it is that no matter what is an Israeli propaganda interest. There's a reason people are saying long live the resistance. Because right now, the world is changing, whether you like it or not. And people around the world, and who knows, maybe even if it's a positive step to begin with, it could lead to worst position. That's just the way the world works. But nonetheless, I will always still side on what's right for people resisting occupation, for the people that are stepped on. The countries, Africa entirely, it seems. Most of these countries are seeing an opening and are pushing back, and they are trying to crush them. This is what they're doing. This is what they're leading. The crushing of any resistance to authoritarian power. But last thing, but don't forget the whole Musk and you watch this movie, you side with the resistance. You watch this movie, you side with the resistance. In real life, you side with the empire. They are the empire. Elon Musk and Trump and Kamala and Biden, they are the empire, and you're siding with them. But meanwhile, the resistance, you're calling terrorists.
That any student targeted on campus, a Jewish student.
Will you condemn this right here? Right here. Long live the Intifada. Will you?
By the way, isn't it funny that isn't that exactly what the left was being called out for? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Right? You're the same thing.
Condemning Jewish students on a campus is being targeted, and the Office of Civil Rights should successfully be given funding.
Will you condemn this as hate speech?
I think that can be hate speech, but I don't think it's automatically hate speech.
That's a very valid argument. That's exactly what I'm saying. See, this is logical. Of course, I could say long live the Intifada while holding a Nazi symbol or whatever, and you could say, well, that's it. You're using that to mean bad things. That's how context matters. But even then, you can't really know what they're thinking, so it's still the same kind of manipulation. But again, obviously, even if it was hate speech, that's not a crime, ladies and gentlemen. It's protected under free speech, but these people don't care because they're not really fighting for your free speech or anything that works for you. But what she's saying is that, yes, it can be, but we don't know that. It could also just mean long live the resistance. And not the American Revolution was the resistance. But here's how they respond.
The problem is that there's nuance I'm trying to introduce to this conversation.
What's the nuance when these people are marching and calling for Jews to be killed?
Sir,
no, they're not. See, this guy loves to grandstand. What do you mean? Well, when they're calling for where does it say that? Anywhere. Are they saying that? No. Are they have signs to say that? No. You're reading that sign and going, that means kill the Jews because you're a child or you're a blatant manipulator for Israel. But that's what we're dealing with, guys. Cruz and the rest of them, they're all doing the same thing. This is the right side of the conversation, screaming for censorship.
Sir, because long intifada also means uprising for Palestinians. The way
so it's ambiguous, so it's hard to say. Well, oh my gosh.
Yes. It's a word that has multiple meanings. This guy is he's trying to hide the reality. But think about it like this, guys. If that's the best they could put forward, how do you not see that they're manufacturing this? Aren't they the ones telling you that there's some dark rising cloud? They're marching through the streets going, we'll kill the Jew. But then you don't seem to have that evidence. All you have is this and going, that's what it means? Yeah, because it's not happening. They are just whole cloth manufacturing this to save a dying entity.
Okay, let's try another one. What about this?
Please, audience will please.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's fine. We know what you think, right? Exactly. I mean, I think you've made it clear. Those who were cheering earlier when Senator Cruz was asking about the attempts to destroy and kill Jews.
There's a video that went around where they were taking out of context because the microphone only picked up the one moment where he was saying basically what it seems to me. The guy was simply saying that all you're doing is talking about the Jews. Talk about the Israelis, right? And they got the last part of it. Goes the Jews, and that's all they highlight. And Cruz used it. Because that's what they do. And let's even say for sake of conversation, the guy was a racist. What does that have to mean about, so because he is, everybody anywhere who disagrees with you is now a racist? Well, that's how the government tends to frame things because they're dishonest.
Let's just be clear about what's going on here, because here's what's happening at this hearing. We can't talk about anti-Semitism without also talking about something else. The message that's being sent today at this hearing today is anti-Semitism isn't enough. The attempts to kill Jews on campuses, that's not a conversation worthy of discussion.
See, it's just lazy. All you just did was conflate what they're doing behind you with killing Jews. That's not even objectively, that's not even intellectually, it's false. I mean, period. He's holding a sign where it says there is only one solution. Right. So you want to pretend that means some kind of Nazi reference. They're talking about a two-state or one-state solution. I can't know for sure which one they mean, but that's what they're talking about. It's everywhere. That is a common sign we've seen. Now, usually I think it means one state. That's why it's phrased that way. But to somehow what he's trying to make you think is the final solution, despite the fact that Israel literally worked with Nazi Germany during the final solution. But let's not talk about the facts. Let's continue to conflate calls for actual self-determination in the end of the war with the idea of hating Jews, because that's all you have.
Discussion. You've got to add something else to it. So if you want to kill Jews, oh, well, we can't talk about that unless we also talk about...
How lazy. Even he starts by saying Palestine. Now he just jams it in to say we can't talk about killing Jews without talking about this. You're conflating even anti-Semitism with killing of all Jews. You realize that other people than Jews are Semites? In most cases, they're not even Semites. The bottom line is, because somebody has racist sentiments does not mean they want to go as far as to kill somebody even. I'm not even defending racist sentiments. You've heard me denounce these 1,000 times. If you think people are bad because of their religion, race, or you're a disgusting person and should be called out. But for him to go as far as to claim that anybody supporting Palestine not just hates Jews, not just is anti-Semitic, but wants to kill all of them, no matter what, because that's just a blanket statement, this person is deserving of ridicule. Quite frankly, I think they know that. I think most people think they're stupid. But as we've seen from the beginning, they've lost all credibility because of their support for genocide, but they keep doing it. Why? Is it funding? Is it blackmail? I don't know, but it doesn't make sense, does it?
15 other things, and now we have a witness sitting here who will not condemn the attempts on these campuses that are blatantly anti-Semitic tropes.
Not even remotely. See, that he's playing. What he means by that is that's what that really means. Wink, wink. We know secretly what you mean. Nope, that's dumb. That's ignorant, right? That's like everything else we've talked about, saying this but meaning that. This is all they have, which means they're lying to you.
Nazi tropes to try and kill Jews.
See?
What about this one? There's only one solution. Is that a national organic human rights movement?
No, sir. I trust that's in reference to Holocaust, and that's
I would think.
No, it's not. You see, she's just trying to lean into this because it works for her in the moment, because they're attacking her. How in the world would that mean? I mean, guys, it's just lazy. But even if it did, does one sign represent every single person fighting for self-determination for the Palestinian state?
Kill solution. Okay, what about this? What about this? Glory to our martyrs.
Yes. See, he's playing on the scare tactics they've been shoving down your throat for your entire life. A martyr is somebody who's been killed by Israel, right? It could be a fighter or it could be a child that was murdered in their bed. They're considered martyrs. That's all it means. So when you say glory to our martyrs on a hospital building, it means glory to the people you murdered, Israel. That's what it means. He wants you to think it means terrorists because he's either that stupid or that dishonest.
Again, I don't understand the point of messaging like that. I don't know what that means.
So this guy's a dog with a bone. He's just rabidly going after what he wants her to say and what he wants you to think, because that's what politicians do. They're liars. There's no way around it. Now, there's no way to argue that there's no racism. But to pretend, one, that every single person fighting for Palestine is racist is just simply dishonest. But on top of that, again, to the point we're making, these are Republicans actively calling for censorship. Doesn't that concern Republicans who think you're fighting Democrats trying to censor you based on culture war points or social war? I mean, this is woke right. It's what it is. Now here is Richie Torres introducing the No Foreign Gifts Act. You know what that means? A bipartisan bill, of course, because it's always bipartisan when it has to do with Israel, because they blindly all are in one direction, that would ban foreign nations that fund terrorism, which, by the way, is arbitrary. Terrorism is whatever they say it is. Saudi Arabia doesn't apply. Israel doesn't apply. All the most obvious terrorists in the world doesn't apply, right? But Iran or somebody else. But here's the point. Banning them from donating to American universities. Okay, why is any foreign government donating to American universities? Doesn't that seem weird? Especially since there's many points going around right now how there are universities who are profiting from the war. Doesn't that seem a little bit counterintuitive? But either way, the obvious point is there's no reason any foreign government should be funding American schools. That seems pretty weird to me. Now, you could argue it's because they want to help, whatever, but it's education. Or whatever you want to pretend we're doing with our Prussian-based obedient workers school system, which is what it's literally based on, Prussian with a P. But the bottom line is that means they could influence what you're taught. Why would we ever, we're all screaming about national security, but here, Israel, fund our education. Doesn't that, yeah, that's stupid. But here's the point. They're only going to stop what they don't like, right? Which none of it should be allowed, in my opinion, but you're going to say, no, Russia, no, China, but yes, Israel, go ahead. Yes, Saudi Arabia, go ahead and fund our children. Doesn't that seem stupid? It's blind support in the interest of Zionism at the expense of you. AIPAC Tracker made an excellent point. What happened to all those free speech absolutists? Why are they silent about the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act? Which, don't you think Trump, that's what they're all leaning into right now, which is about to criminalize criticism of Israel. We have to realize what this is. We've already talked about this. They're just putting out this track AIPAC thing. It's HR 6090 or S4127, which will become one thing when they all pass it. And the idea is that this is using, I think I had the, I forgot the quote around this. I think it's the Holocaust Memorial definition, or what's the term? I forget the term of the group. Anyway, it's based on the group built around that. And their point is that any criticism of Israel at all, anything, even criticism of Zionism, is anti-Semitism, therefore is illegal. That's what your government is passing, bipartisan. So how is that different than censoring hate speech? It's not. They just simply now say anything they want to censor is hate, is anti-Semitism, which, by the way, in their minds is part of hate speech. So you're all the same thing. That's a sad reality to recognize, because this is coming and they're using this. I thought I had it on the back. Oh, geez, look at this. Hold on, let me jump this down here. We'll come back to that. So, forward, the article here is writing, Senate to advance the contentious bill to crack down on anti-Israel activity on campuses, even though that's legal. I'm against a country, right? Not allowed to, though, because to them, with this new bill, if you're against Israel, that's against the law. You could be against China, you could be against Russia, you could be against it, but not Israel, though. That's against the law. That should make you uncomfortable. There's no way in the world this aligns with what we pretend we believe in this country, with the idea of our rights, constitutional and otherwise. How does this make sense outside of protecting Israel against you, against your rights, despite what you believe and what you pretend this is? How do you not freak out about this? You should. I'm speaking to all the open-minded people out there, left or right, voting or not. You see this. Don't be quiet about this. Don't pretend like, don't be cowed into the position from all these screamers that this election is just so important that we have to ignore all this just until afterward. No, they do it every time. Most important thing every time. It's going to be the same damn thing in 4 years from now, where they're trying to drive you right back into the same position. Time for something different. Here is that group Trump was speaking to. It says, get ready to be inspired at the IAC National Summit 2024. Our lineup of speakers includes leaders, activists, influencers. Well, guess who is a lead speaker? Donald Trump. You got Donald Trump. You got Michael Rappaport. All these lovely, terrible people. Ooh, Alan Dershowitz, Mr. Epstein himself. I only wear my underwear. Right. Elon Levy. All these real great people, right? Guys, I know there are Republicans out there that recognize how horrible, like, terrifyingly disgusting these people are. Trump is the keynote speaker. Hey, Miriam Adelson. Doesn't this bother people? This is about people. This is and the one I'm going to get to here is His Royal Highness Reza Pahlavi. That is the son of the Shah. Operation Ajax, the illegal operation that overthrew the Iranian government and spun it into a terrifying reality for everybody but the oligarchy that Israel and the U.S. kept in comfort, and everybody else was starving when terrible. It was terrible. Despite the narratives of the U.S. government, it's objectively the reality everywhere else in the world. It's easy to prove. Then in 79, they took their country back, right? And then from there forward, they called terrorists, even though it's obviously not the reality. They're trying to convince you. And what the point to make here is not only that Israel, but that this all is being tied back to Iran. Right now, Trump and Kamala are going to be driving the idea that Iran is the focal point because that's what Israel wants. There is nothing that makes this make sense. Here he is, Reza Pahlavi. Tomorrow I will address, and this was on the 20th. Looks like this happened. The Islamic Republic wages war on Iran. Wait, as the Islamic Republic wages war on Iran, Israel and the U.S. and the Arab world, we face a historic struggle. So all he's trying to frame it as is that Iran is against this. The people of Iran, that's never been the case. Now, there are very clearly people who don't agree with the current government, but they are not calling for support from the outside. They make this point every time. What you get are people like this. The Israeli-funded leaders, rulers outside of these areas. We've already caught them multiple times. Caitlin Johnson was written about it every time, trying to manipulate Iran yet again. And they fail every time. They do not want outside influence, but they definitely have, just like with this country, half the country hates the current government. Does that mean some other country should step in and fix it for us? That's what it is. That's what the U.S. pretends. The bottom line is this is clearly building towards this. And they've been doing this for a very long time. To Iranian regime change yet again for the interest of the Greater Israel Project, what Israel's trying to accomplish in the area at the expense of everybody, including the peoples of every country. DD Geopolitics, the exiled prince, gives his unsolicited opinion. It says, this is not a national patriotic war. Do not fall victim to the apocalyptic ambitions of Khomeini and the Iranian leadership and his corrupt associates of the Iranian rulership. Turn back on your Iranian regime and stand by the Iranian people. The exiled leader. It's funny how these are, and my point from before, whether it's, Africa, whether it's South America, it's happening everywhere right now. There's a massive push to try to shift pieces in control of what they're trying to accomplish. Desperately, I would say. Even if they manage to overthrow some of these countries right now, I think the Zionism is on the way out. It's never going to go away like any other ideology, but it is on the idea of what it is, and its influence is waning. Good, because they're maniacs. It's just not even up for debate. Look at what they're doing. My point is that this is what Iran, or rather Trump and Kamala and the rest of them are being driven to because of Israeli interests. As Sal the Agris points out, and this is that classic meme we've seen many times, Iran wants war. Look how close they put their country to our military bases. This is not a joke. There's far more than this that we even know about. The reality is that they have completely encircled Iran, both by the occupied countries and the bases they built right along their border, and constantly act like Iran is always threatening. Even though, as we've said earlier, whether it's China or anybody else, they have not been in the wars that we've seen both Israel and the United States conducting near daily. But they always want you to think it's somehow their fault secretly, despite the actions going directly back to what they do. The actions of Israel and the United States on the claim of bad guy Iran. Don't forget John Bolton, for example, during Trump's administration. The limpet mines, remember that whole dynamic? The whole fiasco that turned out to be absolute lies from Bolton? It came out later that it was just Iranian boats moving in their harbor, that they saw and they said, oh, it's a credible threat. They just used it. They made it up, and they used it as a credible threat, which turned out to be nothing. Fabricated limpet mines, which also got exposed, all to try to usher in some war for Israel. And they failed. That itself could have been a massive war. That's one that I forget to even bring up. Trump loves to claim he didn't start new wars, but that could have been a war easily, and it would have been if they'd succeeded. That's what they wanted. Venezuela, the regime change could have blown up into a massive war. Same thing with the assassination of Soleimani. So that's why. So that's Iran, same point. Either one of those could have spun out into major wars. It just didn't. Doesn't mean it didn't start. That was trying to start those things. The reality, though, is they're driving you to this position. Daniel McAdams points out this. It's a clip from a Ron Paul show talking about America isn't located in the Middle East. American troops should only defend America. And Daniel says, what a novel idea. The U.S. military should actually protect, the United States. But see, they love to make the argument that this is protecting us, even though what they're doing is not in the interest of Americans. It's only in the interest of Israel, not even the Israeli people, but the Israeli government. And that they say that's in our interest, but it's not. What they do drives these things back home. Constantly. Well, I don't mean necessarily military action in the United States. That seems to be building, though, based on what they're doing. It's only a matter of time, and I don't want that. But it seems like that's what Israel's trying to manufacture, if not drive themselves. But overall, it does cause the very problems we're dealing with around the world. It does blow back, and we all know that. Sending your military troops around the world for the interest of a genocidal empire is only going to cause Americans to be unsafe. It's the exact opposite of what they claim they're doing. Dave Smith simply says, Iran poses zero threat to this country. The people advocating war with Iran pose a major threat to this country. They are your enemy. Iran is not. I love that he has the courage to say that, because a lot of his supporters disagree with that. Very Republican leaning, I think. Either way, he's absolutely right. Absolutely 100% right. It doesn't mean that Iran isn't capable technologically speaking, and I don't mean the lie of nuclear weapons, I mean just literally technologically speaking, they very much, even just the population, they could wage a very serious war even against the United States. Clearly, they don't want that. They've demonstrated this 100 times over. Even the current leadership, or even overlapping that with the different dynamics surrounding them in each location, whether they're talking about Syria or Lebanon. The point is that the reactions they've been pushing back, the restraint they've shown over and over and over, or Russia, for example, show you that they had every opportunity 1,000 times over. If they wanted this, they could have had it by now. The only person trying to drive this through the U.S. and their own clumsy actions is Israel. It's obvious. So he's saying they're not a threat to you. The only ones are the ones trying to drive you to war. I would think that's pretty easy to understand. Now, Michael Tracy brings this into the point about Trump supporters. The question is, are the so-called America First Republicans, up to and including Donald Trump, for or against an upcoming war with Iran? Important question to ask yourself if you're out there supporting Donald Trump. Now, we're not the same question, by the way, to Kamala supporters, but what's interesting is it's a different dynamic, but specifically the Republicans. I don't think if you are actually in the mind of America First, how do you frame this as America First? By pretending that they're a threat to us is not America First. That is the exact opposite. One, they're not, but secondarily, this is a foreign country in the Middle East. To simply say that they're going to, well, I mean, the only way to make that make sense would be some kind of an active attack, which doesn't line up with anything they've ever done, or even actions they want to take, or what they claim they're going to do, or even nuclear weapons. I mean, there was 1,000 other people that are far closer and far more dangerous. The bottom line is this is all narrative coming from your government. There, as you would speak to, 100 other things that are needed in this country before we even discuss that. So if you're getting all amped up about going to war for Israel against a foreign country, maybe you should reflect on what America First actually means. Now let me show you what that means in the minds of politicians. Anya Prempil points out that she says, I've seen more U.S. politicians tweeting prayers for Israel over the last hour than I've seen prayers for American people underwater for days. Going back to the disaster, the weather, the hurricane. Why aren't they speaking about that? Or why are they praying for Israel while what they've been doing is committing genocide for a year and occupied countries that are fighting back, which no matter what you think of Lebanon's actions is the provable reality. She says, why do we put up with this occupied government? Americans, wake up. Right. So when she says that, does that mean she's a neo-Nazi? No. As somebody ridiculously accused me of, who I won't even bother naming because I liked his work during COVID-19. The point to acknowledge that this government is obviously, whether through AIPAC or 1,000 other mechanisms, whether you want to call it occupied, influenced, controlled, is a no-brainer. Yes, you could argue that that's the reality based on obvious provable facts, while also not believing that Jews are bad or hating things, believing you're a white supremacist. That's clumsy logic. It's not even logic. It's an assumption based on narratives that you've signed because the government played you to think the skinheads think this way. The Zog argument. Well, yes, because they're using these things to trap you into thinking anyone that says that is this way because they're hiding, just like the Zionist government uses Judaism, they're hiding behind that. You'd think you could piece that together with the COVID-19 narrative and the agenda around that being so complicated, in many cases anyway. My point in saying that is because it's obvious to acknowledge, whether occupied or whatever word, that the Israeli government is 100% influencing our government in ways that are absolutely against their interests and yours. They're being the politicians themselves. So I'm just tired of people accusing you of being a racist for simply pointing out objective facts. But as she says, Americans, wake up. Now, I could have gone a lot further than this. What I decided to do, just like I said the other day, I started going through it and I said, this is just a waste of time. It's everybody. Every single one of them have come out because they're supposed to and said, I think this, or I pray. This didn't happen during other countries' wars. Did you pray for the Sudan? Did you pray for? No, you didn't. Some of them might have in certain occasions, but nope. There's 1,000 examples during these wars that they don't go, I pray for this person suffering. Even during ones we all talk about. Like, I could go off for this example. You get it. There's plenty of things you've seen where the U.S. government pretends to care, but they all didn't, in clear succession, come out and do the dutiful thing they were told they were supposed to do. So what I did this time was like, everyone I see, I'm going to pull aside. And these are all the ones that popped up in my feed. Now ask yourself this. Why is this happening? Well, start with this one. why would Congressman Mike Lauer saying justice for our Marines, good riddance? Why would that pop up in my feed? I'm not following him. I clearly don't follow any politicians for the most part, save for a few just because of certain circumstances. Okay, maybe one you'd understand, right? But 20 of them all in the same day? You get what I'm getting at here? As Elon's over here going, no more bold because I don't like it. I think we get what's going on. I don't follow any of these people. And yet, for some reason, my feed was overwhelmed with U.S. politicians saying, I pray for Israel. I think you know why. So as she's saying, she's seen more in 1 hour than she's seen. There's a reason for that, because we're being algorithmically engineered through Twitter to think that's what we're supposed to be doing. Okay, Congressman Mike Lauer, pretending that this guy's a terrorist, has been killed, even though they murdered hundreds of people in massive civilian buildings. And he was there because he was tricked into being there under the guise of a diplomacy, under the guise that there was a ceasefire underway. And then from the United Nations, using the UN as a ploy as well, they murdered him, along with hundreds of civilians. And that's supposed to be targeted, according to this absolute... I mean, I can't even, it's like, the more you talk about this stuff, you say it enough, and I'm like, you know what, Monster doesn't even do it justice. There needs to be something more for people like this, the Brian Mass of the world. Israel targeted Hezbollah terrorists with precision strikes. Iran responds by launching its civilian. It's the exact opposite, by the way. I mean, provably, according to many different locations. But of course, I said by targeted precise strikes, you mean the buildings that they bombed in Lebanon, killing hundreds of civilians. Even by Israel's account, they admitted that. All to try to kill Nasrallah, which I think it's easy to see they didn't even know for sure until after the fact. How is it possible that there could be anyone left who does not see your Israeli strings? How you possibly can make the argument? I mean, you can at least say that I agree with it, but to call it precision strikes that took down 6 buildings for one person, he's just a liar, guys. He's a bought-off, manipulated liar. I mean, it's like saying, you take anything. The sky is purple. The sky is black. It doesn't even matter. I guess any of those cases could be. The sky is, I don't know, magenta. The point, I guess the sky could be any number of colors. The point is to say something that's just so fundamentally false and just say it anyway, and we all know it's a false. That's a lie. Even by Israel's own account. And it's painful. But, this person responded saying this guy was a terrorist. What about the justice for our 34 fallen shipmates that Israel killed when they attacked our ship? This is the actual account for the U.S.'s Liberty veterans. Of course, that he won't say anything about that because he doesn't care about U.S. citizens being killed. He cares about defending Israeli government actions. So again, here's Representative Brian Mast saying precision strikes where Iran targets civilians. Everyone should condemn this brazen assault. We're not condemning the genocide that went on for a year. We're not condemning the hundreds of thousands of people that have been killed there. We're not condemning the occupation. We're not condemning the illegal strikes on many civilian locations. No, he just only wants you to condemn how Iran responded to Israel's unjust strike. But wait, by Israel's own defense, that would be defense though, right? But no, not for Iran though, because Brian Mast said, these are criminals, guys. No way around it. And of course, here is what Israel's targeted strikes looks like. Mass displacement, destruction of entire locations. Right. Does anybody trust people like Brian Mast? Anybody other than Israeli Zionists? Anybody? I don't know how it's possible. Here's Lindsey Graham. And realize this is all in one general time frame. This is a moment of choosing for the free world regarding Iran. See, that's all, most important election. Choose now or we're all going to die. And it's just how they get you, guys. They get you emotionally wrapped up in the idea that if we don't choose now, the free world is going to go. Well, wait, I thought the election was about the free world and civilization. No, but it's Iran and Israel too. So whatever they care about, it's about the world and civilization. It says the Ayatollah and Iranian regime are religious Nazis. Oh my God. He went there. So we're literally dealing with perfect, what better embodiment in the world right now than the Israeli Zionist mentality embodies religious Nazis than what better embodies that anywhere? You realize so you're calling Hamas Nazis or also extremist Muslim, just whatever. It doesn't matter. We'll just use ISIS or Nazi, whatever works for the moment. But if you're going to call Iranian leadership or rulership, the Iranian government, religious Nazis, well, you are literally working with Ukrainian actual neo-Nazis who are being funded by a religious extremist government, Israel, who are absolutely aligned with the Nazi ideology from day one all the way until now. There's no question. He's just trying to lump it onto them because that's what you do. That's like saying leading state sponsor of terrorism. Well, you guys are literally funding all the terrorists. It's just what you do if you're a liar. And it says, who want to destroy the state of Israel? Well, actually, I would argue that they clearly want to. I mean, the state of Israel as an entity, I argue most of these groups would want to get it out, stop it from existing. Very different than murdering all the Jews or killing every Israeli, which I don't think personally that's what Iran's government or even their people want. You can decide for yourself. But if all you're basing that on is these screeching cries from Lindsey Graham, I think you should think better if we listen to. But it says, their words, not mine, which no, it's not. It's really not. When they say death to Israel or death to the United States, they're talking about the government, as they've made clear 100,000 times. Now, of course, you can say they're lying. But to argue that what they're saying means death of Jews, they're not saying that either. So you're taking their word from a person who is absolutely lying about everything they do. Lindsey Graham is one of the most dishonest people I've ever seen in my life, standing up and calling for the death of foreign leaders and acting like that's not a big deal. But it says they want to purify Islam and attack the United States. Again, their words, not mine. That's not true. He's talking about the extremists that the U.S. and Israel are actively funding. That's the reality. You want to listen to the MEK? That's what they talk about. They were a terrorist organization on the list of the U.S. designation, but Clinton took them off. They don't change what they talk about. They are radical. What do you think? What do you think the Azov movement says? They're going to spread the white race around the world. See, everything they support is that, but they claim that's what the other people are doing, even though you don't see it anywhere. Israel is absolutely saying this. They've threatened to attack the United States should they not go along with what they want more than once. The missile attack against Israel should be a breaking point, despite the fact that they were responding to an attack on Iran that was illegal, but who cares about the facts? And I would argue the Biden administration urged them to coordinate an overwhelming response with Israel. So he wants you to bomb Iran. That's literally what he wants. This is one of the classic examples. This guy's been around a long time, and he's been screaming and rabidly frothing at the mouth about that as far back as you can look. These oil refineries need to be hit. Like, do you realize what that means? He's literally calling for the U.S. government to attack Iran. That would be World War III. There's no way around it. Does Lindsey Graham think that would be in the interest of Americans or anybody for that matter? This would not be some one and done thing. This would be a big deal. This would mean Americans being killed. Why? What's the argument that Iran is such a threat? It's Israel driving him to do this. There's no way around it. Yes, that's my opinion. He says, my prayers are with the people of Israel. That's the point. One after another. I should have included that one for this segment because I wanted to go quickly through it. We're back to it. The rest are short. But Lindsey Graham is a dangerous person. He is a dangerous, maniacal person. Just make sure you really look into what he's saying and think about the logic around what's actually going to happen here. What does he really think is going to be the outcome here? They're going to bomb their oil refineries, and they're just going to go, you got us, we're done? No, this will be a massive war involving other nations that are nuclear armed. Not Iran, but Israel is, despite the lies. He doesn't care, guys. He doesn't care about you, doesn't care about American interests. He cares about his own interests. Now, here's Biden. This morning, VP and I convened our national security team to discuss Iran's plans to launch an imminent attack. This is before, obviously, they launched yesterday. We discussed how the United States is prepared to help Israel defend. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case at all, quite frankly, but that's what he's supposed to say. And as she says, wait, so your plan to unconditionally support Israel's rampage through the region and genocide in Gaza while rejecting international efforts towards ceasefire? Yeah, that is the plan. Here's Richie Goldberg. Strike Tehran, strike hard. That's another U.S. politician openly calling for the U.S. government to attack a foreign government. I just don't understand how do we not, do you see Iranian government entities standing up and saying bomb Washington, D.C.? I've seen smaller examples throughout past time frames. I mean, it's been a long time. Give me an example of that. You show me somebody, because that's just as belligerent. I wouldn't surprise me, but you have to recognize who represents the danger to us all right now. The U.S. and Israel are literally using diplomacy, using the guise of ceasefires, using the guise of some kind of an agreement to drive war. Iran, we'll get to in a second, responds with a truly de-escalatory measure. That's why they were told it was coming, and they just use it to push further because they're not in. And what do you think that's going to show the Iranian government? If all they're going to do is take advantage and drive harder, we might as well go full blow because they're going to do that anyway. And there you go. They get what they want. You realize think about how alarming that is. For everybody, including the Iranians. This guy it blows my mind. Joe Wilson, America stands with Israel. One after another, all jammed into my time feed, and AIPAC tracker showing you how much they're making because Israel gives them money. It should matter to you they give him $300,000. Do you think that might influence what he says? Why are they able to be funded by a foreign government anyway? Representative David Kustoff says, today and every day, the United States stands with our greatest ally. Yeah, they're committing genocide and they're murdering innocent people in Lebanon, but all these people stand with them. Ask yourself why on the same day they all felt the need to stand up and express that support. You know why, guys. You know why. Somebody's pulling strings. There's a reason that they know this is uncomfortable. They know that most Americans are going genocide, and they do it anyway. Why? Because they have this position because of Israel. Sarah Huckabee. The evil forces of radical Islam are attacking our closest ally. Oh, the evil forces of radical Islam? Just the Iranian government now? I mean, you have to realize how ignorant this is. As we know, as a matter of fact, that they funded Hamas and that they funded people like the Saudi Arabian government or all of the most radical elements of Islam that they claim they're fighting. The moderate rebels. How about ISIS and Al-Qaeda in general? But they want you to think they're attacking the radical Islam. No, they're attacking the groups that are, at the very least, less radical, which is why they went for the other ones. It's an easy academic point to look up. They leaned into the people that were radical because they were willing to be bought off. If they could have bought off the Syrian government, they would have. They didn't let that happen. So they went to the people that were able to be bought off, and they used them to destabilize the government for their interests. And they screamed freedom when they did it. Well, they destroyed lives, including your own, including our militaries. We must stand with Israel. That's what she says. Representative Burgess Owen says, praying for the people of Israel targeted indiscriminately by Iranian missiles. Guys, these are all representatives of the U.S. government who are either too stupid to know what's going on or just don't care or are completely supporting genocide and they're lying about it. That should be really unnerving for people. Matt Gaetz, the terror raining down on Israel is unjustified and unacceptable. I mean, guys, we'll get to it in 2 seconds here. Military targets across the board. While Israel is indiscriminately bombing Gaza as we speak. Or Lebanon, Beirut, where there is no hostages to be defending for. They're bombing civilian locations. DeSantis, the attacks against Israel represent a continuation and escalation of Iran's decades. We should be asking why both left and right, every side is all blindly supporting Israel. Should matter to you. Senator Katie Boyd Britt. Israel, America stands with you and your people. Isn't it? It's like they're all trying to look at me, Israel. I'm the one. I support you more. That's what they're all doing as American politicians. We are praying with you as you weather attacks from Iran and the terrorists they back. Roger Williams, praying for the people of Israel. Now more than ever, we must stand strong with a close ally. Senator Kristen Gillibrand, the United States stands ready to help defend Israel. How is it possible with what's been going on? Like, you have to realize that most Americans see this, which is pretty clear by any numbers, any polls. And yet across the board, your politicians are blindly supporting the most obvious genocidal entity on the planet. Senator John Cornyn, all in bold, sending prayers to Israel today and every day. Texas stands with you. Tom Cotton, remember Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent billions in sanctions relief. No, they didn't. They gave them money back. But Tom will keep lying because that's what they do, because that's the narrative for the political side. They deliberately enrich this terrorist regime. Congressman Nick Langworthy, the United States will always stand with Israel. Right, it doesn't matter. Unconditional. Commit genocide. We don't care. We'll stand with you. Mike Pompeo, Susan and I are praying for the nation of Israel. Fortunately, most of these attacks from Iran have been thwarted. All right, we'll get into that. He just classic. The narrative being, despite all the evidence your eyes will show you, that they barely got anything through. This is the same game as always. As Iran is even saying, we don't care. Lie to the world. Do pretend that you weren't hurt. That's fine. You know what happened, and you know what's going to happen next. That's what their message is right now. Mayor Eric Adams, I'm praying for Israel amid the news of the launch. Every single politician in the United States. Senator Deb Fischer, attacking Israel would be a grave mistake. Iran should suffer serious consequences if it follows through, despite the fact that Israel did it first. Like, when they do it, well, I'll let the tweets explain it. There's a lot of people making that point. Escalation, the de-escalation, good for Israel. Iran will do it too. Nope, bad for you. It's just childish. Anybody who's actually being honest with themselves can see how completely inconsistent all this is. Nick Langworthy, the United States will always stand with Israel. Oh, I think I had that already. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, pray for Israel. And under a lot of them, by the way, I was posting this saying, is this what you're praying for? And just showing you the doctors, all of them, including the one that I think is most impactful, speaking to what Israel's actually doing. Shredded children, deliberately sniping them in the foreheads. These are doctors from around the world telling you what they're seeing. And people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are either too dumb or too dumb to see it or blindly supporting genocide. Now, here is Harris. Kamala Harris pledges unwavering support for Israel October 1st. So all those want to pretend it's going to be gone with Kamala. No, just the same as the rest of them. They all support Israel. They're all competing with each other to be the most one that supports Israel. That's the reality. That's scary. But what's weird to me, despite the fact that it's very obvious Trump blindly supports Israel, why hasn't he tweeted about it? In fact, I wasn't even able to find what Truth Social, but I couldn't search it as easy. I looked for a long time. But you'll notice, and it could, this, by the way, this just could be Twitter hiding that from you, which is part of that does happen. I've done that in the past with Elon's account for certain things that you can find that weirdly don't pop up when you search for them. I think we all know what's happening there. But no search for Israel for Donald Trump. That's strange, isn't it? Why didn't Trump stand up and say, I support Israel? I don't know. Find that interesting. But here are some clips that he did say. Now, these are all recent. And it's funny the way he walks this line, which shows me that he recognizes that people don't support Israel. So he's trying to walk that line. I'll end it when I start, or this would have never happened if I was there. These meaningless statements he loves to throw out, which really mean nothing. But here's two examples of this. This is Trump around what's going on. So if you thought for 1 second that he was subtly showing you that he actually doesn't agree with it, he does.
You have to give Israel a lot of credit for being able to protect itself. You look at these forces, they shot down almost 200 rockets today.
Right. You have to give them credit for defending themselves, right? So what he's taking is the blind narrative that Israel shot them all down. They really didn't. We'll get to it. A lot of damage. And I know this is going really long today, guys, but I knew it would. I warned you in the beginning.
But this is not the way anybody should have to live. So we're going to...
Right. Anybody. So the Palestinians? Nah, we don't care about them. Lebanese? Nah, we don't care about them. Syria? Nah, we don't care about them. But anybody, only Israel. Got it.
Obviously be very involved in the Middle East. This would have never happened. We did the Abraham Accords. I think everybody, including Iran, would have been in the Abraham Accords.
Okay, so from here forward, he trails off into the Trump show, right? So we start off going, this thing that happened and Israel defended themselves, but if I was there, it wouldn't happen. Trump Accords and Israel have carded, and I did this and I did that, and Trump. That's what he does for the next 32 minutes. It's what he does. I mean, it's just, he's full hubris. And it doesn't make any sense what he says half the time in this conversation. But the point is what he's getting at. He would support Israel, Iran bad guy. And then what was the other one? It was
this would have never happened. We did the Abraham Accords.
Oh, and the Abraham Accords, of course, because I did that, even though it was a shocking failure. They love to point at this, guys. All it really did was get a few countries, not even all of them, not even the most important ones, to align, to normalize whatever that means with Israel. Like, well, Egypt, for example, the people don't want that, and they still don't. That they're rabidly anti-Israel in Egypt. Sisi was a regime change. They put a puppet in place. Where's my favorite dictator? Trump famously said. And then they just normalized Israel. So it's fake. It's flimsy. It's an illusion. It's paperwork. It didn't change anything. Then, of course, they tried to force in other countries. The Sudan was a famous example because they didn't change anything. They just said, hey, you're a terrorist, but if you work with Israel, we won't care. Or alternatively, you were never a terrorist, but we'll take that name away if you work with Israel. It's just shockingly obvious. That's what he tried to do. They tried to muscle these groups into the governments, mind you, or put people in place through regime change if they wouldn't, to be there to work with Israel. But Saudi Arabia is one of the most important, and they now have pushed back from it because of Palestine, or at least that's what one of the narratives. But the point is, it ended up doing nothing. It didn't do anything. This is what he tried to call the deal of the century on top of that, to make the two-state solution. And all that was a fake deal that enshrined the Israeli occupation. And they called it a two-state solution. None of it happened. So my point is, all he can do is point back to something that never even actually materialized as somehow a success. And that's what he trails off from when he's supposed to be talking about the question.
I think everybody, including Iran, would have been in the Abraham Accords.
Not even close. Not even close.
Had I taken over as president, I think even Iran would have been in the Abraham Accords ultimately. It would have been great for everybody, and you would have had peace in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah, is that what happened? Right, so you have some puppet leaders who claim to not care about Israel. Everybody else still does, though. Like, do you really think that makes sense? And even on top of that, what do you, the peace in the Middle East, Israel continuing to take what it wants at the expense of everybody else would not be peace. But he knows that. That's actually what he wants.
We got 4 countries solved, and very respected countries, as you know. They were signed up. And then when Biden took over, they haven't signed one country. I would have had every country in the Middle East would have been signed up.
It's just not true. It's period. Many of them were like, F no matter what. So this is what he does, though. Had I been there, the whole world would have changed, and we would have done this in 40,000 times in every other direction. He's hubris and hyperbolic. That's what he is.
The only question would be Iran, and I think they would have, for certain reasons, I think they probably would have been there too. It would have been peace in the Middle East. Instead, this is just tearing it apart. This has really been bad. But they have to finish that process. However it turns out, they have to finish the process. This is a little bit.
Okay, so in case you missed it, he loves to be like, it would be over if I was here. It would have been, let you think you have to finish the process. Like, that's a really gross way of describing what's happening. The process. So let Israel finish. In case you missed it, is what he's saying. So genocide. Got it.
But like 2 kids fighting in the schoolyard, sometimes you have to just sort of let it go a little bit.
Yeah. So we got a kindergartner. We got a guy in senior high school. Yeah, let him duke it out. Let's see what happens. Now, equivalent meaning like militarily, right? Because that's what we're talking about. You have an open air prison occupation that has minimal resources because they've been put in that position. And yeah, just let them keep murdering each other. It'll work itself out. Either this guy is far more stupid than I ever gave him credit for, or he is trying to play you. He's trying to convince you that we just have to ignore it. Which, if that's not stupidity, it's sinister. No, you're trying to play us to think that this is somehow not our responsibility while you have driven this into reality with the weapons and the funding and the support and the logistics and the intelligence. But no, we'll just not let them deal with it. We'll look over here. Guys, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. At this point, it is America's war.
And we'll see what happens. But
we'll see what happens. Really nonchalant, right? Well, I'll let him punch it out. We'll see what happens. Yeah, a little old genocide. No big deal.
It's really caused by a lack of respect for the United States of America. This would have never happened.
Right.
Israel would have never happened.
Israel would have never happened. He didn't mean to say that, by the way, but I think that's funny. Yeah, but see, it's not hubris at all. They just don't respect me. And it wouldn't happen. I was there. He said the United States, but he's talking about his presidency. Or even if you want to think the United States, it's still hubris that they just don't have respect for this country. Why? What he's trying to say is military power. What he means is if we are more militarily strong, that they won't. It's not true. Never has that been the reality. It just doesn't make sense. The strength to peace through strength. It is a lie. What it means, now you could argue that by demonstrating that you have the power and actually showing restraint, that I can agree with, but that's not what they mean. They mean murder, bomb, occupation, strength. That's what he sees it as. He showed you for 4 years. And it didn't work, did it? Did they stop? No, because what you're doing is you're showing people that you don't respect anything. So they better fight back.
7th never would have happened. Russia never would have invaded Ukraine. And for 4 years, they didn't. They would have never invaded. We wouldn't have had inflation. We wouldn't have had... Not the withdrawal, because we were withdrawing. We're the ones that got it.
It's just so lame. Again, from a nonpartisan perspective, what you did in the COVID-19 era was the worst thing in this economy. You can't pretend like that wasn't your fault. No, it's the economy, the pandemic, whatever. The point is they play off each other back and forth. They're all doing the same thing. Your government pushed you in this position. Your government drove Russia into that position. Your government is responsible for supporting Israel. That's it. You see how simple that is when you break it down, when you pull back from the partisan nonsense? Your government is what you hold accountable. Your government, which he is a part.
Ready to withdraw, but we wouldn't have had that horrible, most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And A lot of other good things would have happened. And right now we have a world in chaos. I always quote Viktor Orban because he's a very respected, tough guy. They say he's a tough guy. Well, I guess they're all sort of tough guys. But Viktor Orban said, if Trump comes back, you won't have any wars. You won't have any wars.
I wonder, gee, that wasn't hubris at all. I'll quote the guy who said, I'll do whatever. That's just so stupid. If Trump comes back, there'll be no wars. He had 4 years. How'd that work out? And no, you already know the lie. There was obvious examples of how he did. He clearly could have started and tried to start more wars. The point was, he even said publicly recently, but I finished them, but you didn't though. They didn't finish. What you meant was you continued them. Why that's a boast, I don't know. Here's another one. This one's pretty upsetting because he said this last time too. The point is, this one shows you his hubris more than ever. They try to poke him about the idea that he didn't show strength when Iran attacked last time. And it wasn't. He was meek. The response was clearly aimed at PMU, which wasn't Iran, and it was a sidestep. And he also lied about how these people, I think they got killed. But watch him downplay, which was over 100 traumatic brain injuries. At last time he did this, those people spoke up and were outraged. There are people in the hospital, and he was like, they had some headaches.
Do you think Israel should retaliate to these missile attacks from Iran? But also, do you believe that you should have been tougher on Iran after they had launched ballistic missiles in 2020 on U.S. forces in Iraq, leaving more than 100 U.S. soldiers injured?
Now, obviously, the question was the first point, which he just jumps right over and talks about himself for the whole time, because that's what he does. And it's easy to get him all riled up that way, which is why I think he had more of the effect in the debate. The point here clearly is that he's avoiding the question. I genuinely think that, because I think he knows that most people generally don't want war. So instead of coming out and playing it the way that, Israel wants to come out and say, yes, I support it because Iran bad guy, he just tries to walk it down the middle because that's politically smart. But everybody pretends that he says what they want him to, because that's how the game works. But what's funny is he jumps right over the real question, right? That basically, should they respond? And that's what I wanted to hear. Does he think that they should? Because obviously the answer is yes. There's no question about it. He supports Israel, no matter what. Watch the way he responds.
So, first of all, injured. What does injured mean? Injured means you mean because they had a headache, because the bombs never hit the fort?
They had traumatic brain injuries. Now, look, they could have been lying about that, right? But that was what was reported. So either you're admitting they lied about the severity to make it seem worse at the moment, because that is something they kind of wanted, or you're downplaying that they were dramatically hurt. Traumatic brain injuries that can be forever. Like, you'd have lasting forever problems. But the reality is they bombed the base, which is what they said in the beginning. That now gets watered down with they bombed close to the base, and that Trump knew that, and they got the call, which I'll show you, which plays into what just happened. But remember that after that, we had a series of weird random helicopter crashes where Marines kept dying. Oh, 3 Marines died here and some of them died over there. And it kept happening. And I'm like, why is this weird? Now, never was able to prove that. My gut told me that they were trying to hide the deaths by pretending there were some, training exercise over here, a couple aircraft. Everyone kept noticing it. What's with all the aircraft? What's with all the random training exercise killings? That's what I think. You can decide for yourself.
So just so you understand, there was nobody ever tougher in Iraq. They had no money with me. They would have made any deal with me. I would have had a deal made within, literally, I would have had a deal made within 1 week after.
I mean, there's nothing that makes that make sense. It certainly could be, and I don't know about it because behind the scenes. That's why he's doing that, because nobody can prove otherwise. But based on what was happening, from what I could sense, Iran was not falling for his BS.
To the election. They were dying to make a deal. And when you say not tough, they had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money.
All she was talking about was your lack of response around the bombing. So he just lurches into other things he did to Iran. Like, you fall for the bait every time, man.
For Hezbollah. And when we hit them, they hit us. And they called us. And they said,
and by them, he means the illegal assassination of Soleimani under the guise of diplomacy at an international airport. A glaring war crime.
Going to shoot at your fort, but we're not going to hit it.
So in case you missed that, he's saying Iran told him ahead of time, which we do know, which was the point. And at the time, they didn't want you to know that, not really, because they wanted to seem like they defended against the bad guy attack. It's the same way they play all of this. But now, because it's in his interest, he's letting that out of the bag, even though we already kind of knew that, which was that they called ahead and said, this is going to happen. Why? Because they were trying to de-escalate. That's why I just tweeted out earlier. I'll show you in a minute. Iran is clearly the adult in the room right now. They are showing you that they're trying. That's why they told them the attack was coming. That's why the media was able to go, it's coming soon. You really think they're going to tell you it's coming when it's supposed to be some kind of an attack to get you back? We can't be this stupid.
And if you were a truthful reporter, which you're not, you would tell the following: none of those very accurate missiles hit our fort. They all hit outside. And there was nobody hurt other than the sound. It was loud. And some people said that hurt, and I accept that.
That's a really silly answer. No, so they went to the hospital, or at least as you told us then. So you're either playing this both sides, and you lied about it then, and you're trying to tell us the truth now because it works for you now. However you want to look at it. The point is, they reported over 100 traumatic brain injuries. And him calling it headaches is pretty insulting to the people that suffered. Why? Because of their actions. He did that. He assassinated a leader that is not somebody who is a terrorist. And then they responded. And people were hurt because of it. And then he said nothing happened. That should be insulting. But the point, they warned him. Now, again, he could be lying about that, but let's take it at face value because it happened again. Now, to be clear, I do think that's what happened. I think he's using this now because it just suits him now. Back then, it was more important to make it look like Israel's doing today, that they were able to defend it and see how weak Iran is. It's not what happened. And we all knew it then. They just lie. That's what they do. They lie. As Sal the Agris points out, as we're coming through all the politicians who blindly support Israel, again, there is no red, there is no blue, there is the state, and there is you. That's the reality, guys. We need to start getting our minds around that. Whether you want to vote or not, recognize that there is just the government. Whether you vote one, maybe you think one person in that position is better today than tomorrow, but it's still your government. To keep playing this left-right game, it never ends up changing anything. They use it against you. Now, also to show you before we get into the next segment about Iran, just recognize that this is, as all of our politicians, left and right, are competing with each other to blindly support Israel more. Here are a group of Jews protesting against AIPAC, showing you that Israeli media, Israeli people on the ground, Israeli organizations, or specifically Jewish organizations in this case, but Israeli too, are calling this out around the world. Well, your politicians attack you for not supporting the government that we all call out, including their own people, including Jews themselves. That's, in that case, I mean Israelis and then Jews in general, which are not necessarily Israelis. But it says today, rabbis, Jews, and allies sat at the AIPAC offices. That's the group primarily controlling your politicians. They are demanding AIPAC stop claiming to stand for Jewish safety while supporting genocide of entire people. You just can't keep ignoring this, guys. This is the game of anti-Semitism. How can you pretend criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic when this group of Jews is sitting there doing it right in front of you? So under that new law, they would be criminally anti-Semitic, even though they're Jews themselves calling out the state of Israel. You see how ridiculous that is? It's happening. Trump's going to do it too. Here's another example. Jewish Voice for Peace. The Israeli government is employing the same genocidal tactics in Lebanon that it unleashed in Gaza, relentlessly bombing both while engaging in mass killing, forced displacement, and the destruction of cities and villages. Stop arming Israel. Lebanon, Gaza, Syria, Yemen, bombing them all. And there's a big thread you can read. The point is just simply that they just don't stop. Multiple Jewish organizations in the world are calling it out, including Holocaust survivors, including any number of high-ranking, influential Jewish people in the world. All of them trying to get your attention, trying to tell you it's genocide. And they see it. It's not in support of Jewish people. It's in the support of the Israeli government at the expense of everybody. This is that point I was briefly pointing out earlier. Chief propagandist for the Israeli government. It says, you don't negotiate with terror. You destroy terror. I mean, it even just sounds dumb saying it out loud. And I said, are you starting to see where the Bush war on terror rhetoric actually came from? Now, that's speaking to people that might just now be discovering this. Obviously, if you're watching the show or you've been paying attention at all, you already know this. But I said, it says this most definitely did not start on October 7th, not for Palestinians or for Americans. This is the same thing we're seeing now. If you wonder why Trump and the rest of them are all having the same Iran-aimed rhetoric, that's why. Because it's coming from one place. Let's talk about that. Here is Politico. This is new. This is from the 30th. Netanyahu says this. Iran regime change will come, quote, a lot sooner than people think. How interesting. You know how long they've been saying this? The point is, though, they've really been trying, and they've tried many times. So if you know that, which is objectively easy to prove, shouldn't we be asking that again right now? They don't want you to think that. They want you to think, oh, we're fighting bad guy stuff. But the point is that they manufacture these decisions, these situations, in order to drive their narrative. And guess what? It's working. Thousands more U.S. troops, attack aircraft, heading to the Middle East. Now, unfortunately, as she told me earlier, Orwell in the chat has her family being deployed to Israel. This is real, guys. This is not some side thing. There are American troops being deployed to Israel right now. That's where we are. For everybody out there trying to scream about this World War, that, or this, that's happening right now because of Israel. Your American troops are deploying to a foreign war on behalf of an Israeli genocide. You want to talk about conscientious resistant, or what is the term? Conscientious observer? No, what's the term? I don't want to say it wrong. What's the term in the chat? Give me the term. You know, what are they supposed with the term when they're giving a moral reason they don't want to join the war? Now is the time for that. Greg, was it Greg Reese? No, not Greg Reese. That's the InfoWars guy. The military veteran I was just referencing earlier. I can't remember his name now. He was the one pointing that out. Most of them are apparently observed, which I'm find hard to believe. Objector? Was it really conscientious objector? That doesn't sound right. But the point is, if you're in the military or you're being, we're at the point where they're discussing draft conversations. I mean, this is getting outrageous. It's been that way for a long time. Not Brad Miller, but the other one, Greg something, I thought. Stoker, maybe? Any case, conscientious objector. Is that what I said? Anyway, the point is clearly this is happening. And if people in this chat right now have family members being deployed to Israel as we all see a genocide being carried out, there has to be something we can do. I mean, I'm doing everything I can on this show and outside of this every day. I'm calling on all of you to stand up and do what you can in your lives to try to stop this from going forward. Greg Stoker, thank you. Now, if you don't remember this stuff, I'm going to play these for you. This is not new. The U.S. government and representatives of it have been screaming for regime change in Iran again for a really long time. I'm just going to play you two clips that I think are important. This one is Rudy Giuliani speaking, by the way, to the MEK. It's a terrorist organization, even according to the U.S. government before the Clintons took them off the list because they want them in power. That's what the whole point is. So now, if you can stand back and recognize they fund the moderate rebels and we're trying to use them to overthrow the Syrian government so they can put them in power. They're backing a guy named Hadi to put him in power in Yemen, even though he's an absolute monster and he lives in Riyadh. Like the point is, just like with Hamas, they will fund the radical elements to use them for control. They don't care what it does to the people. It's the same dynamic here. MEK was what they wanted to put in power in Iran, even though that's a radical group that is an actual cult that would put people in a position of absolute the people of Iran would suffer more than they are now, but they don't care as long as they have control. Happened under the Shah the same way. The Iranian people suffered. The elitist U.S. Israeli cult elitist circle benefited wildly, like it always does in these circles. The elitist corporate kind of, that's what benefits. The rest of the people suffer. Of course, when they want to show you on the news later in the year, they go, look at this amazing area. Look at how great it's doing. Well, you don't see all the poverty and people starving to death in the streets because we give it to all the people that are working for U.S. interests. Here's Rudy Giuliani speaking to the MEK about how their regime change is working. You know how we can tell? Iranians are selling their organs for food. That's what he tells you makes a good regime change. Not a joke.
So now tell me that you're not a serious threat. If the regime we're trying to overthrow sees us as a threat, you are a threat. It is a reality. The protests are getting worse. I don't know when we're going to overthrow them. It could be in a few days, months, a couple of years, but it's going to happen. They are going to be overthrown. The people of Iran obviously have now had enough.
Now, aside from that last statement, which is not true, What you need to understand and what he's saying is it's ongoing. It may be now, tomorrow, next year, 10 years from now, meaning they've never stopped. It's an ongoing effort to control the area, not for the Iranian people, because you can prove that's not what they want, but for their interest at the expense of the Iranian people. Because listen to what he says next.
The sanctions are working. The currency is going to nothing. They're where Russia was. They're where Poland was.
Meaning the sanctions are causing them to destabilize, causing them to starve, which is what we always tell you, right there.
We see signs of young men and women saying, give me some food.
Right.
We saw a sign of a man trying to sell his internal organs for $500 American, probably a fortune in Iran today. This is truly pitiful. These are the kinds of conditions that lead to successful revolution.
Did you hear that? There's no misunderstanding that. This wasn't a publicly displayed. This was not meant to be roundly displayed. He's speaking to a radical terrorist organization they want in power, who's, by the way, he's paid to be speaking here by the MEK. And what he's saying is, we have examples that our sanctions are working. The money is no longer valuable. They're starving. Here's an example of an Iranian selling his organs for food. This is what makes a good revolution. Guys, that should be written on his tombstone. There's no misunderstanding that.
Probably a fortune in Iran today. This is truly pitiful. These are the kinds of conditions that lead to successful revolution and, God willing, nonviolent revolution.
Right. Speaking to a radically violent organization and speaking about how people are selling their organs for food. But, this is the game about nonviolence. So sanctions are apparently nonviolent, despite what you just described. No, they're not. Just because they're not kinetic violence, what you're doing is psychological on top of everything else. You are literally starving them to death and claiming it's the government's fault. Pompeo said the same thing. Do what we say or your people will starve because of you. That's how they frame that. It's your fault because you didn't do what you were told. So they fund a radical element that will do what it's told so it can have power over everybody else. Until they don't, they replace them later with somebody else, just like every other time. Okay, now here's one you've probably seen a lot, but very relevant to the same conversation. Patrick Clausen at the Washington Institute, who is telling you it's very hard to get the government to war with Iran, which we need an event to start that. No war in the past, as plenty of people have told you, has ever been started without a false flag. Here he is, casually outlining that for you.
I frankly think that.
And by the way, this is a Washington think tank. It's Washington Institute, very influential. The Washington Institute for Near East Policy. What they do is they sit around and they talk about things just like this. These people are wildly influential. There's many people that kind of revolving door fluctuate in different government positions. These people are influencing outcomes. What they're telling you, what you're going to listen to, is the outlining of how they need to use psychological operations to force this into a war for their interests, rather for Israel's, if you understand the dynamic.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall we had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. But I would just like to suggest that one can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Now, the question is, are the Iranians in the game of using covert methods against the United States? I would argue yes. I think that's how this all works. But it's really easy to see the lack of public example around that. I mean that. Like, you really take a step back and look at how many different examples you have of the U.S. government using those kind of means, as he just outlined, whether Iran or anybody else. And I can clearly show you responses in different ways, but the examples of the worldwide dynamic or just between the U.S. and Iran, they're pretty threadbare. So think about that for a second and ask yourself, who is the real, just like the origin of Zionism and terrorism in the Middle East, ask yourself where this is really stemming from. That's not a good guy, bad guy point. As always, I think all governments could lead to this position if left with this power, but nonetheless, the reality is the current situation, and we have to be honest about that. Now, Dave Smith points this out, and this is an excellent point, as always. I think he makes great points, which is this just how in the world anybody, left or right, pretends this all makes sense to trust. He says, so we all know that the regime, the U.S., by the way, lied about WMDs, left and right, by the way, lied about mass surveillance, lied about the Afghan military, lied about Russiagate, lied about the Hunter laptop, lied about COVID-19, lied about the vaccine, and everything else. Every war. I mean, really, like legitimately going back as far as you want to look, just everything. And he says they covered up a goddamn child trafficking network, but I'm supposed to take them at their word that Iran is trying to assassinate Trump? I'm not supposed to demand evidence for this most convenient and unbelievable assertion from those lying psychopaths? I mean, it seems really, the point is the same. Most people of the conservatives and liberals and people that see through the two-party paradigm are very aware. They're all lying to us, but people don't know what else to do. The problem is that the people that are on the conservative liberal kind of extension of the two-party paradigm but see through it get pulled back into it by these screamers who don't care about you or the actual agenda. They care about their own interests. They care about gaining something. They care about money from Israel. They care about influence because the RNC is suddenly backing their podcast. Who knows? It's not about what you're fighting for. You think you're fighting for the saving of this country. They don't care about that. They're lying about everything. To pretend that we have to go to war with Iran is not America first, right? That's not in the interest of whatever narrative you want to spin it as. It's not in some kind of a communist direction. It's not in the interest of some kind of fascist direction. It's just what your government wants to achieve because Israel is influencing its outcome. It's pretty simple. Now, I'll include what Muhammad Shihada did the other day just because it's a great breakdown of all the endless amount of lies that Israel's been caught, even by its own media or corporate media itself in the United States or the UK, proving that they were lying about just about everything they've done from the beginning of this. It's important to make sure you check this out. I'll retweet this. It's so weird how this happens. Look, that's Twitter for you. The like is gone, even though I always like and retweet but every time, no matter what. But that's what they do. They're hiding stuff. But Alan McLeod, pointing out all the lies we're just talking about, here's one example of how they use these people. He says, how X, in quotes, which I agree with, Israeli spies literally write the news we read about Palestine, weaving pro-Israel propaganda into our news feeds. A tale in 4 pics. Axios, the big picture. It says Israeli officials said their increasing attacks against Hezbollah are not intended to lead to war, but are an attempt to reach de-escalation through escalation. Yeah, it's just dumb. It's like preemptive self-defense. It is an oxymoron, and it's insulting to your intelligence. Then it says, U.S. fears war with Lebanon, but hopes Israel attacks push Hezbollah to deal. Same article. Barak Ravid, who you've seen before. Over here, it says under forward, Barak Ravid, Haaretz's diplomatic correspondent and a Unit 8200 alum. Oh, right. So it's like saying former CIA. It's the same thing. It's Unit 8200. We keep talking about this. Everything we're talking about this over the Carbine 9, the comm frame, the influential dynamic, the infiltration of U.S. tech. I'll include that article, the show. I keep saying that, the show that we did around this. Israel's infiltration of U.S. tech in light of the Lebanon pager attack. It should be really disconcerting for us to realize they have completely influenced American tech or around the world using Unit 8200 influence in Silicon Valley. And the problem is that whether it's through Unit 8200 influence or different programs where they're infiltrating this stuff as personnel or the tech we field, it's everywhere. Now, this is where they try to conflate this with you going, Jews run everything. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about Zionists and Israeli government. But you see how that ploy works to get you people that they're so afraid and so sensitive to that claim that they'll sense that you're making anything tangential and go, I'm not going to talk about that. You're a racist, which is my point from before. Saying AIPAC influences politicians, I get called a racist, even though that's fundamentally the case. So in this case, the obvious reality is Zionism, which both, again, more Christian Zionists today than Jewish Zionists influencing this, or Israeli government, which is, doesn't matter. They can say what they want. I'm talking about the government. And Unit 8200 is an intelligence entity. And the fact that that is influencing all this stuff is not it's not a lie. They're telling you. But pointing it out somehow makes you a racist. If it was China, of course, it would be everybody, what would happen, or Russia, or anybody else. It's foreign influence. And then he just describes what Unit 8200 really is. Clandestine operation, collecting signal intelligence, code decryption, military intelligence, counterintelligence. That's what this is, guys. The bottom line is this guy's the one telling you about what Israel's doing. Quite the objective reporter. And here he is, senior White House official. We're actively supporting defense preparations and defensive attacks. This is what this guy does. And parrots what he's told, calls it journalism. So Squirrel points out, before we get into Lebanon and Iran and the ongoing attacks, going back to Galloway from 2006, this is not new. So just like October 7th, and when it all started that day, no, it didn't. There wasn't. They broke a ceasefire. No, they didn't. These are just blatant lies that anyone with a brain and interest in looking into it, going back to even Israeli sources before this, that's not true. And we all know that. Galloway was breaking this down the last time, 2006, the last major one, I think. There's been many different The point is that this has been occupied for a long time. And this was a major invasion of Lebanon, and Galloway spoke up and called this what it was. You'll probably be shocked to see how similar the conversation is.
Joining me now is a man not known for sitting on the fence. He passionately opposed the invasion of Iraq, and now he feels that Hezbollah is justified in attacking Israel. The Respect MP for Bethnal Green is in our central London studio. A very good evening, good morning rather, to you, Mr. Galloway. How do you justify your support for Hezbollah and its leader, Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah?
A preposterous way to introduce an item, and what a preposterous first question. 24 years ago, on the day my daughter was born, and I've just celebrated her 24th birthday, I had to dash to the maternity hospital to see her given birth from a mass demonstration in London against the Israeli invasion and occupation of Lebanon. Israel has been invading and occupying Lebanon all of my 24-year-old daughter's life.
Yep.
The Hezbollah are a part of the Lebanese national resistance who are trying to drive, having successfully driven most Israelis from their land in 2000, Israel from the rest of their land, and to get back those thousands of Lebanese prisoners who were kidnapped by Israel under the terms of their illegal occupation of Lebanon.
Sound familiar? That's what they do. Kidnapping innocent people under the guise of this is what they do. They just have different narratives. This is the Israeli government. So what's important to recognize is now we're dealing with a dynamic where there are Lebanese civilians being held in prisons in Israel, but there's not hostages in Lebanon. Funny how things are now switched around, but yet they're doing the same thing with the same exact narrative. Funny how that works out. They're the criminal.
It's Israel that's invading Lebanon. It's Israel that's attacking Lebanon, not Lebanon that's attacking Israel. You've just been carrying a report of 10 Israeli soldiers on the border getting ready to invade Lebanon, and you ask us to mourn that operation as if it were some kind of war crime. Israel is invading Lebanon and has killed 30 times more Lebanese civilians than have died in Israel. So it's you who should be justifying the evident bias which is written on every line on your face and is in every nuance of your voice and is loaded in every question that you ask.
Right.
Now it goes on. It's worth watching. For time, I'm going to leave it there, but there's a bunch more where he goes back and forth. And, he really does rip her apart. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, she's coming from a very propagandized perspective. I mean, he's simply pointing out that's the game. The same thing we're seeing today. You're coming from the perspective that, well, it's a terror attack. They killed them. They're invading Lebanon. So they invade the country and they fight back, and now they're terrorists because they killed them? Well, yes, it's exactly what the U.S. government does right now in Syria or Iraq or anywhere else. They're illegally occupying. But the moment they do anything, it's all terrorism, because that's how you make this make sense. It's you're good guy, everything else bad terror. That's it. Right? Didn't you just see Naftali saying that? You don't deal with terror, you fight terror. It sounds stupid because you don't fight terror, right? Terror is an idea, but that's the whole point. War on terror means you never end up, it's an ongoing agenda that never stops, because there's always somebody you can call a terrorist, especially your enemies, even when they're not. Now, Jimmy Carter in 2006 said Israel should withdraw from all Lebanese territory, including Sheba farms, and release the Lebanese prisoners. Yet, yesterday, Prime Minister Ehud Olmert rejected a ceasefire. There will be no substantive and permanent peace for any peoples in this troubled region as long as Israel is violating key UN resolutions. Nothing new there, by occupying Arab lands and oppressing the Palestinians. Nothing changed. Jimmy Carter speaking on back into same thing right now. Funny how the more it changes, the more it stays the same, right? The point is it never changes. It just stays the same, and they lie to you different ways every day. Now, these ones I'm going to skip just because of time, but ultimately Matt Miller, again, with his evil stare, trying to tell you that Israel doesn't escalate anything, right? He says, is anything Israel's done last few weeks escalatory? And he goes, whoa, it's expanded, but it's not escalatory. Working himself into a pretzel, mental gymnastics, just not to acknowledge that their obvious explosion of this war into Lebanon based on not an expansion, though. It's not escalatory, because everything anybody else does, that's escalation. Israel, just defending yourself. It is actually very childish. We all see it. We all feel it. People that want to be on a certain side just go with it. But you can't continue to pretend that anything, even when Israel attacks, they respond, is now still their terrorist act. It's stupid. And again, whatever semblance of tattered reputation they have left, they're still destroying it. They're stepping it on into the ground. They've lost their reputation. Now they're lighting it on fire. They just don't care how much they destroy to blindly allow Israel to keep murdering children. How do you possibly make sense of that? They must be compromised in some way. I don't know how to make sense of it. Same thing, Jake Sullivan. Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event. Was Israel, and it says, hold on, was it? Let me see which one it was. Oh, this was a short one. I think I've got this right here.
Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event. And it is equally significant that we were able to step up with Israel and create a situation in which no one was killed in this attack.
Okay. I'm glad I included that. So the point is, clearly, it was only an escalation when Iran responded to Israel's attack, right? That's it. Nothing else was escalatory. But of course, because we were able to defend, that's why nobody was killed. They tried. They were indiscriminately bombing everywhere, but we were able to stop it. All that is except for the fact that they literally warned you it was going to happen and told you where it would be, right? Same thing. It's exactly what happened before. They pretended when Trump attacked that they didn't do that. We defended him and we're strong. Yet today, here's Trump going, no, they told me, and that's why. Yep, it's the same thing. And we can literally prove Iran let them know. That's why. I mean, do I need to piece it together? They were able to go, it's coming in an hour, because they told them. This wasn't some inside intelligence. Iran literally told them just like before, because they were trying to de-escalate. So that's what happened. And Thomas Massey just pushing back on this, he's saying we have to work with Israel to make sure. And he goes, work with Israel? Excuse me? The Constitution requires you work with Congress. So as always, another war spins out, and they're not going to Congress to get approval. Why? Because this does not mean anything. Legally, it's supposed to. We're supposed to believe that the Congress is the one that decides whether we go to war, and the voting and dynamic and considering what their constituents want. Nope, doesn't matter. Whether that's because it never mattered or they just don't care today, it's kind of irrelevant. They're showing you that they don't believe in what holds, whether it's the constitutional rights that you hold or the idea that the Constitution is what's supposed to bind them. It doesn't matter. They are a rogue state. That's the reality. How else do we see this? Whether it's Israel or the United States, it's the same dynamic. Ryan Grimm, Laura Friedman saying, just highlighting another one of these representatives, members of Congress are lining up to support Israel. I just showed you that. May God watch over Israel, what we're seeing. Now, Ryan Grimm says, Iranian attacks are always brazen and Hamas attacks brutal and Israel's limited and precise. It's insulting. Anybody who only reads the media coverage would assume that 40,000 plus killed must be Israelis, and yet, exact opposite, right? As far as I can tell, none right now. But this is what we get. OSINT defender. Iran has completely lost its mind. But then look, let's see what they said about Israel. Oh, look, hauntingly beautiful images of tonight's Israeli attacks on Lebanon. I mean, that's embarrassingly one-sided. Hauntingly beautiful while they're murdering civilians. But Iran's lost its mind when it carries out a deliberate, focused attack where they allow them to. I mean, it is pretty sad. Pretty sad. Now, Arnaud Bertrand writes, one aspect of the Lebanon story, which I've seen mentioned nowhere, but which is actually fundamental, is the fact that the UN Genocide Convention states that a legal obligation to prevent and punish genocide, which none of them are doing, despite the ruling from everybody that has any standing on this, they just ignore it. And then yet expect everybody else to be bound by UN convention. It's insulting. We just went over one. Many UN resolutions going back 75 years that they just don't care about. But they, as Elon Levy just recently did, what about this UN resolution? Like they're supposed to be bound by it while you just don't care. It says it's Article 1. It's number 1 of the convention, which states the contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law, which they undertake to prevent and punish. Now realize within this, it makes clear that the ruling factor on what is genocide are groups like the ICJ and the ICC and the United Nations. So even if you disagree with that, that is the reality. So when the US just goes, we disagree. Well, that you don't get to. Sorry. All you're doing is ignoring the dynamic, whether you think it's true or not, whether there's bias or not. You're just going, nope, and then holding everybody else to the same standard or a different standard. It says, and we have, as per below, Israeli officials telling you, the very reason that they're attacking Lebanon is because Hezbollah refused to accept a deal whereby they'd agree to let Israel continue its genocide unimpeded. Think about it. And think about all the Western declaration of support for Israel's bombing and invasion of Lebanon in that context. His point is just this right here. Israel decided to kill Nasrallah after he refused to separate Lebanon from Gaza. But they're actually arguing in all of this. We have decided to kill Nasrallah after concluding that he will not agree to any solution that isn't tied to ending the war on Gaza. That's directly quoted from many news locations, by the way. This one's a Yemeni journalist. This one is Al Jazeera. I think the other one's BBC. The point is, and this is quoting NBC, they're claiming we killed him when he refused to make any deal unless we stopped the genocide in Gaza. A genocide which has been ruled to be as such, or at least plausibly so, in every possible way. So what Arnaud is saying is that they murdered him because they would not allow the genocide to continue. Simple. And that's supposed to be justifiable? Whether you think he's a terrorist or not, which he was not, that's pretty disgusting. All we should see right now is that the U.S. government is not just accidentally, kind of hassedly, they are actively involved in a genocide. Pretty crazy. Now, don't forget this, which we played before. Times of Israel reported the prime minister's trip to New York, supposedly for the United Nations, was, quote, part of a diversion. That's their quote. So Nasrallah would think he was safe, right? So you decide to murder this man, an extrajudicial assassination, because he would not cave to you you continuing the genocide. Then you use the UN and it's the United Nations decision And the lie of a ceasefire, which is the third part, floating the idea that, well, we're going to do a ceasefire, so you're not at risk, to allow him to let his guard down, and then you murder him along with hundreds of civilians. That makes, I mean, everybody. They used the United Nations. They used the entire body. They used the U.S. and its dynamic. They used everybody. How is it possible these governments are allowing these people to keep doing this? Same point. I don't know exactly what it is, but there is something. This is making them look like fools. They're showing the rest of the world that Israel can literally commit genocide and then laugh about it in your face. Still can't do anything about it. They can use you. They can use what you think is sacred and still do it and get away with it. Nobody cares. On top of that, remember, she writes, Biden chose to support Israel's escalation in Lebanon while pretending to back a ceasefire. Politico, U.S. officials quietly backed Israel's military push against Hezbollah while outwardly pretending we're working on a ceasefire. And that's the other dynamic. The reason, apparently, he let his guard down and went to the meeting was because it was under the guise that diplomacy was underway. Then they murdered him from the UN in that building, along with hundreds of people in other buildings. Because they didn't know exactly where he was. But that's my point. They bombed 6 buildings and then didn't even say they got him until after it was reported because they didn't know, because they're murdering people just in case. The Biden admin knowingly supported every Israeli action from regional escalation and invasion to starvation and genocide in Gaza. I'll play this real quick.
Just there's some statements coming from Tehran that they waited so long after Hania was assassinated in Tehran because they received messages from the United States that something will happen regarding the ceasefire in Gaza, and this maybe will give them a way of not responding to Israel, and this didn't happen.
So what he's saying, which is the reality, is that ultimately, and what it shows you who the adult in the room is, they're lying and saying we're going to get a ceasefire. So Iran waited and waited. And then again, and Nasrallah got assassinated, and they were bombing Lebanon. And so Iran was played into thinking that they might actually not want to murder people for no reason. And then eventually, that's why they finally responded, right? The point is that we've seen this in multiple ways. It's also been reported, like I just said, that's why Nasrallah was there, because they thought, how does that show you? How does that not show you that these people are the ones that are at least leaning into the hopeful idea that maybe we don't have to keep this going? Sure doesn't sound like terrorists to me. The one that is forcing it in no matter what does. But you can decide for yourself. Saudi Agris says there are no hostages in Lebanon. Israel's invading Lebanon so extremist settlers can steal their land. That's the truth. Realize we're talking about illegal settlers in the north, which is what they want to return, that nobody believes should be there or have a legal right to be there. That's the way it is, even the United States. Now, weirdly enough, or it shouldn't be surprising at this point, Margaret says the U.S. mediator is in the Israeli army. No wonder they're killing people in Lebanon. Guys, this is actually ridiculous. So the U.S. mediator for Lebanon and Israel is a member of the Israeli military. You see this is designed. They're doing this on purpose. Now, Seamus points out the IDF has announced the invasion of Lebanon. Now, this was on the 30th. Now, this is about the ground invasion dynamic, which, by the way, we reported back on the 25th. Israel confirms its ground invasion of Lebanon has begun. So just to understand, like, this is far, far more obvious and deliberate. This is not about some stopping Hamas, guys. They're invading Lebanon. And the problem is that straight up telling you that they're going to continue to occupy it. They're telling you that. Muhammad Shihada points out that the 98th Division currently invading South Lebanon is one of their most openly genocidal. And it goes on. The examples, these are the people screaming about murdering children, starving people, bombing. They're laughing about innocent people dying. This is the group they sent in. Do you know why? Because this is torture. They're using the same tactics they did in Gaza, and they're simply going, who's the worst we had over there? Who are the ones that are laughing the most about killing children? Yeah, you go. That's you. You think that's by accident? That's what the Israeli government is. Al McLeod points out, delete your subscription to the New York Times. I cannot stress this enough. It says, we absolutely need to escalate in Iran. I should have put that before. That's when I shoved it further ahead. The point is, as we get Lindsey Graham and other U.S. representatives telling you we need war with Iran, these people are driving you into destruction. It's unreal. Brett Stevens, opinion or not, that's New York Times. They're telling you we need to escalate with Iran? God, that's just crazy to me. Now, Abby Martin points this out from BBC, saying, Israel tells U.S. its plans to launch limited ground incursion. Here we are again. Remember what that looks like? We showed you Rafah. Well, here it is. This is their last limited incursion. There's their Israeli flag they put up in the rubble. That's the point, guys. That's Rafah. It's destroyed. It's gone. But, it's so funny how Kirby never ended up telling you that it shifted into the real one. It always was. So as they're lying about it again, Kirby and the rest are blindly, actively supporting genocide. This one actually blows my mind, even with everything else. So they're bombing Lebanon, and the BBC has to cover it like this. Quote, the bombs were everywhere. Because clearly precise, right? This says the people fleeing Lebanon airstrikes. That's deliberately meant to confuse people. And as it says, even down here, Twitter, the article's title could be misleading. It should instead be Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. Duh. Really? You think these BBC journalists don't know that? That is a straight up deliberate effort to manipulate you into thinking that Lebanon is bombing. If not Lebanon, somewhere else. Gosh, it's unreal how obvious it is. Glenn points this out. Bernard Henry Levy says, Israel is not invading Lebanon, it's liberating it. They just don't have any new material, guys. It's the same old thing. It's a historic moment, not only for Israelis, but for Lebanese. No, it's only historic for Zionist, genocidal neocons and everybody else. Glenn says this is exactly what the same individual said, him, by the way, about the invasion of Iraq. We're not invading Iraq, we're liberating it. They just don't have any new material. Pro-Israel fanatics and U.S. interventionists always depict the flattening of apartment buildings and killing of huge numbers of civilians as liberating them. And then this is one of the images I used today, but you might be surprised to find out that's actually Yemen. So not only are they bombing, they're bombing everywhere now, everywhere. In Yemen, Syria, Lebanon, Gaza. But the point is interesting here. He says, when it comes to bombing Yemeni oil depots, Lebanon oil fields, or Russian gas pipelines like Nord Stream, the bombing of which was said to be the planet's single largest ever CO2 emission event, which, by the way, my opinions on the lie around that. But just to make their point from their narrative, sort of like COVID lying from within their narrative, or I didn't say lying. It was the point I made before, arguing from within their narrative, right? The point being that we're making a point using their narrative, even though we know it's not true, to make a point for people that believe it, right? The point is, those were the largest the Nord Stream, the largest single ever CO2 event. Saying when it comes to those, there's no environmental concerns. We don't care. Sort of like the people screaming about the environment using 14 masks and 10 pairs of gloves every day during COVID. Who cares? Environmental concerns are for when Nigeria is building a new oil refinery, right? Or Uganda is building a new oil pipeline. Or South Africa wants to build a coal-fired power station to give black people access to electricity. Poor people should protect the environment at cost of remaining poor forever. Rich people should bomb it with reckless abandon because they can. Nothing is greener than U.S. dollars. It's a great point. Now, whether you want to make it about race or poverty, the reality is obvious. It only matters when the ones we don't want doing it, do it. And usually that does mean countries we want to keep under our thumb. So whether you think they should be building those kind of energy processes or not, the point is that's their choice. Meanwhile, military burn pits or your bombing of these things around the world are causing so much more of the thing you think you're fighting. But let's not talk about that. Meanwhile, Israel launches massive airstrike on Yemeni infrastructure and oil locations in one of the most impoverished locations in the world. Why? Because of U.S. and Israeli occupation. It all just comes back together. Now, Iran, as you already saw yesterday, has launched hundreds of rockets, as they're reporting. It's disputed on how many. As usual, they're saying dozens. Israel's saying over 500, usually somewhere in the middle. At this point, I'm leaning more toward the side of less because of what we've seen. But either way, they're claiming to have stopped them all. What's funny, it was, first of all, Sarah Abdallah points out, it turns out dropping bombs on Lebanon and Syria and Palestine and Yemen and Iran have consequences. Yeah, you don't say. Here's Israel. This is normal. Every single one of these rockets is meant to kill. They're just really childish. It's just funny. Like, the more you see this flush out, they're just bad at this. They're lazy, they're clumsy, they're out of touch with what people actually feel and think and how they talk. This isn't normal. Like, you're literally doing that all over the world, but it's not normal when it happens to you. Yeah, we get the point. You're different. You're special. Every single one of them meant to kill. Like, it's just a weird statement. It's like terror tunnels. It's like, yeah, we get it. Bombs are meant to kill, but you just make yourself look cartoonish the way you always, you get it. The bottom line, though, is we're going to get to, they were aimed verifiably at military targets. Now, that's not to say that they always do that. For all you know, they never do. This time, the point is they knew the world was watching, and they're making a clear point. You're bombing civilians because that's what they do, and there's no way you can't prove that right now. Then they respond and hit military targets. And what do they have to do? They have to manufacture narratives. They have to screech about how it's bombing this and bombing that, and then restrict people's access. You're not allowed to show this. You can't show these rockets launching. You can't show where they hit it, because they're trying to manufacture a narrative. Either way, though, they've been bombing civilian infrastructure. So even if they did, which doesn't seem the evidence to back up, it would be logically responded based on what Israel says is defense, which I don't agree with. I draw that line. You should not be aiming at civilians. But what's hilariously stupid is they can sit here and scream that we're allowed to do it because they did. And then when they respond, it's always terrorism. Hassan Mafi says close footage of the impact of an Iranian missile on occupied territories. Again, occupied territories, which means the idea of occupied territories having a legal right to arm resistance. That's the point. Make sure I didn't miss one of those. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so going forward, important first point. Haaretz, Israeli media, reports the U.S. says Iran attack appears ineffective. Navy destroyers shot down missiles from Iran. Israel's army says 180 missiles fired from the barrage. IDF will continue striking. Now, it appears ineffective. It's just, they're trying to make it look like they did it, and Iran's meek and ineffectual. That's just not the case. But I said, in my opinion, and this was on the first, this was all by design, just like last time. Now, this is even before I had all the information. This was my opinion, which is why they all knew it was coming. And it's just deductive logic, guys. Everyone knew it was, in an hour. They wouldn't know that if it wasn't told to them. Now, I'm sure you could have intelligence, but the point is, it is the case. We know that now. Either way, they were told. This was action meant to truly de-escalate or give the opportunity for it. And still, the U.S. and Israel are so small that they have to lean in harder. Iran is the adult in the room, guys. That's why they're ineffective and they failed, and now Israel's using it and we're going to fight back, even though it was ineffective. Like, they gave them an opportunity to say they failed, and so we're the winner, and let them pull back. And to show you who the small, hubris, riddle, the people that are more concerned about their own perception, how the world sees them, than actually their people's lives. They gave them that. We'll let you pretend you're the winner, okay? Because that's what you care about. And they still couldn't take it because they don't want that. They want this to continue. They're driving everybody else. Now, as Kim also said, the same thing. Iran notified the U.S., meaning this was like their previous April showcasing. That's the one in regard to the last time when they basically said it's coming and they warned them. What we already talked about. Merely a show to retaliate for the Hamas and Hezbollah assassinations. The question is whether or not Israel will accept it, which they're already showing you they won't. Barak Ravid, same one we just talked about, propagandist here, says a senior Israeli official told me that the warning about the expected Iranian attack reached Israel this afternoon. So even they were admitting on the record that they were warned it was coming. Are we really going to pretend that Iran would go, hey, Israel, we're going to attack you? And then they're going to go, they're going to frame that as them succeeding, or somehow Iran's weak because we stopped it? They warned you. And you told us that. And yet here they are, waving that we won, we did it, Iran's weak. That's what they're all doing right now. It's very, very pathetic. According to him, it is estimated that the attack will be carried out in the next few hours, which is why we all got that report. Mayat says, in April, this is what Iran did. Same point, just so you have another video example. This is Trump saying the same thing in a different point, saying, when I was president, we killed Soleimani, which was just a horrifying war crime. Just like with Nasrallah, the guy is not a terrorist. In fact, was a very beloved person in the world outside of very specific corners of it, and says, the Iranians called us and said we should respond. We would respond in 18 missiles to save face, but not a single would hit you. Today he's saying that. Back then, they lied to us. Or they lied then, he's lying now. I mean, or they told you the truth then, lied now. It's up for you to decide. The point is, that's how this always goes. I believe it's the latter, or whichever way I said that. I believe Iran warned him, right? Because they wanted to know, because they wanted to de-escalate, and then he lied about it then. But I guess the one overlapping point that makes me doubt that is the TMI, the traumatic brain injuries, TBIs. Again, it's hard to know. It's all up in the air because we're lied to about everything. You can decide for yourselves. But here's what Marco Rubio said, because they know where this is going, right? They know they got the warning. So Rubio does not want you to think Iran's the adult in the room. They're the ones actually de-escalating while you're all belligerent maniacs trying to force this in. So what does he do? He tries to get ahead of it. Knowing the warning came out, he goes, a large scale, not symbolic, missile attack from Iranian regime against Israel. A large-scale Israeli retaliatory response inside Iran is certain to follow. It's just, you can't, these people are children. Children with a lot of power and a sociopathic desire to murder people. That's pretty scary. But here's what Kim said. And she's been doing this in response to they'll come out and give you the false, like this. Large-scale attack coming, Israel's retaliatory response to follow. And she goes, Iran conducted a large-scale retaliatory response, not an attack. So just flip it back the other way. Like if you pretend one's an attack, one's a response, well, guess what? Here's it back at you. It's only because you go Iran bad guy. But the reality is, in fact, in this case, without question, because we're all paying attention, they just attacked Iran just now. So Iran is responding. But you want to make it out to be there is an attack and they're responding. It's just childish. Elijah Manier says Iran has escalated to de-escalate. Oh, yeah, right? Isn't that what we just were told? Isn't that the same thing? Can't you make the same argument? Or is that only allowed for some people? Because you realize that's not unique to anybody. You can say, I'm going to de-escalate with the interest or I'm going to escalate with the interest of de-escalating. Right? That's an illogical statement in my mind. But nonetheless, the point is it would apply if it was actually something that would make sense. But nope. Israel says we're going to de-escalate through escalation. U.S. goes, of course we support you. Iran says, oh, okay, we'll do the same thing. U.S. goes, no, we meant only Israel. Only they can. You get the game. It's insulting to your intelligence. Sarah Abdallah points out that as of the later on the first, so after that, they responded. Right? So Iran sent missiles, which I thought I had. Oh, here is some of them. I think I'm just rushing through. I had the video showing the missiles launching. But again, this is from yesterday. The point is coming through to today. But nonetheless, the point is Iran launched rockets or missiles at Tel Aviv. Oh, no, I am going to get to it. I have it right here. Yeah, sorry. I just have a little bit out of order. Now, the point is that on the first, they attacked Beirut again, dropping bombs on Lebanon's capital in the middle of the night, flattening at least 4 more residential buildings packed with Lebanese families. And it's a constant, guys. I mean, it's actually really crazy how easy this is to prove right now. There are people filming this. There are Lebanese people all around. This is not Gaza. And yet your politicians are still just blindly going along with this. There is no legal justification here. There's just see what's crazy is in Gaza, you could try to flimsily make the argument that there's like tunnels and human shield because of the dynamic, even though it still legally didn't apply. But now you're talking about in Beirut. I mean, wherever you are in the world, imagine that's your city, right? That's St. Petersburg. That's Sacramento. That's Las Vegas. Whatever you are, that's the main city. And they are bombing major buildings under the guise that they say you're holding people there or there's a tunnel or something. They're not even trying to prove these. Ask yourself how they could even know these things right now. This is not Gaza. Just nobody seems to care. It's actually wild to me. On top of everything else, it still is. Now, Middle East Observer points out that in Iran, again, this is kind of actually backward because I'm going to talk about the Iran launching them. But to finish up here quickly, the point is that they saw missiles flying from Iran or in Iran, seeing missiles flying to Palestine. Right. So what this is meant to highlight. Yes, this is frustrating. I think what I did here, I moved these around. It's okay. It's that you guys. The point is, we all know Iranian attack came from yesterday. I want to show you some examples of how they hit military targets. This is a little bit out of order. My point is that after Iran attacked, Israel responded. And that's what Sarah was just showing you, bombing Beirut again. But on top of that, on top of bombing Beirut in response, even though they could have just let it lie, they could have said Iran tried to attack and they're so weak we stopped them. But nope, they're very childish, and so they had to get the last attack. So they bombed Beirut again and murdered a bunch of civilians. despite Iran's attacks hitting specifically military targets, which many of them did get through. And many of them both were warned publicly. Either way, the point is they bombed Gaza. I mean, they made a big show of it, right? They literally just, oh yeah, then we're going to murder people in Gaza. And they did. As Rami Abdul points out, this is on the 1st. In response to Iran's attack, the Israeli army is retaliating against hundreds of families in Gaza. The video recorded by a family under siege by Israeli forces in Khan Yunis, the safe zone, shows heavy gunfire directed at their homes. So not just even bombings, they're shooting rapid gunfire, bombing missiles. A woman can be heard screaming, "Help us, we're dying." It's just so to try to rapidly end here, the point is, as even Glenn Greenwald's reporting, even this person from, I think this is Washington Post, every one of the confirmed missile hits in Israel has been documented here by the always thorough, he argues, Evan Hill, who I believe is, Washington Post, and was aimed at an obvious, legitimate military target. Now, obviously, more than anybody, I don't trust the corporate media, but the point is that even the corporate media is confirming that almost every single Iranian strike in Israel was aimed at a legitimate military target. And yet, nonetheless, your politicians and Israeli politicians are just screaming otherwise to the world. Isn't that wild? So even the corporate media, all of the international entities, all of the human rights groups, everybody is reporting generally the same thing, except for the politicians who have an interest in power. And somehow people are acting like that makes sense. We should listen to them. I mean, consider it. But when you realize very rapidly that the evidence is very clearly in one direction, and all you're listening to is politicians who are desperate to hide what they just did, it's shocking to me that anybody falls for this. He says there's a fundamental difference between that and flattening apartment buildings, UN buildings, schools, and refugee camps. Yes, obviously. Now, for those that weren't able to sit through almost 5 hours, unfortunately, you missed that. But the point is to see clearly that this is undeniable. So clip this out if you're watching right now. Make a point about the fact that there are military targets that they're hitting. Pelham points out these aren't hospitals, schools, or refugee camps, or civilian homes. This is hypersonic missiles targeting the Nevatim Air Base in Israel, which, by the way, is right near a major central military installation. And it says the F-35 fighter jets and transport planes and radar systems that were used to target hospitals, schools, and refugee camps and civilian homes has been destroyed. Because these are the locations they're bombing. Objectively, you understand. This are being proven. Now, Casey Wright just makes a point that it's funny how Iran is striking military targets to such a degree that most of the ones being reported about even have their own specific regalia, like to the location. The Iranian ballistic military, they hit the Israeli Ort Tel Nof Air Force Base. And it's just funny that he's just generally making a point, which you can look into yourself, that these locations even have their own little signals, or symbols, I mean. But the point here is Mensch Osint points out that for those who don't know yet, the Nevatim Air Base is, or was, because it seems to be completely destroyed, where Israel has been receiving American bombs that are killing civilians in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. Yep. And yeah, this is the air base on. Look at that. Look at that. Now, when you realize that they're bombing this base that has been literally taking in the bombs used to kill innocent people, and they try to screech about how that is indiscriminate bombing civilians, you get why they're doing that. Because they're losing. And then what they do is respond to indiscriminately bomb a bunch of tents in Gaza while claiming they're the victim. Because these are villains we're talking about here. The worst of the worst. Muhammad Shihada points out that even CNN was forced to admit something we've been highlighting a lot. I think Zasquirrel was the first person that we highlighted pointing it out. But the fact that their base, I mean, the entire concept of the Israeli colony is a human shield dynamic.
U.S. intel view that among the targets were Israeli airfields, but also, and this is crucial, the headquarters of Mossad, the International Intelligence Service of Israel, which is inside Tel Aviv. It's in the northern part of Tel Aviv, but it's in the city. It's in a densely populated area. And of course, the concern is if you're firing, even though Iran might consider that a military target, it is in a densely populated city with civilians around it. And that's just one more layer of escalation.
So I'm going to grab really quickly. Well, so what he's talking about is what we've showed you before. The obvious reality that the base itself, or most of its military installations, are embedded specifically around like densely civilian areas. Now, the argument you hear online is, well, they're not doing it inside their homes, which, by the way, you've never proven that either. Just make sure you recognize that. You're saying that because they said that, but there's zero evidence thus far. Doesn't mean they haven't done it, but even the UN's previous investigation from past wars came to the same conclusion. There's not evidence. You haven't proven that. But the interesting part about this is here. Where was that one? There's the most recent article. I was going to grab it really quickly. Where was that? Maybe I didn't. Oh, well. About the human shields. I mean, Haaretz literally just wrote an article about human shields and Israel doing that. Let me do this. Oh, that's that actual article there. Hold on. That happens all the time. It's so weird. Okay, so this is the article, since I'm going to talk about that next. Let's see if this pops up. Which is crazy. Look at how many articles there are about this. Israeli soldiers filmed using detainees in Gaza as human shields. That's July 2nd. Israel uses human shields on the battlefield as a war crime, August 15th. These are all Haaretz, for crying out loud. IDF uses Gazan civilians as human shields to inspect potential. That's August 14th as well. For 2 in 2 days, by the way. But they just wrote a big article about that. Dang it. Where was that? I don't want to waste more time. This is a super long show right now. But in any case, it's obvious. So even CNN is reporting this. Now, here's the article about it. This is from Haaretz. Does the presence of the IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv endanger the city's population? What the article finds, yes, it does. Here's the graphic they use right here, showing you that they're just jam-packed in this area. That's what this IOF human shield dynamic is discussing. Same point. Dan Cohen says, it turns out that Iran has the most moral army in the world. Here's what Jonathan Cook says. Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon kill over 500 people. The BBC Evening News dedicates 10 minutes. Iranian airstrikes on Israel, this is important, no known victims. No known victims. Even though, that's even according to Israel, by the way. Now, I guarantee they're going to force something in or even lie if they have to. But right now, after everything they're screaming about indiscriminate, not a single death so far. It's last I checked. The BBC Evening News dedicates its entire half-hour schedule. 500 people, barely anything. It's clear the dynamic. Now, here is even from CBS. 7 people killed in Tel Aviv mass shooting, which apparently, which we might talk about coming up the next show, seems to be a Hamas operation, by the way, which, you know my opinion on I'm very skeptical about how Israel might still be influencing through it. But let's be clear, it certainly would not be out of the realm of possibility for Hamas to simply do that, because that is the reality of this background. That's being objective about it. But just to be clear, I'm going to ultimately right now, it seems that they have claimed it, but I haven't dug far enough to understand, in my opinion, how to flush it out just yet. That's why I didn't really get into it just yet. There's a lot to talk about. But U.S. and Israel officials said there were no reports of Israeli civilian casualties from the Iranian missile attack. Very clear. Very, 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 very clear. Now here is Eaton Fischenberger saying, forget what they say about Israel. This is what indiscriminate attacks look like. The Islamic Republic of Iran seeks to murder every man, woman, and child. Showing you the bombing without any context, mind you. And here's what Janice says. If a Zionist lips are moving, they're lying. Israel at war, day 361. No casualties reported from massive Iranian attack. That's Israeli media. Explain for me how that can all make sense when they've killed 500, way more than that now. They hundreds of people in those buildings they bombed, ongoing bombings during this and after this, and right up to this very moment, they're currently bombing in residential areas, or at least before I went live. And not a single attack, and all they can do is screech about how we pray for Israel. They're under attack. How is that possible without what we keep showing you? Something is going on. You know it. Everybody knows it. Now, Dr. Eli David, of course, which I probably would have caught if he hasn't blocked me because these people are terrified we're going to call them out. This just shows you how embarrassingly desperate they are, right? So he comes out and legitimately, it says, Elon Musk, he tags him. This video is reversed. These are Israeli interceptor missiles being launched. He's trying to pretend, even though broadly been exposed by now, that everyone's highlighting that these are Iranian missiles, and that's very clearly what happened. That they bombed them, they got through with a whole bunch of them, despite them trying to pretend like they didn't work, even though they warned, by the way. And he's trying to go, no, it's reversed. Lord People says, breaking, Eli David published the real footage. Israel repelled the Iranian attack fully. Just look at how many interceptor missiles were fired. He's making fun of him. When you read through it all, the point is, you get down to it, the guys are saying, look, he's like, you can see the violence of a missile burst before it flies back to its launcher. Don't be confused by people walking backwards. He's laughing. It's like, the guy's an idiot. Like, this is how stupid they think you are, or just how desperate they really are. That if you look at the whole thread, the point is that you can see all these examples of how ridiculous it is. You can hear them talking backwards. You can see these things. There's 1,000 reasons showing you that all he did was reverse the video, or rather what I think happened is somebody sent him this and he just used it because that's what they do. Bottom line, it's very easy to see. Was it this one? I mean, all the rest of them, even like, here's what's funny. Let's just even say David is telling the truth. He's not. He's broadly lying. Everybody else is using it the other way. Elon Levy going, help us, they're attacking us. Well, I thought you just told us that none got through. You know, it's just funny how they lie about everything. Everything. But here's Elon Levy, and here's even Israel going, this is not a science fiction movie. That's Israel right now. Yeah, because you're bombing foreign countries and occupying foreign territory. But it says, can someone check on the human rights organizations? Are they still alive? Are they breathing? He thinks he's so funny. And I said, they are all watching Iran defend itself, right? They're all just going by the logic of defending yourself that you have been bleeding about for the last year. Did that logic suddenly change when you started attacking? Whatever for. It's just, really, with a brain can see how inconsistent this is. Dan Cohen says, Israel's most popular right-wing media personality and former member of Knesset, Yenan Magal, calls Iran's retaliatory strikes Gog and Magog, biblical enemies prophesized to wage an apocalyptic battle against Israel and be defeated by the Messiah, ushering in the end of days and the third temple. Israel is a lunatic state with nuclear weapons. These are very influential people who are open. I mean, they're talking prophecy here, which calls for the end of the West, mind you. Realize that. Alonzo points out, do not forget, Palestinians have been under bombardment for 11 months. More than that. 40,000 of them have been killed by bombs like these. Whatever you hear from Western media, this was yesterday, whatever you hear about this horrible development, which not a single person was killed, according to Israeli media, ask yourself, why did you not hear about Palestinians? Right? How many times they were bombarding buildings and hospitals or any number? We don't hear about, pray for Palestine. Nope, didn't hear any of that. Why? You know why. Paris Marx even, and we just showed you BBC making the same point. Just a visual representation. Purple is Israel, yellow is Hezbollah. Point is, Israel attacks shockingly outweigh Hezbollah and almost entirely aimed at civilian locations, bombing. I mean, it's a hell of a lot more airstrikes. The point is, this is Israel's conflict. It's this incredible Bloomberg visualization clearly showing what's actually going on. Despite all the talk of the threat of Hezbollah rockets hitting Israel, it's actually Israel that's consistently firing far more rockets. But nobody wants to hear the truth. Now, this is simply, I mean, we're super long. I guess it doesn't even matter, but I'm getting tired as well. These are interesting back and forth. It's a 5-minute clip. I'll play it in one of the next shows, but it's sad. Sky News coming in and trying to go, so you failed, right? And Iran's weak. It's just, they're just embarrassingly out either lying for Israel or that uninformed as supposed journalists. And as she says, we got the internet, right? I mean, we all see what really happened. And same thing with Jake Sullivan. Jake Sullivan. He's simply going, it looks like they stopped all of them. Not even remotely true. Here is an example of what Wyatt Reed showing you with missiles breaking through and bombing just very clearly. Israel is intercepting less than 10% of the missiles. The, quote, Iron Dome is a paper shell. I've been saying that for a really long time. Just to make you laugh real quick, this guy goes, Iron Dome, be like... This is actually a real thing, by the way. Guy just going through the motions, right? TSA, keeping you safe. It's just, if you have to make sure you look at this on the podcast. It is just, the guy's like not even really doing it, just kind of touching your arms, pretending to pat you down. That's the Iron Dome right now. And Tiberius says there are reports Israel's threatening to arrest any Israeli who posts images or videos of Iranian missiles striking their locations. I wonder why. Same thing here. This is from the Times of Israel. The exact locations of impacts and damage are barred from publication by the IDF censors. Why would that be? Because they don't want you knowing what's actually happening because they're losing. Well, now Israel, on top of that, again, like I just told you, because their children are planning another attack. Now, this is as of today, which they're already attacking. So I don't know whether that means that or some bigger response to make it seem like they're winning. But this is important to see, guys. This is Netanyahu. His hands are literally shaking as he reads this report. This one's actually better. You can see it closer without the words. Look at his hands tremble, guys. His hand and his chest, they're trembling. Now, of course, maybe he's on drugs, maybe he's tired or whatever. I frankly think that they know what's going on. He knows he is about to be removed from power. Now, Greg Stoker, there's the one I was referencing earlier, also points something out. This is from the first. So he's saying flights for today from Tel Aviv to New York, fully booked. Just saying. So it's interesting, two things. One, that they just flee the location they claim is theirs. But on top of that, realize that that's how easy it is for these interlopers from New York and around the world to claim that they own parts of Palestine. They get to fly away. Or the settlers of the north are staying in fancy hotels while the rest of these people in Gaza and Lebanon are fleeing for their lives. Now, even in Gaza, more particular, have nowhere to go. Mossad, on the first, as I said, just, casually foreshadowing their war crimes. Iran's largest power plant. This power plant produces a total of about 2,880 megawatts of electricity. That's all it says. Now, Truth Soldier says Iran is not the nuclear threat in the Middle East. Israel's Dimona nuclear facilities have produced a rogue nuclear weapons arsenal that remains uninspected. Remember, JFK was opposed to it, and then they killed him. Now, The Guardian reports the Middle East crisis live as U.S. does not back strike on Iran nuclear sites. Iran not looking for war. That's interesting. So again, the U.S. is coming out and publicly saying that we do not support. Now, they'll probably support anyway, but it's interesting to see that push and that divide. Now, Kim Iverson says, well, Global Eye reports Israel has decided to respond harshly. That was 9 hours ago, so that could be what they're doing now. But she says it's ridiculous to think Israel, a country of about 9 million and the size of New Jersey, can take on Iran, a nation of nearly 90 million people and an endless stockpile of weapons. They know they can. They know they want Americans to fight the war for them. And they know they can get it because they've fully infiltrated every level of American government and propaganda machine. It's not racist. She's talking about the Israeli government. It's true. And on top of that, this is as of 5 o'clock, October from today. Israel's bombs are falling near downtown Beirut. Having failed to confront the resistance fighters at the border, Israel is now unleashing hell on Lebanese civilians while they are asleep. It's what they're doing. That's nothing new. Meanwhile, remind me again, what was the result of Iran's indiscriminate bombing? Oh, that's right. 0 people being killed. Not because of their ridiculous fake Iron Dome that didn't stop very much, but because they were bombing military targets. Now, I guess, I'm just getting confused. We already went through that. I'm just getting mixed up on here. So we already went through the point about the military targets being specifically targeted, unless I'm somehow missing that. But the point was, it's already been 5 hours. I feel like I'm just blending this together. Bottom line is, as we can clearly see, as I think it was even Kim or many of others we reported on, proving to you that they're bombing nothing but military targets, one after another. To finish, Middle East Eye, Israeli commanders say they have an opportunity to shape history in southern Lebanon. They're openly telling this. They're saying we are going to control this area. And it's not just by politics, which by in and of itself would be a violation of their sovereignty, but they're doing that. But they're telling you we're going to take Lebanon. Israeli settlers are now rallying to promote building settlements in southern Lebanon. They can't even return to their settlements in the north after Hezbollah turned them into ghost towns, and they think they can set foot in Lebanon locations, he's saying. The point is, they're actively doing this. We already showed you this. This is their posts where they're making Hebrew names for places in Lebanon. And we are acting like we all can't see this. It's obvious what's going on. The movement for settlement in southern Lebanon is what it's called right now, publicly. Lastly, again, from Ma'at saying, all this territory is ours. We have Ben-Gvir who will carry it out. That's what this rabbi is saying. The founder of the Temple Institute, the lead force behind rebuilding the third temple and the red heifers, the prophecies. It says now, what is special about Ben-Gvir? That he has so much faith in him. They're telling you, we are going to take this territory. Guess what he says? Soon to see greater Israel. From the Nile River to the Euphrates. Everything will be ours. Egypt, Jordan, Syria, all of ours. Ben-Gvir who will carry it out. That should be damn concerning. Now we'll leave it there. One of the longest. I think we've had longer before, but I told you it would be long today, so thank you for lasting it out. Just so much obvious information around all this. I just hope people out there, maybe you're new to this or, this channel. I mean, just one thing to take away from this is you just got to be willing to question myself, left, right, everybody. Every piece of information, you have to do your due diligence. You have to break it down. And the reality is it's really not that difficult to see. If you're not coming from a partisan place, most of these things are pretty transparent. They're killing innocent people. In fact, what's crazy about it is not only are they doing that, they're telling you they're doing that. They're making jokes about it. They're making skits about it. They're having rallies about it, whether it's starvation or posting TikTok videos of your own genocidal actions, or members of the Knesset standing up and literally telling you all of them are the same, kill them all, or in Lebanon saying there's no such thing as they're all Hezbollah, and telling you it's just all right on the surface, and your government knows that. And not only are they allowing it to continue, they're funding it, they're supporting it, they're telling you it's a good thing. We need to change that. From the world perspective, from the U.S. perspective, wherever you're coming from, we obviously need to change that. And pretending like we can vote somebody in to do it when both of them are proudly supporting the same thing, it shows you the illusion. Help me change that. I'm just so tired of seeing these people suffer. And it's only going to, look what we just told you. It's going to spread. That's why they're saying globalize the intifada. They're not talking about terrorism. They're saying make sure we change this from a global perspective. If we don't stop it in Gaza, it's going to expand. And look at that. Lebanon, and then Egypt, and then more of Syria, and then Jordan, and then on and on and on, because that is actually what's happening. Now, let's just even say right there, maybe that'll stop right there, because that's the Greater Israel Project. But what they ultimately say when you listen to the prophetic discussion is the world. But even if they don't think that's, why are we okay with them taking more countries' territory? That's what they are, and it's what they pretend everybody else is doing. Take a stand. Don't be cowed along by the screams of racism. Stand up for what you think is right, whether that's voting or simply taking a moral stance on the obvious genocide taking place. Find the courage to fight for what you believe in. It's never been a more important time. Thank you. If you guys would like to support this platform, we definitely need your support. I'm going to be having some updates coming soon, by the way, on just some of the other things that have been going on. I've just been dragging my feet on even because nothing's really changing that much other than me just bleeding funds because of the ongoing nonsense of these 4 different lawsuits. But it doesn't seem to be going away. I believe we're probably going to get more, but that's just one aspect. Frankly, I was just talking with Derek about this. I just hate even bringing this up because I'm not the news. This shouldn't be what we're talking about. It shouldn't be the reason you support us because I'm being sued. It should be because you believe in what we're doing and you believe in the way we're doing it and the objectivity we strive for. That's what should matter. But I know it's important because you just need to know why why the show has been so intermittent lately and what's been going on. I will be getting to more updates for you, but just at the core of it all, just know that I'm going to keep doing this no matter what that looks like, because you guys believe in what we're doing and I will make sure to return that. I will never give up on what you're doing or what you believe. I will never give up on you guys because you've believed in me or us and what we're doing in general. So if you'd like to support us, please drop those in the chat. There's lots of links for you to do so. But as always, the most important thing, share the content. Make clips of this, talk with your friends, have discussions. Just talk about it. Break this stuff down, and you'll find quickly that it's not as hard as it may look to see. So thank you for being here. And as always, I love you all. Question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.